And let's get going. So here we are, module 1 of the Facebook floodgate system. Module 1 is market match, deep market intelligence. And what I want to ultimately cover in today's module is how to intimately know your ideal customer, and not just to be able to intimately know them, but to know them so that you can A, dominate your market, and B, once you really know them, then you will never really have to quote unquote sell again. And that's the beauty of this, and this is really what we want to cover, because, you know, in the business world generally, there's a lot of emphasis on being a strong salesperson. And I agree to some degree that that's important. Everyone needs to have some basic sales skills, of course. But the reality is that most business owners, and especially coaches and consultants and people who are practitioners of their trade, are terrible salespeople. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's only because that they are practicing what they're really good at, and as a result, they're not always the best salespeople. Nor do I find that most entrepreneurs is sales it's something that they really want to do or really learn how to do. Now, again, I think it's a skill that everyone should end up learning and taking in. But on top of that, how would you feel, or how would you like to feel about just concentrating on your trade, what it is that you are good at, bringing transformational results to your clients, and kind of let the selling take care of itself? So I want to start here with a bit of a confession. And that confession, and I think Ted called me out on this a little bit already, but that confession is that I'm a terrible salesperson. I'm really not good at negotiating. I'm not good at enrollment calls. I don't always have the right things to say. I don't have the right scripts to say. And yet, despite all that, I've built a 7-figure business. I have a waiting list of people who are waiting to work with me in my practice. I turn down more people than I actually say yes to on a monthly basis. And much of all of that has to do with understanding exactly what we are going to talk about today. And that's having deep market intelligence. And here's what kind of what I want to start with. Marketing is not persuasion, and marketing is not manipulation. See, a lot of people have this presentation or this idea in their head that marketing is persuading somebody to do something that they don't want to do, or manipulating a scenario for someone to take an action that they might not want to take. Now, sure, you might be able to do some of that if you really want and you're really skilled. I don't think that's a long-term play for your business, but it is an option. But marketing, in my opinion, is not turning a no into a yes. I'll say that again. Marketing is not turning a no into a yes. What it is identifying the need of your marketplace and then simply providing them a solution. Or in other words, it's finding your customers who are already saying yes. So again, most people that I find that I work with are afraid of selling, or they're afraid of marketing because they think, you know, quote unquote, selling someone, it means to turn a no into a yes. And so they almost take this like battle ready position, if you will. I hope you know what I mean. It's almost like, well, there's a prospective customer and here I am, here's what I have to offer. Now let's battle. And whoever wins this is kind of the winner of this enrollment conversation. And so, look, I understand that, and a lot of people think that this is a chess game, but my life and my business really took a radical change when I realized that it was about finding customers who are already a yes, rather than trying to turn them into yeses. Now, as an example of this, and this is just a hypothetical example. Well, actually, it's based on a true story, but the example is hypothetical. I know a guy who I guess we would call is a man's man. All right. I mean, this guy is got body hair everywhere. He works out all the time. He's got that big beard. He always carries an axe around. He wears flannel. He's always wearing, you know, Timberland boots. He plays football in his spare time. He's this big tough guy, and you think when you see him, he probably belongs to Duck Dynasty or something. Now, if you wanted to try and convince him to go out tonight and to eat, and again, nothing against this, and this is just for the sake of the example, but if you tried to convince him to go out and eat a gluten-free, vegan, leafy green salad with a raspberry vinaigrette for dinner, okay, that probably would take a massive amount of effort, and the reality is you'd probably have to blur the lines of truth a little bit in order to convince him to do that. However, the alternative approach to that would be later in the day, he's massively hungry, he's complaining about how hungry he is, and then it's like trying to convince him to go out for steaks and beers. Now, in that kind of scenario, that wouldn't require much effort at all, right? I mean, in our business, we could spend a whole bunch of time and energy and know-how and effort to try and convince people that they want or they need what we have to offer. And so we'd have to handle objections, and we'd have to make really big promises, and we'd have to kind of be persuasive about it all just to make it work. Or we could find people who have indicated that not only are they interested in what we have to offer, but they actually want and have bought stuff in the past that are related to what we have to do. So it's not like we have to worry about trying to convince them to take what we have to offer or to want what we have. They already have that, and the marketing aspect of it is just finding those people who have already said yes, because this is really important to the whole thing. I just want to make sure that you realize how easy and how structured, I mean, actual marketing really is. It's not a heavy battle. It's really just understanding this thing. So here's the issue. There are 3 dangers or 3 risks that you face if you don't understand what we're talking about today. Risk number 1 is that your marketing will be generic and uninteresting, and so nobody's really going to listen to you. See, the reality is if you try to attract everybody and you don't understand your market, the reality is that your business is going to attract nobody. I mean, the reality is it is a noisy world out there. And when we approach the marketplace, you can either be a part of the noise in your market, or you can rise up and above the noise and stand out. And I mean, this is kind of a rhetorical question, but which would you prefer? Would you prefer to be the noise in the marketplace, or would you prefer to rise up and rise above the noise and stand out? I can only assume that you want to be above it. So this is one of the dangers. If you don't get what we're talking about, all of your marketing and all of your communication is going to be generic and uninteresting. Number 2, you're going to have to sell hard. Now, I've already alluded to this, but if you don't know your market, every single transaction is going to be a much more difficult one. It's going to be like pulling teeth. You're going to have conversations with people, and you're not really going to know where they stand, and you're going to really want them to be involved in what you do, but it's going to be a process. I mean, I've heard it said that the key to causing a transaction, now listen to this, the key to causing a transaction is not being understood by your ideal customer, which is what most people think, but rather having your ideal customer feel understood by their experience with you. Now, I'm going to say that one more time because that is very, very important. See, the key to causing a transaction is not being understood by your ideal customer, but by having your ideal customer feel understood by their experience with you. And as soon as in a conversation or that you're having with somebody, that person feels like you understand them, you are not going to have to do any selling, but that transaction will be much more simpler. And thirdly, if you don't understand, this is the third danger, you're going to attract less than ideal customers who are going to make your life so difficult. And this is probably the worst one for me personally anyways. I don't know about you. But for me, this is, I mean, totally crazy. So how many people in here have ever worked with a non-ideal client? Now, I'm actually going to take a second to stop here and take a look at the questions here. How many people in here have ever worked with a non-ideal client? Yes, someone says. And tell me, and as you're responding to this, tell me how that experience was. I mean, a lot of people are saying, yes, of course, yes, of course. Sadly, more than one, which was a nightmare. Exactly. Just today. I love that. Sucks. Very challenging and draining, like pulling teeth. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if there's anything in the world out there, anything else worse in the world out there, than working with a non-ideal, terrible client. I know when I first started my business, I was everything to everybody. And because I didn't identify my ideal client and my ideal customer, the problem was I started to attract everybody. And the result was I wanted to stab myself in the eyes. I mean, when you don't know your target market, and you don't know who you're actually trying to serve, what's going to happen is you're going to attract all the wrong people. And the real question is, would you rather have all the right people as clients or all the wrong people? And I'm going to assume that you're going to answer by saying all the right people. Now, if you do get this right, if you understand what we're talking about today, there are some 3 great and amazing benefits that are going to come as a result of this. Number 1, you're going to stand out in your marketplace. Because think about this, and I know this is kind of general, and I hope you get the point I'm trying to make with it, but who do you think will get more business? A small business coach, or B, a coach that works specifically with chiropractors? Now, let's say you're a chiropractor and you're looking for a coach. Are you going to work with someone who's a small business coach and can help all small business coaches? Or are you going to work with someone who works specifically with the type of solution that you're looking for? Now, I'm going to talk more about that in a second, but when you understand this, the first benefit is that you're going to stand out. Exactly, the chiro coach, because it's super specific. Now, the second benefit that you'll get out of this is easy selling, right? Selling becomes so much easier. So when you really know your market and you position yourself properly in your market, people are just going to naturally come to you. And let me just throw this caveat there. This is a lot better than having you go out and chase them. It's the difference really between push versus pull marketing. And we never want to be in the situation where we are in push marketing. We don't want to be pushing something down anybody's throat. We always want to be in the position of pull marketing, where we are attracting the right people to us. Because the reality is, you can either be the flame or you can be the moth, right? You can either be the one being chased or you can be the one doing the chasing. And I'm going to prescribe to you today that you probably want to be the flame. You probably want to be the one being chased, and that will make things so much easier. I mean, how many people in here really would like it and could highly benefit if you had people constantly knocking at your door? If you had people constantly saying, hey, I want to do business with you, and you never really had to go out and chase anyone ever again? How many people would like that? Now, here's the third benefit. The third benefit is that your velvet rope allows you to work only with your dream clients. Let me say that one more time. Your velvet rope allows you to work only with your dream clients. Like, let me, and I only say this to prove a point here. This month alone, in the month of February, and I know we're coming to the end of it, but in the month of February alone, I have turned down $240,000 in business. In February alone, I have literally said no to people who were begging, well, not begging, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but who were looking to give me their money and to work with them in their business. Now, why would I do such a thing? The answer is because I know who I serve best. I know who my market is. I know who my ideal client is. And I know that if I ever expand outside of that, I end up getting very, very frustrated. I ended up working with people I don't actually like, and I end up wanting to kill myself, and then my wife ends up paying the price because I'm grumpy and mad and not happy all the time. And I take it out on the people who are closest to me, and unfortunately that ends up being my wife. I wonder if anyone can relate to that. I mean, it's if you just start taking your ideal customers and clients, that is the scenario you want to be in. So one of the greatest things that I have going for me right now is the fact that I am laser focused on my dream client and who I serve. And because of that, I know them intimately. They know me intimately. We serve each other. And as a result, I get the best clients and they get the best service. And we're all familia. I mean, literally, I treat my clients and the people that I work with as family, and they the same, because I have this capability now to obviously pick and choose who I work with. And that's the benefit of understanding the market. So think about this. If you knew this market match, okay? If you knew this market match, this module 1 that we're talking about today, and you had a deep market intelligence, what would be the greatest benefit that you are currently looking for? Of what I just mentioned here, and go ahead and write this into the box. If you really had a good understanding of your market and you had deep market intelligence, what is the greatest benefit that you are looking for or that you want to take away from understanding this whole thing? So, 3 key principles here to market domination. We're going to go through the 3 key principles to market domination. I'm going to first list them, and then I'm going to go into each one of them more deeply, and this will be essentially the makeup of the content of this training. So key principle number 1 is find your pond. In other words, carve out your piece of the market. So number 1, find your pond, carve out your piece of the market. Number 2, identify your fish, or in other words, create your avatar. Okay, so identify your fish, create your avatar. And then key principle number 3, cast your net, or in other words, call on your recon. Now I'm going to go over all three of these in much more depth, but number 1, find your pond, right? So let me do this again. Number 1, find your pond, carve out your piece of the market. Number 2, identify your fish, or in other words, create your avatar. And 3, cast your net or your nets and call on your recon. So let's go into number 1 first. Find your pond, carve out your piece of the market. Now this is determined by 3 things. Number 1, what you do. Number 2, who is it that you serve? And number 3, where you stand. Okay? So this whole thing starts with selecting your marketplace. Who is it that is in your market? And this is the most important part of this entire process. Now, someone once said or asked, would you rather be a small fish in a big pond or a big fish in a small pond? And that's a legitimate question, but a lot of people like to be a small fish in a big pond because they think that there's more pond to get and there's more opportunity out there and there's so many different clients. But for me, I will take small pond all day long. Yes, big fish. I want to be the big fish in a tiny pond. Now, before we get into that, what we have to do here is really identify what it is that you do. And by that I mean what you really do. So sure, you might be a coach, or you might be a speaker, or you might be a consultant, or you might be a practitioner of some sort. That's all great, but that is not what you really do. I mean, that's what you tactically do. But what you really do and who you really are is a solution provider. You want to keep this in the forefront of your mind at all times. What you really are, besides being a coach, a speaker, a consultant, a practitioner of some sort, you are a solution provider. Because here's the reality. Nobody wants a consultant. Nobody really wants a coach. I mean, yes, they want what the coach or the consultant might bring to them, but what they're really looking for here is a solution to a current problem. So they are people, our marketplace are people who have current problems and are looking for solutions. And your job then is to bring a solution to someone who has a problem and is already looking for that solution. I hope that makes sense. There's a market out there who has problems and they're already looking for solutions. And your job is to go out and to bring them that solution. So you are in the business of what? Usually when I ask that, the people say, well, I'm in the coaching business, or I'm in the health business, or I'm a holistic practitioner, or I do this, or I do energy work, or whatever be. No, that is not your business. You are in the business, and you got to write this down if you're taking notes. You are in the business of helping people. That's it, bottom line. You are in the business of bringing solutions to their problems. This is what you do. It's not your title. Your title is nice and it's fancy and it looks nice on a business card, but what you actually do is bring solutions to people, or your job is to help people. And the more that you can be clear about that, the more people you are going to help. And the more people you are going to help, the better business you are going to have. So this all starts by knowing what you really do. And just to make sure that you got this, type into the answer box or the question box there what it is that you really do. So again, keep in the forefront of your mind at all times that your job, what you do, and everything that you do is a solution provider. Now, next, remember it's what you do, and next is who you serve, right? And there are two parts to identifying who you really serve. There's you, and then there is them. So let's start with you. See, most people start with themselves and their business, and then they go out and try to find a match, right? So they're like, this is what I do, this is what I have to offer. Let's go out and find people who might be interested in what I have to offer. And so what essentially tends to happen is they end up trying to force their idea or their product or their program down the other person's throat, who may not even be all that much interested. See, the old way of doing business was this. It's you have an idea, and so from that idea you create a program or a solution or a practice around that idea, or whatever, and then you find your customers. And I'm going to suggest today that you might flip that a little bit backwards and you look at it another way. Now, I learned this from a good friend of mine named Giovanni, and he calls it the ascension model, and this is essentially what it looks like. You first start with your hero client, or in other words, your ideal client. Now, the best way to find who that person is basically to apply the 80-20 rule. Now, I'm sure everybody's familiar with Pareto's principle. It's the 80-20 rule that says that 80% of your results come from 20% of your efforts. Now, if you probably look at your business, in a typical business, you would see that 80% of your revenue comes from 20% of your customers, or 80% of your most happiest ideal situation in your business comes from only 20% of the people. But I'm going to suggest you take it beyond the 80-20 rule. I'm going to suggest you take it to what I call the 96-4 rule. In other words, 20% of the 20%. See, if you can design the perfect ideal client, right, who shares the same beliefs as you, who shares the same dreams as you, who sees the world the same way, who thinks the same way, who stands for the same things, who would that person be? And think about that for a second. I want you to write that down on your piece of paper or whatever you're taking notes with. If you're starting with your hero client, who is the 4% that would make all the great things great for you, who you would love to work with on a regular basis? Who are they? What do they like? What do they act like? What values do they hold? Now, once you've identified that, your next step is to determine what is their ideal future. Okay? So what do they really want? What is their dream? And while you're at it, what is their nightmare? Okay, so when you're thinking about your ideal customer client, or what we call a hero client, if you will, you want to think about what is their ideal future? What is their ultimate goal? What is their greatest aspiration? What is their deepest dream? And what is their nightmare? And here's where the beauty of it comes in. Your business, your strategy, your consultation, what it is that you do is your gift to them. And your gift is simply taking them farther away from their nightmare and taking them closer to their dream. Does that make sense? What your role in this whole thing is to take what you have, that's your gift, which is essentially to take them farther away from their nightmare and closer to their dream. And this is in manifestation of your program or your product. See, if you start with their end in mind, and you design your business around serving them and helping them and realizing that you are a solution provider, then you are beginning to identify your market. Now, before we can actually do any sort of marketing, you really need to know who your target market is. Who is your ideal client? Because remember, your business hinges not on your ability to provide a product or a service. Your business hinges on identifying the needs of your market and then providing a solution. That was gold. And because it was gold, I'm going to say it one more time. Your business hinges not on your ability to provide a product or a service, but rather on identifying the needs of your market and providing a solution. Now, once you've identified your market, going through this mini exercise that we just took you through here, once you've identified your pond, right? You know what you do, you're a solution provider, and you're in the business of helping people. You now know who you serve, right? Which is your hero client, and what is it that they're trying to achieve in their life. The next question, remember, is, well, where do I stand? Because you have two options when it comes to serving your marketplace. You can either be a generalist and compete in a quote-unquote red ocean, a sea of competition with everybody else who does exactly what you do, or you can be a specialist and you can create a blue ocean. Now, blue ocean is a term taken from the blue ocean strategy, and essentially it means creating a segment of your market where you are the only provider in there because you're a specialist, and as a result, you don't have any competition. So let me tell you what I mean, and I tell this story all the time, but it really drives the point home. As of this month, there are just over 112,706 real estate agents in my hometown of Toronto. Now, let's say you just got out of high school or university, or you're transitioning from a certain job and you want to be a real estate agent. Now, let's think about this. That in and of itself is a bloody red ocean. There's lots of competition. It's going to cost you lots to acquire a customer, and you're going to need to compete on some sort of gimmick. And by that I mean, and you hear people say this all the time, right? If it's, hey, let me list your house, and if we say, I'll stage your house for free, or if it's not sold in 21 days or less, I'll buy your house for you, or I'll take a less commission on the commission rate. And all those are terrible things to do in your business. So that in and of itself would be a hard market to crack. In fact, according to salary.com, the average real estate agent makes between $34,000 and $45,000 annually. Okay? Now, I think I've already introduced you to him before, but this is my friend Giovanni, a very close friend of mine, and he's a real estate agent in Toronto. Now, he does over $1 million a year in revenue, but here's the difference. He has never, ever sold a house in his life. In fact, he doesn't even know how to sell a house. Why? Because he, A, knows what he does, B, he knows who he serves, and C, he knows where he stands. Let me explain. Giovanni focuses on the downtown pre-construction condo market, serving local and international investors. So, rather than being all things to all people, which essentially makes you nothing to nobody, if that makes sense, he got very specific in his niche. So the takeaway here is get very specific about who you serve and what you do. Another way to put this is to niche down. Giovanni identified his ideal client, and then he worked backwards from there. So I don't know if you remember me saying this, but this is a key point in a writer-downer. The best way to do this is to, A, find an underserved segment of your marketplace, and B, make sure they're an affluent segment, and then be the absolute best solution provider in that space. So I'll say that one more time. It is find an underserved affluent segment of your marketplace, and then be the best solution provider in that space. Because when you do that, There is no competition, right? Because you're looking for an underserved market in your space, so there's not a lot of people in that space competing. And number two, when you're the only solution provider and you're meeting an affluent segment, you can demand higher prices. Now let me just pause here for a quick second and throw it back to the question box. How many people in here would like to charge higher fees for what they do? And no, not just for the sake of making more money. I mean, that's nice and it's great, but higher fees, why? Just so you can work with better people, so you don't have to worry about your family, so you attract the right type of client, so you can have a better position in your marketplace. Yeah, of course. But it's funny, when you talk to a lot of people, when I talk to a lot of people, they're scared to charge higher fees. Now, here's an example. A buddy of mine did SEO, or in other words, search engine optimization. Now, he could have been just your regular type of client and you know, help anybody who kind of needs SEO type services, but he instead decided to reach out to plastic surgeons in his area. Now, the reason being because plastic surgeons were underserved in his marketplace and they were affluent. In fact, if he could get one client for them, that client would be worth anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000. So he set up his SEO practice to basically charge his clients $10,000 a month for SEO services, and all he had to do was essentially is get them one client, which wasn't too difficult to do. Now, what did he do? He had this all day long. Clients were coming to him and say, hey, only $10,000 and I can get $25,000 worth of fees for every $10,000 I spend. I'll do that all day long. All he needed then was 10 clients at $10,000 a client to have $1 million business. And in fact, he had a multi-million-dollar business doing it that way. Now, for the longest time, and this is just an example for me, I was just a marketing consultant. And look, I served my clients well, and I was doing okay, but everything changed when I recognized A, an underserved affluent segment of my market, and then B, I was really good at doing what I did, and so thus I was able to demand higher fees. So I started as a marketing consultant, but part of what I did as a marketing consultant was do Facebook ads. So I said, well, I think there's a market there. So I pivoted my business and I became a Facebook ad specialist. And then I realized that there was a segment in my marketplace that was being underserved. So I started serving them. And that was the high-end coach and consultant or service provider or information marketer. So then I positioned myself as a Facebook strategist for high-end coaches, consultants, expert information marketers. And I all of a sudden started to acquire the biggest names in the industry. And now, as a result of doing just that, I'm now the leading authority in this specific space. I have people calling me all the time, and I actually have a waiting list of people who are waiting to work with me, and I charge some of the highest ticket prices in the industry. Now, question, if you had a heart problem, and I'm just trying to like drive this point home, if you had a heart problem, would you rather go to a general practitioner, a GP, or would you rather go to a cardiac specialist? Now, I'm assuming if you had a heart issue and maybe a pending heart attack, the obvious answer is, well, of course I wouldn't want to go to an average doctor. Not that there's anything wrong with being an average doctor, but if my life is on the line, I want to go to a cardiac specialist. Yes, of course. And between a GP or general practitioner and a cardiac specialist or a cardiac surgeon, who do you think gets paid more? Do you think the GP gets paid more? No, he's probably making like $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year being a general practitioner. That cardiac specialist is making a lot more than that. So the first step to grabbing your market share and is to move up the ladder of market position. I'll say that one more time. Your first step to grabbing your market share is to move up the ladder of market position. And here is the ladder of market position. So let me use this, the bottom being the lowest, the top being the highest. Let me use this in the real estate niche just so you kind of get the point of it, all right? So at the general level, let's say in the real estate, department, the generalist would be a real estate agent. So this is someone who sells, any kind of home, all kinds of home in their particular area, and they do a decent job at it, okay? Now, moving up that ladder would be a specialist. So not a generalist, but a specialist. And that could be someone like my friend, like Giovanni, who's a pre-construction condo real estate seller. Okay, so he focuses on pre-construction, downtown, lakeshore, condo developments, and that would be in a specialist. And of course, higher than a generalist is a specialist, and specialist gets paid more than a generalist. I hope you're getting this so far. Now, even above the specialist would be an authority. So in this case, for the sake of kind of a general kind of understanding here, that would be someone, let's say, like Robert Kiyosaki. Now, I know that Robert Kiyosaki has sold his business, and he no longer actually owns his own name as a brand. I don't know if you know that. But anyways, for the sake of the example, the authority here is Robert Kiyosaki, okay? Now, if we were to take it even a step further to celebrity status, who do you think that would be? Now, I'm not going to wait for your answers. That would be someone like Donald Trump. Okay, now a celebrity in the marketplace. Now, Donald Trump demands a $1 million speaking fee for every 1 hour keynote that he gives. So as you can see, the higher you go up in your market ladder, the higher you charge, the less selling you have to do, the less work you have to do, and the better position you hold in your marketplace. So good, you're getting this. The goal here then is to choose your position in the marketplace, and the higher you can go, the better. You want to be higher on that ladder because the higher you go, number one, you get paid more, which is nice, and that's cool. But even beyond that, people are predisposed to doing business with you even before doing business with you. I hope that makes sense. I mean, think about it. If you are looking to be trained in real estate investing, would you rather get trained from the Donald himself, or would you want to be trained by some random real estate guy who says he thinks he knows what he's doing? I would pick the Donald. So when people come to me now, this is kind of the beauty I have in my marketplace right now, is that when people come to me now, they are already predisposed to doing business with me, and it's never about making the sale. It's always about me seeing if I have a right fit with that person. And then it's either a yes or a no. And that's the beauty of it. So let me just throw in this quick bonus thing here for 2 minutes, because some of you might be asking, well, how do we move up in the ladder of market positioning? I won't want to leave you hanging on there. So there's two ways, well, there's kind of three ways, but two main ways to move up this ladder of market positioning. The first way is through association. Okay? Association. One of the quickest ways to create positioning in your marketplace is by associating with other people or brands who are already influencers in your space. Now, I'm going to throw some names here, and I'm going to name drop a little bit. I don't know if these names will make any sense to you because you might not be in the space. But for example, one of my early on clients that we got to serve was a guy by the name of Joe Polish. Now, Joe Polish is the head of the 25K group. He's the head of Piranha Marketing, and he's one of like the most well-connected entrepreneurs in the entire world. He connects people with Branson and a whole bunch of other things. And so when I started to serve Joe, we started to get some great results, and now I was associated with him as being the key leading marketing strategist and Facebook strategist in his business. What do you think started to happen, right? All of a sudden, everybody started to see me as a higher level authority. I was moving up in the ladder of the chain because of my associations. Now, when it comes to association, you can do one of two things. You can pay for them, or you can earn them. An example of paying for them would be to join a particular mastermind group, or pay for a mentorship, or do a joint venture deal, or do some sort of a business transaction with somebody. Or on the flip side, you can earn it by going out and serving these people and working your network and making introductions and creating relationships and that sort of thing. And then you can create that association. So way number one to go up the ladder is through association. And way number two is through what I call affiliation. I mean, think about this, and I hope you get it by just using this simple example. If I said that my work was published on CNN, Huffington Post, Forbes Magazine, Entrepreneur Magazine, Success Magazine, and like Fox News or whatever, that would position me very differently than if I was like featured on a mommy blog, right? I hope you're seeing this. So the affiliations that you have, the groups that you are part of, the people that you write for, the networks that you are connected with will help elevate your status in your marketplace. And then feel free to use those affiliations in some of your communications and marketing. So again, coming back to the main point here, this is what happens when you know what you do, you know who you serve, and you know where you stand. Essentially, you begin to create this velvet rope around you, and you're only beginning to let your dream clients in. So what you're going to have to start to get really used to is what I call, quote unquote, rejection marketing. And that is simply being strong enough in your position in your business to say no to the wrong people and only yes to the right people. And here's what's going to happen when you do that. Number one, when you say no to the wrong people, A, it's going to make sure that you only work with people you like. And we've all determined that that's something that we want to do. But B, even more than that, it makes the people that you are already working with feel special. I hope you're understanding that. So by excluding other people from being able to work with you and join your group, it makes the people that you are currently working with feel a lot better, and you create a lot stronger tribe. So what I'm essentially saying is, be the Ferrari, not the Toyota. Okay? Now, there's nothing wrong with the Toyota at all. But if you think about this analogy, the Ferrari salesman works a lot less and gets paid a lot more than the Toyota dealer. I hope you're seeing this. When you are the Ferrari in your marketplace, then you work less, you get paid more, and you create an elegant position about your place in that marketplace. So key number one is find your pond. Know what you do, know who you serve, and know where you stand. Now, moving through quickly, we got 2 more of these to go. Number 2 is identify your fish, or in other words, create your avatar. So now you're in this small pond, right? And you are the big fish. Awesome. Next question is, who are you fishing for? Okay? Because you need to be really, really specific about this, because you cannot be a quote unquote business coach. You cannot be a quote unquote healer. You cannot be a quote unquote energy worker and just leave it at that. We need to drill down, and you can drill down in one of 2 ways. You can drill down by choosing a more specific title of what you actually do, which is beneficial, but even more than that, you can be more specific about who it is that you choose to work with. In other words, your fish. Now, we're going to talk about the marketing triangle, which we alluded to a little bit before, but this is just kind of a refresher to drive this point home. The first part of the marketing triangle is market pulse, right? First and foremost, you want to know what is the pulse of your industry. I don't know if you remember, but I told you about Kellogg's, for example, who when they first started were spending millions marketing cornflakes. And then all of a sudden, the fiber craze hit, the high fiber craze hit in the industry. They shifted their marketing dollars to All Brand and Raisin Bran, which were very quiet brands before, and they saved their business, and their business skyrocketed, right? Starwood Hotels was another example. They realized that travelers wanted 3 things: nice pillows, nice beds, and high-speed internet. And so they branded these 3 things as part of their business, and their business took off, right? Someone at Toyota realized that gas prices were going up, that people were shifting towards a more green alternative, and so they answered with the Prius, who now owns and dominates the hybrid car market. So you want to start asking yourself the question, what is the current trend that is causing movement in your industry right now? Or in other words, what is the wave that you need to start riding, right? In fitness, as an example, it's like CrossFit. This is kind of the latest thing that everyone's been doing and talking about if you're high in the fitness space, right? In the health space, it's like paleo and high-fat diets. In the real estate space, it's finding deals and getting funding. In the Facebook space, in my space, it's all about compliance and keeping your ads account. So what is it in your industry? You know, I was talking to a business coach, one of my clients the other day, who is a business coach specifically for holistic practitioners. And she was telling me that the buzzword in her industry is signature programs. Everybody wants to create their signature program. So now she has offered something that's specifically geared to signature programs. Now, every industry is different, and every industry is changing all the time. So this is something that you need to know, however, about your industry, because if you don't, it's almost like promoting non-fat diets right now when the industry has moved to high-fat diets. And if you're going to do that, what do you think is going to happen to your business? So you really need to stay on top of the trend, and you want to be just in front of the trend, and you never want to be behind the trend. Otherwise, you're going to lose relevance, okay? Now, there's no real exercise that I can put you through here to help you find this out. This is just something that you're going to start to need to pick up and know by being in the midst of your industry. So that is one part of the triangle, is market pulse. The second one is market behavior. So here's where you want to really start digging a little bit deeper, and we're going to take you through an exercise in just a second to show you how to do this. But here's where you want to ask the questions like, who or what are the influencers that the industry is following, right? If I were to say something like personal development, if most people, when they think of influencer, they think of Tony Robbins. If I were to say like online business and entrepreneurship right now, a lot of people will turn around and say, well, someone like Brendan Burchard, for example. So every industry has influencers, and you want to know what are they saying? You want to know how are they saying it, and what is the actual content. And we're going to again talk about a little bit more about this. But here's the idea that you need to understand the market behavior. Like, how do they behave on and offline? What platforms do they use? Are they on Facebook? Are they on Pinterest? What times are they online? Do they like to tweet and retweet? What do they like to like on, share on Facebook, right? I mean, I gave you this example before. If I'm putting out content that I want entrepreneurs to read, I'm going to do that in the wee hours of the morning versus when I'm going to put content out for soccer moms to read, which would probably be mid-afternoon. So it's very, very important that you know and you make sure that your message, which we're going to talk about next module, next week, you're going to have to make sure you know the market, because when you're putting out your message, it's going to have to find the right eyes and ears. Now, I'm going to show you some things in just a second, but just keep that in mind. Now, thirdly here, of this point of finding your fish, is understanding your customer avatar. Now, here's what I just want to spend just a little bit of time, because this is really key to this idea of finding your fish, because you need to have a true grasp on this one concept alone. And if you do, this can change everything for you. Now, I'm going to go through some stuff here in just a second, and then I'm going to give you a quick exercise that's kind of technically be homework. You're going to need to do this on your own time over the next couple of weeks to really get into the nitty-gritty of this. But when people ask, what is your customer avatar? In fact, let me just ask that really to do a quick check-in here. If I were to ask, what is your customer avatar? Here's the exercise for this. When we're coming and we're talking about your customer avatar, it's essentially not only knowing who they are, but you're actually, putting characteristics, you're putting a story, you're putting a name, you're putting an idea, you're putting messages and concepts around this person who cannot be too broad or too general. See, once you've created this composite of this person, now all of your words and all of your messages and all of your conversations are going to now revolve around this person. It's going to make your marketing that much more powerful. So you want to give this person a real identity. You want to know what their name is. You want to know their age, their occupation, their family. You want to know all about their fears and their frustrations. You want to know about their wants and their aspirations. I mean, you want to literally tell a story of their life, and you want to keep the story on the forefront of everything that you do. Now, as an example of this, I gave a student this assignment before, and this is what they came up with, and I'm going to literally read this word for word just so you get this, because it is very, very important. So I said, create your customer avatar, and this is what they did. They said, I want to start marketing fitness programs, and I've identified that the market I want to sell to is best represented by a 35 to 40-year-old guy. So to create my customer avatar, I have fleshed out this guy, and I think about his life, I think about his family, I think about what interests him and what his problems are and how my product can address that. So here's what he says. To start with, I gave him a name. I called him Mark. I gave him a type of job. He worked in an office. He had an hour commute to and from work. He worked from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. He lived in Pennsylvania, somewhere in the suburbs. He had this white house with a beige garage door and a beige minivan that he drove home. And every night when he came home, there was a big wheel and some other toys in the front lawn that his kids didn't clean up. Now, Mark had a couple of kids, and his family was everything to him. So he just wanted to get home each and every day after work so that he could spend time with his wife and kids. But back in college, he was a pretty active guy, and he really wanted to get back into shape. Maybe it was something to do with his wife, or some type of relationship issues, or maybe some guys at work were giving him a hard time, or maybe he just didn't have the energy. See, many guys like Mark say they want fitness programs because, hey, I just want more energy to keep up with my kids. His kids were getting to that stage now where they really wanted to play all the time, and he couldn't because he had gotten out of shape from his lifestyle of driving to and from work and sitting at work all day. Now, in his backyard, he has a barbecue, and that's where he goes every night and has a barbecue with his family. And then they play a little bit, maybe baseball or basketball in the backyard. Then he reads a story to his kids, and he goes to bed. By this point, it's 9:30 p.m. at night, and that's the only time he has to exercise. So this is when Mark comes online. He's looking for some program that he can do in his basement with just a bit of equipment that he's started to stash away or he's built up over the years and gotten at a garage sale. So when it comes to what my business can sell Mark, we understand that he is tired. He doesn't have much time. We understand that his priorities cannot be centered around his fitness program. With all of this in mind, we can empathize with Mark's life and we can sell to him and not just everyone. Now, I'm hoping you see the power of that. When we're talking about customer avatars, that's what we're talking about. And you can go as deep as with this as you possibly can. In fact, I would even go as far to create this character and put this, kind of on your wall. Now, here's your custom avatar tool that I'm going to show you in just a second. But I found this site that I think is great, and it's Mad Men Yourself. I'll give you a link in just a bit, but it's fbincubator.com/madmen. Again, fbincubator.com/madmen, and you go to this, and you literally create your avatar. So if I click like getting started here, you can start a suit or a skirt. So are you trying to be a man or a woman? So just for the sake of this, I'm going to say a suit. And then you can start with a whole bunch of things, right? So first you're going to choose your skin color, right? And then you're going to choose your body shape. So let's say my avatar is, like this. You're going to click next. That's going to give you another thing to do. So what's the head shape? Let's say it's kind of bigger, on the bigger side, if you will. You can pick his hair color. So let's say he's blonde and he's got, what are we going to do? How about a hair like a little bit of gray, right? Now, I'm not going to go through and finish the rest of this, but this is actually a great exercise for you to do because you can start to create your avatar. And when you do create your avatar, what's going to happen is you're going to post this wherever you go and whatever you do, and you're going to have a real good understanding that when you start communicating with people, this is the thought that you have in mind. So, Leo Burnett said it this way: if you can't turn yourself into your customer, you probably shouldn't be in your business at all. Wow, that's a powerful statement, so I'm going to repeat it one more time. If you can't turn yourself into your customer, you probably shouldn't be in your business at all. Now, I have an exercise that I'm going to quickly go over here, but this is your homework. This is what you got to do for creating your customer avatar here, and I'll tell you where you can get it. But it's a PDF called your Ideal Customer Avatar Tool. Well, this is going to walk you through how to create your ideal customer. So step one, think of your ideal customers. What do they have in common? Write that all down, right? Give them a name, an age, a gender, hair, residence, income, occupation. Step three, now be your ideal customer. Have their feelings and their emotions. Write that out. Step four, what do they secretly fear? Don't forget to answer each question as your ideal customer. And it continues. Now, once you have this, at the end of this, you're going to have a really clear understanding of who your customer avatar is. So again, that's going to be your assignment as you go this week, fbincubator.com/avatar. And what that's going to do, it's going to give you that form for you to fill out. So here we are on the home stretch. Remember, number one is find your pond, carve out your particular market with what you do, who you serve, where you stand. Number two is find your fish, right? Create your avatar, know the pulse of your marketplace, etc. And now thirdly, cast your net. It's now time to throw dynamite in your pond, throw that net out there, and reel them all in. Now, there are three very simple and easy ways to do this. Two that are specific to Facebook, which I'm going to show you, and this is going to be ultimately important to what we're going to do in later modules, so pay attention to those. When we're rolling out your Facebook campaigns. And then one is just kind of a general thing that's very important to do and you want to throw out there right away. So number one is what I call survey siphon. And here's the idea, and it's very, very easy, right? This is how we start to cast our net. and find and identify who our marketplace is. To find out who your ideal customer and clients are, you want to throw a survey out there, and you want to find out what they like, what they need most. And how are you going to do this? You're simply going to ask them, right? I mean, if you have clients, any amount of clients, if you have 1 client or if you have 10 clients or you have 400 clients, it doesn't matter. Or even if you don't have clients and you have a small social media following on Facebook, right? There's no better way to find out what they want by simply asking them. I mean, here's what you might do, and it could be a different variation of this, but here's what you might do. You might send out an email to all your clients or put out a post on your Facebook that says something like this. Let's say you're in the dog training business. You might say something like this. Hey, so-and-so, people have always been asking me to teach them dog training forever, and I've never really considered doing the specifics of this, but I'm thinking of putting a course together like that. Would you be interested? If so, and you could sit down with me to have a coffee for an hour to discuss dog training, what would be your top 2 or 3 questions that you have about this topic? Now, of course, you wouldn't be dog training. You would replace the dog training with whatever it is that you do, but this is invaluable market intelligence that your customers, who are your ideal customers and clients anyways, are going to literally spoon feed you exactly what it is that they want. And guess what you do with what it is that they want? You go around and you give it right back to them. And this is in the form of a practice, of a coaching program, of a product, whatever it be. So here's an example. I run a Facebook group, and in my Facebook group, it's all about people wanting to learn how to, do Facebook marketing. And so I put out a post a while ago, and I basically asked it this way, and this is actually the post I put out. I said, second, I would love your opinion. I'm working on a project right now, and I would love to know what type of information you most want and what would help you with your Facebook marketing this year. A, would you like regular advanced Facebook marketing training via webinar articles and videos? B, would you like over-the-shoulder walkthroughs of how I run my and my clients' campaigns, showing you a behind-the-scenes look at the good, the bad, and the ugly? C, would you like regular live Q&A calls where you can ask anything you like and have going on in your campaigns and have me answer it live? Or D, office hours, right? Where at certain times of every week, I make myself available on a first-come, first-served basis on Skype or Google Hangout to share a screen and to go over any specifics of your particular Facebook campaigns. Now, just let me know in the comment section below so I can figure out the best ways to serve y'all. And guess what happened? They all answered. They all just literally respond and say, hey, I like this, I like this, I like this. And guess what I did with those answers? I provided a product or a service that provided answers for them. And of course, everybody who wanted it joined, right? So you want to ask things like, what keeps them up at night? If you could solve just one problem in your life today, what would that problem be? Now, Karen is asking, how do you get them to answer? That's a great question. Now, if you're doing it on a Facebook post, they can answer simply with a comment. But if you'd rather not do it that way, I really like using something like SurveyMonkey. So surveymonkey.com or Woofoo Forms. So that would be WOOFOO, Woofoo Forms. And all you can do is create a form or create a survey. So I think SurveyMonkey is even free. You create that form, you'd send them that link in the email, you'd ask them 3 or 4 questions. Don't ask them too many questions, they're not going to answer it. Remember, you want feedback. Ask them 2 or 3 questions, capture the data on this form. Once they hit submit, you'll get an email giving you all their answers. And then all of a sudden, you'll begin to have answers of how you can position your marketing, how you can position your products and your offers, how you can position your coaching, and all that sort of thing. Does that make sense? Is everyone clear on that? Now, here's the second way that we're going to do this. And that second way, and this is very important because of what we're going to do on Facebook for you in just a couple of weeks. And this is what's called graph search. Now, graph search, like I showed you last time, I'm going to just kind of pull up my browser here. Graph search, like I showed you last time, graph search is simply when you're logged into your Facebook here, it's this white box right here on the top. Now, everyone knows it exists there, but what people don't realize is the power of the graph search. Now, for the sake of this example, let's use people like Tony Robbins or Brendon Burchard or whatever, because these people are huge mega influencers. Let's say I'm trying to reach people in the business entrepreneur space, so we're going to do Brendon Burchard. So first, if I just go ahead and type Brendon Burchard, I'll see Brendon Burchard, Live, Love, Matter. That's his page. I'm going to see that he has 2.6 million followers or likes, which is totally great for me, because if I was in the business entrepreneur space and I so happened to want to generate an ad to specifically people who like Brendan Burchard, that means I have an audience of 2.6 million people who I know are very interested in business type, entrepreneur type offers. Now, how good is that? But the problem is, eventually, you're going to run out of those 2.6 million people, and you're going to run ad after ad and after ad, and that's going to last a long time. But let's take this an even step further. So you've identified an influencer in your space, and let's say, again, in this example, we are talking about Brendan Burchard and the entrepreneurial space. Watch what I can do here, right? So if I have Brendan Burchard, what if I want to do some more recon of other people who my audience might be following? So if I go ahead and type pages liked by people who like Brendan Burchard, and I hit enter, Graph Search is going to go into its algorithm and start spitting me back information. Now watch, if I just hit pages here, because I'm looking for pages liked by people like Brendan Burchard, look what Facebook is providing me with here. This is absolutely phenomenal. People who like Brendan Burchard also like Tony Robbins. Cool. Is that good information? People who like Brendan Burchard also like Jeff Walker's product launch formula. People who like Brendan Burchard also like Alex Neely, Ali Brown, Jonathan Budd, Melanie Duncan, John Astoraf, Nick Unsworth, Trey Smith, Saying Events, Richard Branson, Jack Canfield, Lead Pages, Jim Rohn. I mean, how valuable is that information? Now let's say I just go ahead and click Tony Robbins and I say, whoa, Tony has 1.5 million fans. And then guess what I could do now? If I said, okay, that's cool, pages liked by people who like Tony Robbins. I hope you're seeing the power of this. I mean, it's incredible. Facebook's algorithm is doing this all for you. And I go pages, okay, so pages. Now what do I get? I get another list of people who like Tony Robbins. Now Frank Kern, Marie Forleo, Jonathan Budd, Murray Smith, Brendan Burchard, we already looked at that, T. Harv Eker, Ali Brown, Jim Rohn, Jack Canfield, Trace, so on and so on. How powerful is that, right? Now let's say I said people, pages liked by people who like, right, Brendan Burchard. There we go. Pages liked by people like Brendan Burchard. So that's just one example, right? What are some of the limitations of this? What if I said something like groups joined by people, whoops, it's already there. Groups joined by people who like Brendan Burchard, and I hit enter. What's going to happen? Brendan Burchard, Live, Love, Matter. So that's a group there that we know. We know that the motivation group is part of it. That groups joined by people like. We're going to start to see a whole bunch of, in fact, I should probably even go here and just click groups. That'll give me even a better understanding here. So here, groups liked by people who like Brendan Burchard, or groups joined by people who like Brendan Burchard. People are part of Internet Marketing Super Friends. People are part of the Professional Speaking Association. Feed a Starving Crowd, The Woman on Facebook, Virtual Assistant, Secret Team. How awesome is that? What if I wanted to do something like this? Ready? You're going to love this. Books read by people who like Tony Robbins. There we go. So books liked by people like Tony Robbins. See more. What is this going to start to tell me? Well, people who like Tony Robbins like Think and Grow Rich. They like The Power of Now. They like Relationship Rules. We like Humans Are Angels. They like The Secret. They like The Power. They like Miracles Happening. I mean, literally what you can do is you can have Facebook build, it already has this algorithm and it knows everything about everybody who's already in there. And now you could use it, power squared. Yeah, you could use this now to do any kind of research that you need to do. And you can go on and on. What if I all of a sudden say books read by people who read Relationship Rules? I mean, there's really no end to what you can type into Graph Search here. And the goal now, and this is part of the homework you got, is to go do this over and over and over again until you have a massive list. And you literally want to write this all down or put it in an Excel spreadsheet or a Word doc or whatever kind of floats your boat there. You want to put this over and over and over again, have this huge, massive list of people that you can target. Now, of course, you're going to have to weed some of that out because not everybody or every book or every list is going to be relevant to you, but at least this is going to give you a huge pool of people that you can start to reach out to. And these are people who've already risen their hand and said, yes, I am interested in the similar type of things that you like to offer. Now, if you thought that this was powerful, Let me take it even one more step further and show you something that's even more powerful. And it's called Audience Insights. We're going to go into one of the many ad accounts. So you're going to pick, you're probably only going to have your ad account there. And then what you're going to do is click on this button called Audience Insights. Now watch what happens here when we do this. Now this is an even more powerful tool. In your ads manager, you're going to click, you'll see on the left side Audience Insights, and it's going to take you there, right? So we see on the left side some things that we can hone in on. So let's leave it to United States. Let's leave the age and the gender and age. Let's just leave all that blank for now. I mean, you could get very, very specific if you wanted. But let's say I go ahead here and I write Tony Robbins, right? Just for the sake of the example and keeping it clean. If I click on Tony Robbins here, right? Watch what happens. First, we're going to start to get demographics. So first, this is going to tell us that of the Tony Robbins fans, 74% are women, 26% are men. It's going to tell me that the majority of them are between the 45 and the 54-year-old age range, with second place not too far behind being 35 to 44, 65 plus is 4%, 18 to 24 is 1%. So this is starting to give you an age and a gender demographic of people who like Tony Robbins, which is right here. Going even lower, right? Lifestyle, U.S. demographic and interest data. There's going to tell you some things about them. Let's kind of sort this by selected audience. The vast majority of them, the people who like Tony Robbins, are apple pie families. If you want to know what apple pie family is, you just kind of scroll over. Apple pie families are the upper middle class couples with school-aged children. They're homeowners, often minivan drivers, and avid radio listeners. How awesome is this? So the vast majority of Tony's followers are apple pie families, some solid single families. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. Urban tenants, so on and so forth. Okay? Now, if you scroll down even further, it's going to tell you some more valuable information, right? Relationship status. Most of them are married, right? Few of them engaged, few in a relationship, the rest are single. Okay? Education level. Most of them have a college degree, 66%. Right? 20% in high school, which makes sense from the age demographic we saw above. 10%, in grad school. I mean, is this cool or cool, right? What about the job titles? What are the industries of people that are working in who like Tony Robbins? We'll just click this to kind of sort it there. Selected audience. Look at that. 22% of them are in the healthcare and medical field. Who would have known this stuff, right? Sales. How many people are in the sales, management, educational library? You can go on and on. You can click see all. That's just skimming the surface. Watch what else this does. If I click over here to page likes, this is now going to tell me pages liked by people who like Tony Robbins. So in the writer category, their number one writer, that people who like Tony Robbins, like Nick Ortner. I don't know who he is. In the coaching space, they like Andrea Reiser, whatever, happiness coach. The organizations, this is what they like. The products or the service, small bit ahead. If I wanted to, I can right-click that and open that in a new page to kind of learn more a little bit about what they are, right? What magazines do they read? Success magazines, Steps to Health. Who's the business person that they're following? Sandra Krakowski. Public figures, who are they following? Well, look at that. They like Brendan Burchard, Tony Robbins, Zig Ziglar, Maxwell. Communities that they're part of. The Law of Attraction, The Secret, right? Lessons learned in life, Living Positive. What bloggers they're following? Awakening People. My God, I hope you are seeing the power of this, right? Page likes, it's going to tell you, right? Affinity, close enough. So if you want to sort that, it's going to tell you right there. More pages that they like, right? Nick Ortner, T.R. Becker, John Assaraf, Smarter Networker, Emotional Mojo, Bob Proctor, so on and so forth. What about if you want to know whereabouts they live? Huh? Okay, let's sort this. Looks like the 5% of Tony followers live in Chicago, Illinois. The rest are in Los Angeles, New York. They're all 5%, a little bit less. Houston, Atlanta, Miami, Dallas, San Antonio, San Diego, Las Vegas. You can click see all and see all those. What about some of the activity that they're participating in? Right? Well, how many pages do they like? Average number of pages that they like. Comments, posts, likes, shared, promotions redeemed, ads clicked. It'll tell you that people like Tony Robbins, 42% of them click on ads. Is that good information to know or not? What types of devices are they using? Desktop and mobile only. Computer, iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry. Too bad for BlackBerry there. Mobile web, feature phone, unknown. Okay, let's click on the household. I mean, we could spend forever in here. I hope you're seeing the power of this. Household income, okay? The majority of them are between 50 and 75K annually. Good to know, right? Plus 500 here. Are they renters or are they owners? It looks like it's kind of split down the middle. Household size, 1. How big is their family? Right, all the way down to 6. Home market value, I guess this information is not information that we have right now connected to a partner category, so no problem there. Spending methods. How are they spending money? Is this good to know? Any card, bank card, travel cards, gas, right? Upscale department stores, premium. Are they using cash primarily or are they using credit cards primarily? I mean, this is some serious debt. What have they been buying? Okay, so the retail spending in the U.S., they're buying low tier items, not high, right? You see all this. Business, what are they spending their money on? Clothing, food and drink, subscription services, pet products. I hope you dig this. I get really excited about this, as you can tell, because it's really so powerful. This is the market research that you can do, and it makes everything so much more powerful, right? So that's called audience insights. So here's the takeaways that I'm going to suggest to you here. Number 1, find your pond, right? We've talked about that. Find your pond. Carve out your piece of the market. How do you do that? You know what you do, which is essentially helping people. That's what you're in the business of doing. Who you serve, right? Be very clear about who your hero client is, and then where you stand in terms of that ladder of your marketplace. Where do you stand in that? And where do you want to stand, right? Number 2, identify your fish. So that's where the customer avatar exercise comes in. You're going to identify that avatar and be very specific and create that story, right? Number 3, cast your net. And that's where you're going to survey your audience. You're going to use graph search. You're going to use audience insights to do that. So here's your homework. Here's the to-do list, okay? And I know you hate homework, and so do I. So, I mean, this is totally up to you. I'm not going to check to see if you do that. Obviously, this is like totally up to you and if you want to do it. But it's totally going to benefit your business, and you're going to get the most out of this. But number 1, do the customer avatar exercise. So again, the link is fbincubator.com/avatar. That will take you right to the PDF. You can download that PDF there. You can just go through the customer avatar exercise. There's no guesswork needed. I mean, you're going to be able to do it and come out with it on top, and you're going to have it, right? And then go on to the Mad Men thing if you want, and create your customer avatar and stick it on your wall beside your computer or whatever. So that's number 1. Number 2, do some recon, right? So how do we do the recon? We do the survey. Use SurveyMonkey, which we confirmed has a free offer. So use SurveyMonkey or Wufoo Forms, or just put a post in a group or on your wall, getting some really good feedback. Secondly, use graph search and start creating and compiling these lists of your ideal customer and client, and who's associated with them, and what are the books they've read, and what are the types of things that we do, and then what do they spend their time, okay? You can even put, places people checked into that like Tony Robbins, and you're going to see like all the restaurants and stores in your area that people check into who are fans of Tony Robbins, which is really cool. And then thirdly, use audience insights. Go in there, dig around, right? Get a really clear idea of who your ideal customer and client is. All right, so we are ready to get going. We are in Module 2 of the Facebook Floodgate Formula, which is how to master your message. And today I want to talk about how to create a message that A, gets noticed, B, gets heard, and C, gets acted upon. And here's really why that's important to you, because we do have a couple of issues that we need to make note of. Number 1, the commodity that each and every one of us are all competing for today. And this has changed from before, but the commodity that we're all competing for in this day and age is the commodity of attention. Attention is a real big deal here, because it's like everyone, including myself and probably yourself, are a little bit ADD, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but we just got a lot going on. So it used to be that when you are able to go onto the internet, or you're able to require the attention of your client or your consumer, you could almost assume that you would get their attention. So if you put a video in front of them, then they would watch the video. If you were to put a sales letter or some sort of content or an ebook or a report or anything like that, you would almost assume that they would consume that content, no problem. But the reality is that in today's day and age, that we don't do that, and people can't see that. And people are distracted all the time. Like, I don't know about you, but I know for me, for the most part, every single day when I'm working away on my Google, I have information overload and I'm distracted. I mean, I don't know how many of you can relate to the picture on the screen. In fact, let me just take a second and ask everybody in here with the question. Go ahead and answer that in the question box there. How many people on a day-to-day while you're going ahead and doing your work can relate to the guy on the screen there? Or maybe even more specifically, your Google browser tabs look a little something like this. You have 1, 2, 3, 10, 15, or maybe even 20 browser tabs open. We have all this stuff going on, and now imagine your consumer and your client and your potential, the person you're trying to potentially reach there. I mean, back in the day, it was almost like attention was assumed, so you could spend your time and energy on persuading them or teaching them or influencing them, before taking an action. But now, if you are in the mindset that you would assume that people would just automatically are paying attention to you and they're consuming your content as you throw it out there, you are grossly mistaken, because today's day and age, if you're trying to influence and persuade and teach before trying to capture someone's attention, you will soon come to realize that there is nobody out there listening to you. Now, you combine that with the fact that people are distracted, right? So people are distracted, people have all sorts of things going on, and you combine that with the fact that there is more and more noise in the marketplace right now. So as a result of these two things, it is harder and harder to stand out. I mean, the marketing messages that people are getting and they're being bombarded with on a regular basis are incredible. In fact, I just recently read a stat earlier today that says we have gone from being exposed to about 500 ads a day back in the 1970s to as many as 5,000 a day today. I mean, that's a pretty incredible stat, that as we're going through our social media channels, as we have email, as we're logging onto Gmail, as we're going through our days and watching TV and driving down the street, I mean, we are exposed to over 5,000 different advertisements. So it is an extremely noisy world out there. And the reality is that our message is not getting noticed. It is not getting heard. And obviously then it's not getting acted upon. So it is then vitally important here that after you understand the market, which is what we talked about last week, and if you missed that, I highly encourage you to watch Module 1 on market. But it is vitally important that after you understand your market, the message that you broadcast to that marketplace will either put you into a category of one and allow you to stand out, or it'll just blend in with all the noise that is already out there. And here are some of the issues or the risks that are at play if you don't understand what we're going to talk about today. Risk number one is that you are just noise. It is just white noise. I mean, I don't know about you, but have you ever kind of like driven your car somewhere and you know, your window is down and the radio is on, but the window's open, and it's kind of like just background noise. You can't really hear what that song is on the radio, but you know that it's kind of playing in the background. In reality, that's what most of our messaging is like right now. If we don't fully understand what we're going to talk about today, your message is just like white noise that is going out to the marketplace. Also, the second risk you face if you don't understand this is number two, you won't get heard, right? Now think about that. If what we're throwing out there is just white noise to the marketplace, if it's just blending in with all the other noise, obviously then your message and your what you're trying to reach out to your people with is simply not going to get heard. People are going to continue to ignore what you're trying to say, and the reality is it's not even at their own fault per se. It's just that we all have limited bandwidth. We all have a limitation of how much we can listen to on any given day, or how much we can read, or how much we can respond to. And so if we're not understanding the importance of a powerful message that gets heard and noticed and then taken action upon, our stuff is just not going to be heard, which takes us to number three, and probably the worst part about it is then we get no momentum. right? In our business, we never build any momentum because, listen, you can have an amazing business, and I'm sure everybody on this training call today has an amazing business, and you can have a great service with the ability to help tons and tons of people. But essentially, it's like running on a hamster wheel if you're not getting your message heard, because you can never build that momentum needed to push that business forward and to get the traction that you're essentially working for. So all this to sum up is that if you don't understand this message thing that we're talking about today, your business, it's going to be a lot of hard work. Just like this little ant who's trying to push the ball. It's going to be a lot of hard work. Now, on the flip side, if you do manage to understand this, and if you do manage to really pick up what it is that we're talking about today, in contrary, you have a couple things that will go for you. Number one, it'll be like you will be music to your customers' ears. You know when you're just kind of in the car, just like I was explaining, but your jam comes on, like your song comes on, and it just like catches your attention, and so what do? You turn it up and you start singing along. And that's what people are like, or what people should be like, when they hear your message. It's almost like they could be going through their social media, or they could be going through their email, and then they see an email from you and they perk up because it's like, oh, I want to hear that. I want to see what's going on. I want to see what they have to say. So your message will be like music to their ears. Now, if your message will be like music to their ears, people will start to pay attention, right? When you have your message dialed in, and it's speaking to the hearts and the minds and the souls of your marketplace, then what happens is it begins to resonate with your market. And when they begin to resonate, what they'll do is they'll start to drop what it is that they're doing and start to pay attention every time you share your message. And that's really what we're looking for here. And then the third and the most popular, or the best benefit from all this, is if that A, people are going to, you'll be music in people's ears, B, people start to pay attention, then C, obviously you'll start to gain traction, right? Because when people start listening, you gain traction in your marketplace, your message gets heard, people start to take the actions that you want them to take, and all of this really results in what I would say easy growth. So rather than trying to struggle all the time in your business, and rather than always trying to struggle to get your message out there and get people to hear, instead what will happen is that you'll just, people will be listening, people will be chiming in, people will hear your messages, and then they'll take the actions that you want to hear. So just before we move on there, let me just kind of throw it out there and ask, like, what is the greatest thing that you want to happen when you really understand your message and it gets out there in a good way? What is the number one takeaway, or what is the number one thing that you want to happen in your business or your organization if people can just get a hold of your message? And so that's essentially what we're talking about here, and that's why it's so important. So I want you to keep that in the front of your mind as we're going through what we're talking about here today. So just as an example here, this is my buddy. He's a client of mine. His name is Chris. I told you about him before. Now, he owns his own gym. It's a small kind of these boutique like performance gyms that you see happening all around now. And he does really well having his gym business. But there was an itch inside of him to want to reach out to other gym owners. And he had this really great ability to teach other gym owners how they could build their business and how they can do things, great things in their business. So in doing this, he realized that he was trying to reach these people, but he wasn't really making ground, right? Like, he was trying to teach people how to grow their business, but people weren't really paying attention to what he had to say, and there was all these distractions, and there was a lot of other people in the marketplace who were teaching other gym owners or personal trainers how to build their business. But he identified, and this goes back to last week in the market, he identified a hole in the marketplace. And he realized that there was a lot of people out there teaching people how to get new clients, but very few people who were teaching them how to keep clients. And so he created a program, and he created messaging around that program. And like you might remember, he called it the tribal retention system. And just by putting a really strong messaging kind of lingo around what he does, all of a sudden he started getting sales. Right? All of a sudden, he's now super well known, and people are all over messaging him and saying, hey, we want to do business with you. We want to see what you're up to. We want to learn from you. Here's what we're going to talk about today. Here are the 3 key principles to mastering your message. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to list out what they are, and then I'm going to go into each one in much more depth so you really get this, and this is what you want to follow and really take with you. So key point number 1 is to know your why, or know why. Principle key number 2 is frame your what. Frame your what. And key principle number 3, and pardon the imagery there, it's the best I could do, make it sexy. In this training, right, I'm not specifically going to talk about how to find your message, because there are some great and marvelous trainings out there that will show you how to find your message and train you how to like locate the message that's inside of you. So that's not necessarily what we want to talk about today. What I do want to talk about in this particular training and dedicate it more to this idea of once you have your message, how can we make it appealing in such a way that it stands out and it begins to attract the right type of clients to you? So let's start with this. Know why. Your message is essentially made up of 2 underlying components. Component number 1 is your why, and component number 2 is your what. So again, your message is made up of 2 components. Component number 1 is the why. Component number 2 is the what. Now, most people, when they're thinking about their message and their business and their organizations, they start with the quote-unquote what. So they're asking, well, what is it that I do? And then they'll answer that and say, well, this is my message. So I'm a financial advisor, or I run such and such, or I'm a coach for this. And they think that is my message. But I'm going to suggest to you today that more important than the what is the actual why behind your message. Now, let me explain what I mean. In a noisy world, and especially in the markets that you are currently in, it's almost like everybody's an expert out there. I mean, everybody's almost saying, well, I'm a health coach, or I coach with this, or I teach and speak on this, or I'm a guru in that. And so in this noisy world, it's like everyone is an expert. And so if everyone's an expert, you can't be just saying the same thing that everybody else is saying. Is that true? I mean, you can't just go out there and say, well, I'm saying this and so is saying the exact same thing, because you're not going to stand out. Now, beyond that, we also need to realize why people choose to do business with one particular organization, or let's just bring this home. Why is it that people choose to do business with you versus not doing business with you? And although there are a bunch of, reasons around that, I'm going to propose to you that one of the main reasons why people will do business with you is based on this thing that I call resonance, or this idea that you resonate with a certain quote-unquote energy, if you will. You resonate with a particular person, and you put out a certain frequency, if you will, and the people who are lined up with that frequency, the people who are lined up with that energy, are the ones who are attracted and drawn to you and what you do, and so end up choosing to do business with you. I mean, think about it. There are many, many, many people out there who teach the same thing that you are interested in, yes? And yet, why do you specifically feel like working with some of them over others? I mean, have you ever thought about why that is? There's a lot of people out there who teach the same stuff. And yet, we as human beings choose to work with one person over the other person. Why is that? Or let me ask it another way. I mean, have you ever been in a situation where you're either reading a book, or you're in a meeting, or you're at a conference or something like that, and the content is amazing? I mean, the information is just fantastic, and it's totally applicable, and it makes total sense. And then the other person then makes an offer to you to work with them even further, and it's exactly what you want, and it's exactly what you need, and yet you respond with something like, well, it just doesn't feel right. And that's what I'm calling resonance. And here's why. Here's my explanation of why that's happening. Because people in today's day and age, more than ever in fact, are being led by their feelings. In fact, that was always the case. I mean, we just didn't even know about it, but that was always the case. From the dawn of man, people were always led by their feelings, and now we just have the science to prove it. And so the old saying goes that we always transact, or we always purchase, or we always take an action based on feeling or emotion, and then we later justify that action or that transaction or that purchase based on logic. But the actual mover or the actual shaker that causes us to take action is feeling or emotion. And there, in fact, science has shown us now that there are even specific parts of the brain that respond to different stimuli. And we may talk about that in just a second. But this is the feeling that we're talking about. Our brain is connected, and there's a part of it that responds to feeling or to resonance. and to what I would call our why. In other words, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. I'll say that one more time. People don't buy what you do, more so they buy why you do it. So the why part of the message is essentially the energy, if you will, behind it. I mean, picture your message as a magnet, or like antennas that are going out from what you do. And this message is putting out frequencies out there. It's drawing and it's polarizing, and it's either pulling and attracting or pushing away. And see, in the reality is, in today's world, I mean, you can't just have a good product or a service, because everybody else out there has a good product and a good service. The question is, what separates the good companies from the great companies? And I'm assuming everybody on this training wants to have a great company. So what separates the good companies from the great companies? Or think about this. Why does Apple, year after year after year, have the greatest innovations? I mean, if you think about it, I mean, after all, they have access to the same pool of talent, right? The same amount of people on the planet. They have the same agencies that they can reach out to, the same consultants, the same media. Yet why is it that they seem to be so far ahead of everybody else in their industry? Well, let me ask it this way. Why did Martin Luther King Jr. lead the civil rights movement? I mean, surely he wasn't the only guy who suffered in a pre-civil rights era, and he certainly wasn't the only great orator of the day, so why him? Or even maybe like more of a modern situation, why do companies like Uber or Airbnb not only dominate their markets, but they've literally upset and overthrown the entire industry that has been in there for places for ages? I mean, the taxis are being wiped out by Uber, and hotels, at least mid-level and low-level hotels, are being wiped out by Airbnb. So think about that. Why is that happening? See, all of the great organizations in the world, and this is my opinion, but in my opinion, all of the great organizations in the world, they all think, they all act, and they all communicate in the exact same way. And it's usually the opposite of everybody else. Now, Simon Sinek calls it the golden circles, and this is what it looks like. In the middle is a why, the next layer out from that is the how, and the layer out from that is the what. Now, if you're looking at it from this perspective, it's like every organization out there knows what they do, the outer circle, right? You can talk to a car dealership and they say, well, we sell cars. Or you can talk to someone else and they say, well, I'm a financial planner, or I'm a self-love coach, or I help people do X, Y, Z. Like, everybody knows what they do. Now, some people know in the middle circle how they do it, right? And we would call this your unique selling proposition, if you will, or your differentiation. And so someone might say, well, we focus on innovative design. Or they say, or someone else can say, well, I have a proven 5-step formula to do X, Y, Z, and et cetera, et cetera. But very few people actually know why they do it, the center circle. I mean, think about it. Why does your business exist? And why should I, and why should we, and why should the marketplace care? You see, most people start from the outside in. But the companies that make the biggest difference, the companies with a loyal following, the companies that get heard, and the companies who make the greatest waves in their industry are the companies who start from the inside out. Let me give you an example of this, and let's just use Apple as an example, Apple the company, because, I mean, everyone kind of understands them and gets them, and hopefully this will make sense to you. If they were like everybody else, a marketing message might sound like this from them. Their what would be, well, we make great computers. Moving inwards, the how would be, well, they are beautifully designed, easy to use, and user-friendly. Would you like to buy one? I mean, that's how they could be if they operated from the outside in. And that's how most people communicate, right? They start with what they do. I'm a financial planner. Or and then they say, well, and then I have great customer service, or we have fast processing times, or we teach this, this, and this. Or someone might say, well, here's a new car, right? That's the what. We have great gas mileages, and and our car has leather seats. That's the how. Would you like to buy our new car? But that's not how Apple communicates, is it? In fact, how does Apple communicate? Apple starts from the inside and moves to the outside. In fact, here's Apple's why from Steve Jobs. He says, here's to the crazy ones. The misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in square holes, the ones who see things differently, who are not fond of rules. They have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify them, vilify them. About the only thing you can't do is ignore them because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while they may not seem as the crazy ones, we see genius. Because the only people who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do. And then moving beyond that, that's their why. What is their how? Their how is, well, yeah, our computers are beautifully designed, easy to use, and user-friendly. And the what is, well, we make great computers. Would you like to buy one? I mean, how powerful is that? Right? How powerful is your why? Do you see that? In fact, go ahead and in the question and answer box there and just let me know if you're getting this, if you're seeing how powerful the why statement is, and why starting from the inside out is much more powerful than starting from the outside in. Now think about this. Remember technically here that Apple, in essence, is really just technically a computer company. But why do they do so well? It's because they speak lifestyle, and their products are just an extension of their core belief. That's their why. Now, when it comes to why, you can have two types of why. The first kind of why is a deeper meaning why. And this is why companies, for example, like Tom's Shoes does so well. Because the whole story behind Tom's Shoes is that for every pair of shoes you buy with Tom's, they will donate a pair of shoes to someone in a third world country or somebody who needs shoes. And that's a pretty powerful why. And Tom's Shoes has built an incredible, huge, mega brand because they've realized that they want to help change the world with shoes. So every shoe you buy, they'll donate a pair of shoes. And that's a pretty good why. And it's done some great things for their business. But what's even more powerful than that type of why, and it's what someone had mentioned in the question and answer box there, what's even more powerful is the why that drives your actual customer. Right? Now think about this. Why do people drive a Ferrari? I mean, think about that. Is it because they just want 4 wheels and some air conditioning to take them to work? Is it because they don't like taking the bus and they just figure, well, a Ferrari would be a nice way to get to work? Absolutely not. I mean, people don't buy Ferraris because they want a car. People buy Ferraris because they want status. They want self-expression. Everyone who drives a Ferrari is not doing it for the car. They're doing it for how it makes them feel. They're doing it for the position that they feel like it excels them into their peer group. It's a self-confidence thing. I mean, when you talk to people who actually own Ferraris, they say Ferraris aren't actually even great cars. Performance-wise, there's a lot better cars out there, but people don't buy Ferraris for the sake of having a car. Or think about it this way. Why do people pitch tents and wait overnight outside of an Apple store on the release of a new iPhone? Right? I mean, if they just waited for 2 more weeks, they could walk into a store at any mall at any time and they would not have to wait and they could pick up their phone. But instead, what do? They pitch tents and they sleep outside overnight just so they can have first dibs at the iPhone. Why do they do that? It's a status thing. Those people want to be first. And now, once you start tapping into their why, things can start to change. You see, what's even more powerful than why you do what you do is tapping into the why of your clients. And this comes back to the market match that we talked about last week. It's what drives them, right? What are their fears? What are their frustrations? What are their wants? What are their desires? What drives them? What is your customers or your clients' why? Because when you can communicate with that part of them, with the why part of them, with your message, people will begin to flock to you. So even put a little bit better, I might say it this way. People don't buy what you have, they buy why they want it. I'll say that one more time. People don't buy what you have, instead they buy why they want it. Now I'm sure most of the people on this training are familiar with Uber. Right? Uber, the ride-share company. Now, I don't know if you've seen their website recently, but I just went for the sake of this training, and I pulled a couple of images, and I just want you to see this. This is coming from a ride-sharing company's website, right? The first image says, moving people. Tap a button, get picked up in minutes. Not too bad. And look at the type of imagery that they're using there, right? Another image is this. It says, getting more. Time, value, and convenience. You can have it all. And look at the type of imagery again, right? Well, look at those words, time, value, and convenience. You can have it all. What's the next one? It says treating yourself. Step it up when you're stepping out for a big night. And look at the imagery, right? Another picture from their website is sharing experiences. Have more fun with the people who matter most. That's interesting. Another one, own the moment. And you have a guy buttoning his well-tailored suit. Welcome to anything is possible. And the last one on their homepage is called Creating Escapes. Your shortcut to everywhere is arriving now. And let me just be very clear about this. This is not a fashion brand. This is not a lifestyle company. Uber is a car company that's essentially selling ride shares. But when you get down to the core of this, Uber is not selling rides, are they? Uber is selling time. Uber is selling lifestyle. They're positioning themselves in such a way that it's like you need to ride Uber if you want the life that you all want to live. You see, and I don't know, I mean, I haven't ridden Uber in a while, and it's like I just want to kind of like order Uber now. I want to go out tonight like with my wife on a date, and rather than driving, why don't we just like order an Uber? See? So people don't remember what you say. Remember people, remember how they feel when you said it. I'll say that one more time because that's worth saying. People don't remember what you say. They remember how they feel when you said it. So that's tapping into the why of your message. Now remember, key principle number 2 is once you know why, next you need to frame your what. Now the what is what you actually do. This is the what part of your message. But here's the truth again, right? The what in and of itself is not enough. And the reason for that is because the what is abundant out there, right? Everybody has options, everybody has whats, and everyone's saying what is probably very similar to yours. And so because everyone has options, we need to, and I like to frame it this way, right? We need to take our ideas and turn them into IP. What is IP? Intellectual property, where we take our ideas and we turn them into frameworks, and we turn them into proprietary systems, and we turn them into things that are mass appeal, right? Because ideas in and of themselves are a dime a dozen. They're one-dimensional. Nobody really takes any great action around an idea. But if you could frame it into an IP, all of a sudden IP takes 3 dimensions. It takes life. It takes the ability to take an idea and put some blood and flesh to it. So here's a couple of examples that I just want to show you, right? Idea versus IP. Idea, someone said, well, yeah, do the hard things first. If you want to accomplish more in your day, well, you do the hard things first. That's a great idea. It hasn't inspired too many amazing people to do great things. And so Brian Tracy came around and he took that idea and he turned it into IP, and he wrote a book called Eat That Frog, right? The 21 Great Ways to Stop Procrastinating and Get More Done in Less Time. Right? There was an idea out there that if you want to get ripped and healthy and have a great body and lose weight and build muscle all at the same time, then the way to do that is with this idea called muscle confusion. Now that in and of itself sounds confusing, right? Muscle confusion. That was a big popular thing a few years ago. Everyone's talking about muscle confusion. Then Horton came around and he created a formula or IP around that, and he created P90X. Now, P90X is a great example of IP, where you take an idea, muscle confusion, and you turn it into a program that works. You know, someone out there believed that, what if there was just an all-in-one smart device that could kind of change the world and allow us to do everything we need to do on one little device? Listen to music, talk on the phone, surf the internet. Apple comes around and creates the iPhone. So then, how do we take our ideas and we turn them, and how do we take them and turn them into frameworks so they turn into IP and they stand out to people so that they quote-unquote stick? So right now I want to show you 3 steps to creating a framework that works. Taking your ideas to create a framework that works. Now just before we do that, let me just check in real quick to make sure everybody is with us. If you're understanding, here's what was your greatest takeaway from the why section? From the why section, what was your greatest takeaway? Go ahead and write that in the Q&A box. So here, let's dive into this then. The 3-step framework that takes your what and turns it into your idea and turns it into IP. Number 1, get your ideas out of your head, right? get your ideas out of your head. Because if you're anything like me, you have a ton of ideas and a ton of things that kind of relate to what it is that you teach and what is it that you do and the core part of your message. And they're kind of like jumbled up all in a mess. So it's like, you know, getting a puzzle. I don't know if most of you would remember a puzzle and working those, but, you know, what was the first step to starting to put together your puzzle? It was literally to dump all the pieces out onto the table or out onto the floor and turn them right side up. And this is essentially what we need to do with our idea. So what is it that works for you, right? If you like mind mapping, then mind map. If you like lists personally, right, then just make a list. If you like to draw and sketch out ideas, then go ahead and draw and sketch out ideas. The basic concept is you have all these ideas. The first step to turning it into IP is just getting it all out of your head, putting it onto paper or mind maps or lists or drawings, and just get it all out. Because here's the reality. Some of it will be great. Some of those ideas won't be great, right? Some of them might be main points that you're going to use. Some of them are going to be sub-points, but this is the exact process that I take for even these trainings that we're doing right now, right? I have this idea in my head that I want to teach on, right, how to master your message, and so I do a brain dump first, and I have all these pieces of paper. I write down every idea I possibly can about what I want to cover in this training, and I just dump it all out. So step number 1 is get your ideas out of your head. Step number 2 then is arrange them into chunks, right? So just like the puzzle that we're using in our example here, what do? You first look for the corner pieces, right? So you get the corner pieces and you lay them all out and that looks good. And then you get all the pieces that look like a car and you kind of put them together. And then you get all the pieces that look like a sky and you start putting those together in a pile. And you just literally start to put together these little piles of different chunks of ideas. Right? So you take these ideas and you start breaking them down. Now in my case, for example, for the training, because I want to show you and be transparent with how I come up with it, right? I start with my 3 main points that we're talking about, which is know why, frame your what, make it sexy, and I kind of start chunking my ideas and thoughts into those 3 main points. I hope you're following so far. And then so once you've gotten it all out of your head, and then step 2, once you start to arrange them into chunks, step 3 then is to create your framework. Now I learned this one from Taki Moore, who's a good friend of mine, who learned this from Matt Church, who's part of Action Coach. I think he's the founder of Action Coach. And he has this thing, a piece of paper called the pink sheet. And this is what it looks like. He calls it the pink sheet, and I just want to show you how this works. Now, I've rearranged this in the way that I like to use it, but essentially it's all the same, and you can figure it out however you want to go. So, starting at the top there, you see 3 kind of boxes on your screen, the top box, the middle box, and the bottom box. Starting on the top box, this is where you essentially put your main point, right? And so you'll see that you have concepts, you'll have meanings, you'll have tactics, you'll have the point or the essence. So once you've kind of taken all of these ideas and you have them into these little chunks, now you want to start breaking them down. And the first thing you want to do is lay out all your main points. Now, then in the middle box, here's where you're going to have your stuff, right? And as you can see in the little brackets there, this is where you'll have stuff that supports your main point. So you'll have stories, you'll have case studies, you'll have statistics, research, examples, processes, maps. In other words, once you make a point, you want to have at least 3 supporting stuffs that can go behind it. So you might have a story, a case study, a statistic. Or you might have an example and a process and a case study. But essentially, you want to start with your point number 1, and then 2, you want to have supporting stuff. And then lastly, you want to show the big picture. This is the bottom part. Right? And the big picture is made up of 2 different things. A, it's a metaphor, right? So just like in this training, as I just mentioned, I said, well, this is kind of like building a puzzle. So that's a metaphor. And then you can build a model, like you can see on the left side there, right? And you've probably seen me draw triangles and boxes and circles. And I'll show you another one in just a second, right? But like start with Y was a circle, it was a model. And what this allows you to do is to get a much deeper understanding, or allows your client or your customer to get a much deeper understanding of your message. So let me kind of walk through this with you very, very quickly, showing you how I did that for this, a portion of this specific training, right? So you start with a point, which is concept, meaning, tactic, point, or essence. You back it up with a few stuffs, if you will, content, stories, case studies, statistics, examples, processes, and steps. And then you end with a big picture, which is either a metaphor or a model. So in this case, right, I'm going to make a point. And my point is your why is the most important part of your message, right? And you heard me say that. The why, that's my point. Your why is the most important part of your message. Then you're going to back it up with some stuff. So in my case, I use stuff like case studies. So I talked about Apple, and I talked about Uber, right? And then I'm going to go and use a metaphor and show you a model of how that works. So, for example, in this case, I used the idea of magnets that draw, or antennas that throw out a frequency. And then I showed you the model of the three circles, right? The how, why, and what circles, or the why, how, and what circles more specifically, right? Now think about this. And I actually want you to answer this in the question and answer box here. If I had just come on this training and simply said to you, hey, you need to know the why part of your message if you want it to be effective. The why is an important part of your message. Would that be as effective as how I've broken it down here following the pink sheet? Right. Cool. Okay, so people are getting it, right? I mean, the idea is if I just come out here and make a point and then go away, I'm going to trust you to make the point. But if I just make that point and trust you to believe the point and apply it, that's not going to be nearly as strong as, well, you make the point, you support it with three things or three things under the stuff category, and then you use a metaphor and a model. This helps to drive it a little bit deeper. Speaking of like a model, I mean, here's one for you now that you've seen me draw before, right? Your message is made up of your why, your what, and then your IP, or IP to make it sexy, right? Your why, your what, your IP. And so this is a great example of a model. So here we go. We're coming to the last key principle here, right? The first one, again, is know why. The second point was frame your what. And for the sake of this example, we're going to say the point number 3 is make it quote-unquote sexy. And I'm not talking about sexy as in sex sells, which, I mean, it does, but that's not what we're talking about. I mean, though, if it's really boring and what you're trying to get across to people is boring, nobody's going to pay attention. I give this example all the time where I had one of my clients who's basically going out there and saying, well, I want to teach people how to attract high-paying clients. Well, that's a pretty good idea, and it makes sense, and he had a nice framework around it, and everything was cool. But what do you think is more attractive to the marketplace? A, how to attract more clients, or B, the velvet rope method, quote unquote, a system of irresistible influence to having customers asking to work with you rather than you working with them? I mean, I don't even think I have to ask the question here. I can assume that most people realize that the second option is much more powerful than the first. And so that's what we're talking about here. Or what's more quote unquote sexy? What has more attraction appeal? Muscle confusion or P90X, right? P90X is much more. It sounds great. And they built an entire $100 million business around this. Do something extraordinary with your body and life, right? So how do we do this then? Well, Seth Godin talks about this concept that he calls purple cows. And the concept was he was driving through France with his family, and his kids were in the back seat, and his wife was doing his thing, and he was driving, and he says he just saw pastures of cows, black and white cows all the time. And he thought, well, what would and nobody takes pictures of cows. Nobody really cares about cows. Nobody stops to warrant or say anything about the cows. I mean, that's just how it is. But he said, well, what if they were driving through the pastures and they all of a sudden saw a purple cow? He said, well, what they would do was they'd pull over and they'd take out their camera and they'd try to go up and pet it and they'd Instagram it and Facebook it and talk all about it and tell their friends and call their friends and say, hey, guess what? I'm looking at a purple cow, right? In other words, they would remark about it, or it would be remarkable. And Seth Godin says that we have to have our things remarkable. Now, remarkable in ancient or Old English means worth remarking about. Here's an example. When Tony Robbins first started, he actually openly admitted that his content wasn't all that great, and it wasn't all that, his own. In fact, he admitted that much of it was borrowed from people like Zig Ziglar and Jim Rohn and all these other personal development gurus. There's really nothing, over the top about it, nothing really great about it. But what he did do was this. At the end of every one of his main seminars, he took people out to the parking lot of the convention centers. And he had his team lay out a whole bunch of hot burning coals. And he laid it out in the parking lot 50 feet long. And then he made everybody take off their shoes, roll up their pants, and walk across it. Now imagine this. I mean, the physics of this is actually very simple. The reality is anybody can do that, and there's nothing really all that special about it. I mean, it's completely safe. It's really just a normal act to do. But think about this. For the person that actually does this, right, when they go to work on Monday, A, they're going to remember the experience because it's not every day that you go walk on hot burning coals for 50 feet. And B, if someone asks, well, what'd you do this weekend? They're not going to turn around and say, oh, well, I went to a seminar. No, they're going to turn around and say, well, I walked on fire. See, that is something worth talking about. So when you're thinking about your business and you're thinking specifically about your message, what is it about it that's worth talking about? Here's another example. There's a company called Silk, right? And that sounds like milk because it's supposed to. And so what they did was they put their product, which actually technically doesn't even need to be refrigerated, but in all the major superstore chains and all that, they decided that they wanted to put their product in the milk section in the refrigerator. Why? Because when someone walks into the refrigerator section and they're looking for milk, they're going to see milk, 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 and then Silk. Why? Because it's going to stand out. And it's worth remarking about. And they built a great business around doing just that. And so the idea then is to find what people really want. Find what people in your marketplace really want and then give it to them. But then give it to them in a way that it stands out. This is 4 steps to really making this whole thing work. Number 1, diagnose the pain. So what is the pain or what is the pain point that your ideal customer or client is going through? Number 2, differentiate your claim, which is what we're talking about with the messaging. So diagnose the pain in your messaging, then differentiate your claim. Number 3, demonstrate the gain. And then 4, deliver to the reptilian brain, or the part of the brain, the emotional part of the brain that takes action based on feelings and emotions. And how do we do that? We do it with the why. So I want to now take this and bring this to the home front here, and I want to provide you with a simple 3-step naming strategy that you can take any one of your concepts or ideas, your whys and your whats, turn them into a framework, and then take that framework that you can use and make it sexy. Because once you know why, and then you've created the what framework around it, turning your ideas into IP, now we just need to name it something that has super high appeal. And we do this by asking 4 questions. Question number 1 is, what is it? Now, for the sake of this example, I'm going to use my friend Chris again with the tribal retention system. I'm going to use him as an example of how we'd come up with this. So question number 1 is, what is it? Now, if we use Chris's example, it would be a program to help personal trainers and gym owners keep or retain their clients, right? That's what it is. It's a program to help personal trainers and gym owners keep or retain their clients. The next question you want to ask is, well, what is the benefit, or what will it do for the ideal client? So in Chris's case, well, A, it'll make them more profitable. It's easy to do because you're not always looking to try to get new clients, but this is easier to retain clients than to get new clients. C, it builds a community, right? Builds you a tribe, a community. Those are some of the benefits that people walk away with. And then question 3 is, how does it make them feel? Or how does it make your client feel? Well, it makes the client feel in control because their business is not all over the place and they really can control the deal flow and knowing that every month that their customers are going to stay with them. How else does it make them feel confident that their business is growing and staying steady? How does it make them feel? And then question number 4 is, are there any metaphors that you can use to describe what this is? Right? So in Chris's case, again, some of the metaphors we could potentially use is like an army platoon, right? Or a pack, or maybe a tribe. Now, once you've asked these 4 questions, right? Once you've asked, well, what is it? What is the benefit of it? How do you want them to feel? And are there any metaphors that you can use to describe what it is? Now, you basically go through this list and you begin to circle keywords in there. So if I were to do this with this current example, I'd maybe circle something like a confident. I would circle community. I would circle retention. I would circle tribe, right? And then the process from there is actually very easy. The name always has to start with the, right? So in this case, the tribal retention system, your name always has to start with the. Then B, you take one or two of your circled words and you inject them into the title or into the name. And then C, you always want to end with a thing. And when I say a thing, I mean a technological word. So system or blueprint or planner or builder or assessment or process. And then you literally take all this naming convention. You start with the, you end with a thing, which is a technological word, system, blueprint, planner, builder, assessment, process. And then you take one or two of the circle words and you put them right in the middle. And then you see what happens, right? You take 2 or 3 spins at this. So in this case, we could have said the community blueprint, right? Okay, well, that sounds all right. Well, the retention planner. Right? Now, okay, well, that works. And we kind of kept going at this, and then we came up with the tribal retention system. We threw it around a bit, right? We played around with some of the circle words. We thought, yeah, well, system is probably the best way to call it, and we always start with the, and a couple middle words that we really liked was tribal and retention. And then we put the whole thing together. Are you following? So again, I just want to take a quick check-in here. Phyllis says, why do we have to start with the? That's a great question. The reason is because then it kind of puts life to it, right? If we just kind of, Patricia says, totally awesome. If it's just kind of like retention system or tribal retention system, it almost is not solid enough. The definite article, the, makes it as though it's a tangible kind of like something that we can really take away from it. And so people will begin, when they see the something, they begin to realize, oh, that's real, that's tangible. There's something I can manifest with that. Right? So good. I'm glad everybody's following here. So again, just a brief overview here. A, what is it? 2, what is the benefit of it and what does it do for them? 3, how does it make them feel or how do you want them to feel? And then 4, what are some of the metaphors that you can associate with it? And again, start with the, end with a technological word, and then play around with a couple of the circle words. And then you have something that you're really good with. And really that's it, right? Once you've started with your why, remember, know your why, then frame your what, then you make it sexy with this naming convention, then you start to begin to have a message that you can work with, that we can begin to name your magnets with, that we can begin to name your programs with, that we can begin to name your ads with, that we can begin to name everything we do with. And this now is going to what's allow you to stand out in the marketplace, just like it did Chris. And so we're more or less towards the end of the training here, but before I let you go and before I kind of do a wrap-up and give you some to-do items and to-do tasks and lists, let me just throw it back out there and say, what was your 1 or 2 top key takeaways from the entire training? So right there in the question and answer box, and this is just really for you so you know that when you get off this training right now, you can go and actually start applying things to your business. You know, what are the key takeaways that you can implement right into your business? So here's the takeaways, right? Just a reminder. So you have it. Here are the takeaways for you. Number 1, know your why. Remember, there's multiple levels to the why. Why do you do what you do? Why should people care? Right? Start with why. But even more powerful than that is not just your why, but your customer's why. If you can keep in the forefront of your mind your customer's why, and you begin to communicate on that level with your clients, then you have a really, really powerful message. So start with your customer's why and tap into that in all that you do. And then in your concentric circle, start with the why, then move into the how, and then maybe mention the what. Next, frame your what, right? Use the pink sheet we just talked about there, right? What's your point? Back it up with some stuff, and then give a big picture view of it, right? Provide a metaphor and a model that helps people understand it and drive it deep. So use the pink sheet. And then lastly, again, make it sexy, right? Take what you have and create some appeal to it and name it by asking the 4 questions that we asked just above here. So here are your to-dos, right, for next week, because this is all leading up to being able to push this out on Facebook and to use Facebook to attract your ideal customers and clients. This is all foundational stuff that if you don't have this in place, then your Facebook marketing is not going to matter. It's just not going to work. And if it does, you're going to be overpaying for your leads and your advertising. So your to-dos, and there's just 3 very simple ones here. Number 1, write out your why, or write out the why, right? Think about your market from last week. Think about your market and who they are exactly. Look at their avatar, look at the pulse, look at their behavior, get really clear about that, and then start to craft your why. And when I say your why, I mean the why of your message that's appealing to the why of your market. Number 2, frame your IP. So using the pink sheet that you'll all get access to, frame your IP, right? Take that IP and figure out, okay, well, what are my points? Right? How am I going to deliver this content to some people? And maybe it's in a live meeting. Maybe you're speaking from stage. Maybe you already have a module. Maybe you want to develop an online training program. Or maybe it's a service, but you still want to frame your IP so it stands out. So frame your IP using the pink sheet. And thirdly, name your quote-unquote thing. Right? Name your program. Name your magnet. You can even potentially use this to name your business. I mean, you can use this to name just about anything. But begin to think about how you can name your programs, your coaching practice, your businesses, your thing, and using this type of framework. Welcome everybody. Time is just going real by. We're on module 3 that we're calling Magnet Makeover. In today's module, we're looking at how to create a highly attractive magnet that's going to get you heard, manufacture celebrity, and bring in a flood of leads into your business. So once you know your market, which is module number 1, and then you have mastered your message, which is module number 2, we now need a tool that basically takes portions of your message, which we are going to call your magnet, and then we're going to use that tool to deploy these portions of your message into the marketplace. And we do that in order to attract your A-grade client, or essentially your ideal client, or the people that we are really looking to attract into your business. And that is in fact why we call it a magnet, because the purpose of it here is to draw and attract the right people into your sales process or into your deal flow, however you want to look at it, and the type of kind of business that you have. Now, like I always like to do when we start, what are some of the risks that you might have if you don't have a good magnet? So if you don't have a good magnet, I'm going to say that there are a couple of risks that we are looking at. Risk number 1 is that you don't get heard. Because you see, your magnet is essentially your voice to the marketplace, right? It is the first point of contact, or it's your first impression, if you will, with a prospect. And so without this magnet, you don't really have a voice that's going out there. Or on the flip side, if you have just like a kind of magnet, like not a great magnet, number 1, not only are you misrepresenting yourself, but, and why don't we answer this in the question box? Like, what happens when someone makes a first bad impression to you? So like, let's say you meet someone for the first time and maybe they just kind of woke up on the wrong side of the bed and it wasn't cool and they just kind of left a really bad impression with you the first time. What does that do to you, and will you do business with them on the long run? Like, how do you, yeah, exactly. Karen says you stop listening. Absolutely. I mean, and anyone else, what is the first kind of thing that happens when you encounter somebody for the first time? And, you know, everybody says first impressions are the most important impression, which is true. Here's the reality of this. If you just have like a not so great magnet, which is what we're talking about today, again, you are misrepresenting yourself, which is not a great thing. But like most first bad impressions, essentially it's kind of like game over with you and your prospect. I mean, your first impression is almost your last opportunity to speak to these people or have an encounter with them. And so if you leave a bad impression, you're not going to get heard, and it's most likely game over. So that is something we definitely want to avoid. Number 2, nobody will know about you, right? I mean, obviously, if you don't get heard, then no one's going to know about you. So since this is your first point of contact, if you don't have a magnet, or more specifically, a good magnet, literally no one is ever going to hear about you. And if they don't ever hear about you, then, well, how are they going to do business with you? So obviously, this is something that we want to avoid. And thirdly, the risk that you have here is that you don't have any prospects. I mean, if they don't hear you, they don't know you. And if they don't know you, then obviously they won't want to do business with you. And then you essentially have 0 people in your pipeline of prospects. Another way to put it is, well, you have no potential business. And all this means is that your business, well, it's stalled. It's like that broken car that breaks down where you're trying to get to a destination, and if you don't have a good deal flow or a good amount of prospects in your pipeline, your business essentially stalls. Because the reality is the lifeline of any business is deal flow. And if you don't have deal flow, then you don't really have a business. And what we're talking about today with this magnet is what's going to allow you to have a constant deal flow in your pipeline. Now, in other words, some of the benefits of having a good magnet are the flip side of everything. So, for example, everyone will hear you, right? See, a good magnet is kind of like a featured news piece that you write about yourself, and then it's kind of like syndicated on all major media channels. So people will hear about you, and not only will they hear about you, but they'll have a great first impression of you before ever even meeting you. And that's important because if people already have a perception of you before they meet you, then that is a huge, huge thing, because it means that people are already liking and trusting you even before they begin to do business with you. Now, of course, if they hear you and everyone hears you, the second thing that happens is, well, you begin to create celebrity in your marketplace. Just like that featured news piece that we talked about being syndicated on all major media news channels, what tends to happen if that ever happens to you is that it starts to create a buzz, right? People begin to recognize you. They begin to recognize your name, and they begin to recognize your work, which really begins to make the marketing and the selling process for you so much easier. So if people now hear you and that begins to create celebrity for you, then obviously that means that you begin to engage in deal flow, right? When your target market knows about you and they're interacting with your magnet on a regular basis, then people will begin to enter your pipeline on a steady basis and on a steady flow, and then you will begin to have these flow of leads to nurture them through your sales pipeline. Or in other words of being stalled, instead, you're going to have movement in your business. And everybody knows that a constant flow of good people coming through your pipeline who've already kind of been predisposed to wanting to work with you, this is the lifeline and the core of any business. So just before we continue on here, I just want to ask you personally, because I want you to really make this home. What is the greatest reason that you want to have a good magnet? So go ahead and type that into the question box here, because it's one thing to hear about it from somebody else, and that's all fine and dandy and great, but more specifically than that, I want to make this and bring this really home to you. So we're going to look at a couple of things today. We're going to move kind of quickly, and then make sure you're taking some notes, and you're going to be able to bring this home with you, essentially, and work with it over the next couple of days. So first and foremost, if we're talking about a magnet, I want to ask the question, well, what is a magnet, right? What is this thing that we're talking about? Because, I mean, to some people, it could be just a loose term of what is a magnet. I want to really bring it home. So what it is, in short, your magnet is a bite-sized piece of value-added content that you offer to your marketplace. Now, I'm going to repeat that one more time just so you get it. Your magnet is a bite-sized piece of value-added content that you then offer to your marketplace. So, in other words, Gary Vaynerchuk wrote a book called Jab, 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 Right Hook. What I'm going to say is that your magnet is your jab. Now, the principle of jab, 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 right hook is this, that your jab is essentially your gives to the marketplace. Now, some people see marketing as boxing, and when they go out there, they try to right hook, right hook, right hook. In other words, sell, 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 and they never warm up anybody to, pre-sell them on anything. So the concept of jab, 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 right hook is before you ask anybody for anything, you should first give them something. And that would be your jab. You want to jab, 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 and after you jab a bunch of times, you can then right hook them. So in this case, your magnet is your jab, right? It's your give that you put out to the marketplace, that you provide value in the marketplace so that you can eventually set them up for the sale. So that's what your magnet is. Next question then is well, why is it important, right? And here's the reality. In today's digital world, You cannot always be selling. I mean, I think I heard it before, ABC, right? Always be closing, or ABS, always be selling. In today's world, you cannot do that. The market out there is jaded. And because they're jaded, they're used to being pitched over and over and over again to everybody who essentially wants to sell them. And so the more you come to the marketplace and you try to pitch them, the more you are just other noise in the marketplace, and essentially you're going to be looked badly upon. Nobody wants to be pitched to. And if all you do in your marketplace is pitch, then you're setting yourself up for looking really bad in front of your market. So what I've come up with is essentially the 2 golden rules of the new era of marketing. Because the reality is we are in a new era of marketing. No longer do the ways of old direct marketing work anymore. And so when we start marketing to the marketplace, everything that we do must be operated from under the umbrella of these 2 golden rules that I'm about to share with you right now, if you want to take your marketing to a whole nother level. Now, rule number 1, or golden rule number 1, is we must give before we take or ask. I'm going to repeat that one more time because it's of absolute importance. We must give before we take or ask. That's rule number 1. And rule number 2 is that every step of our marketing process must be valuable in and of itself, or it must provide value. So even the actual sales process, and this is what some might call consultative selling, or educational-based selling, or educational-based marketing, every step of our marketing process where we're trying to take a prospect and turn them into a customer actually needs to be valuable in and of itself. Gone are the days where we just ask people to buy our stuff without providing value first. So, in other words, let me put it this way. The very act of promoting anything must enhance the lives of our prospects by moving them closer to the results that they desire. So you see yourself in every conversation that you have with somebody, in every aspect of marketing that you do, you need to keep on the forefront of your mind that I am looking to enhance this person's life by moving them closer to the result or the goal that they're looking for. Now, I know that sounds simple, and on the surface, everyone thinks, well, yeah, of course, that makes total sense. Why wouldn't I? But this really is a major writer downer for your notes. And the reason why is because if I had to tell you, if there was like one thing that I had to isolate that was the single thing that was the largest contributor to my success in my business and the success of my clients, it would be an adherence to these 2 rules, right? Rule number 1, always give before you ask. And rule number 2, make everything that you do provide value to your prospect. Again, everything you do provide value to your prospect, because we are now, again, in this new era of marketing. We are paid, and this is a writer downer too, we are paid in the direct proportion to the value that we bring to our marketplace. Okay, I'm going to say that one more time. We are paid in the direct proportion to the value that we bring to the marketplace and the insight that we bring to the marketplace that they can execute upon. So we have to live in this value first economy. See, we as business owners, and I'm sorry if you're hearing this for the first time, but this is the reality. We as business owners have to come to the realization that people actually don't care about us or our business. The reality is people care about themselves, and everybody is looking for a result. And so the idea here then is if people don't care about us and our business, but they care about our result, then our approach to getting new customers can no longer be us-centric, where, hey, it's all about me and it's all about my business and it's all about everything that I'm doing and so on and so forth. It has to be about them. And so if we don't give value first, we will not only fail to get new customers, which is bad enough as it is, but we end up leaving a really bad taste in the mouths of our prospects. And in today's digital world, that stays with them a long, long time. In fact, in today's digital world, you cannot afford to let that happen because words and impressions are traveling at lightning speed these days. And if someone has something bad to say about you or a really bad experience that they had with you, they will put that up on the interwebs. And if they do, it's almost impossible to erase that. And so our mind space in all of the business that we do and in all of the advertising and marketing that we do needs to be customer centric, where we literally put the needs, the desires, the hopes, and the wants of our customers on the forefront of all we do. Or in other words, I like to say it this way, where service is our model, not sales. I'll say that again, where service is our model, not sales. Because when we do it this way, this creates a bunch of goodwill. We also stand out from our competitors because everybody else out there is not following these rules. And we start to build a better bond with our prospects who will begin to know, to like, and to trust us. And we all know that when someone knows, likes, and trusts us, then and only then will they potentially buy from us or do business with us. So the foundation of all things marketing today is understanding that we need to be a value-providing contributor to our marketplace rather than someone who's always asking or trying to take or trying to sell. If we then understand what the magnet is and we're understanding the importance of the magnet, the next question then is, well, what is the purpose of this magnet? So I get this idea of the magnet, I get this idea of what we need, I get this idea of what we're going for, okay, no problem. Well, what is the purpose of this magnet? The first purpose is to get you heard, right? The magnet is your give to the marketplace. It's that portion of your message that gets heard. And so I like to see the magnet as like a little soldier, if you will, that's kind of like going out there and initiating these virtual conversations with prospective clients without you ever having to lose yourself or go yourself. In other words, you can leverage this one-to-many idea. So see your magnet, picture this in your head. Your magnet is kind of like little messengers or homing pigeons or carrier birds or whatever you want to call it. Not literally go out into your marketplace and begin to initiate and have virtual conversations with your prospective clients. And the beauty of this is you can do this without ever having to do those conversations yourself, which obviously leverages the one-to-many model. Also, it begins to initiate the law of reciprocity by providing value. And the law of reciprocity says whatever you give out comes back to you. So if you go out there and you start providing value to the marketplace, the law of reciprocity will say that value comes back to you. So the first purpose of the magnet is to get you heard. The second purpose of the magnet is to generate a list for you. And the name of the game online is list building. See, most people will, and here's the reality of it, most people are not going to do business with you on their first exposure to you. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I have a first exposure to somebody, essentially they're going to need to warm me up a little bit before I commit to doing business with them. And so the reality out there online is that most people are not going to do business with you on their first exposure to you. So if you don't have a means to keep that conversation going and to continue to build value to that person, then you're essentially starting from scratch every single time you meet a new person. So what the magnet does then is instead you are offering this good information via the magnet in exchange for at least someone's email address, or sometimes a name. But essentially, you are exchanging a name and an email address in order for you to trade that for your magnet. So when the person then it gives you their name and their email address for your magnet, then this person now becomes on your quote-unquote list. And then you have the ability now to further nurture that lead. So you can send them an email every week, every 3 days, every couple of weeks. Essentially, you're going to provide more and more value to them. And then eventually, you're going to invite them to engage with you on some level. Now, I've heard it said, and these are for people who are really good with their email list, that a list is worth up to $10 a name per month for the lifetime of that list. And so think about that. If you have 1,000 people or 6,000 people or 10,000 people on your email list, that is $10 a name per month that list is worth to you if you know how to nurture them properly. When we were at Ted's Mastermind, for example, the CEO of Mind Valley came on there and he said, look, the only thing that's important to me with the magnet is for me to generate a list. And their entire business is built around their list, which every time one of their products come out, they basically email their list, they tell them that a product is coming out, and people start to buy and engage with that. So the name of the game online is list building, and your magnet is what allows you to generate that list. And see now. So once it gets you heard, and then it generates a list, C now is that it builds authority. Now we're going to talk more about that in just a minute. But the idea is that a teacher is always perceived as an expert and as an authority, which positions you in the best possible light when you're ready to make that offer to them. For example, if you wanted to buy real estate training, I mean, would you prefer to buy that from some Joe Schmo that kind of lives on your block and has dabbled a little bit in real estate? Or would you want to maybe buy it from this guy, right? Donald Trump. Now, in that case, I mean, I would assume that you'd want it whether you liked him or not, or you liked his hair or whatever it be. Donald Trump has a level of authority in the real estate investing niche. And so building that authority allows him to demand the highest fees, allows him to get the most amount of business, allows him to get the best amount of deals. So keep in mind that your magnet does these three types of things. So now that we know what the magnet is, we also know the importance of it. Let's quickly talk about then what the purpose of it is. So here we're going to dive into the meat of today's training, and that's the 4 keys to creating the perfect magnet. Now, if you haven't been taking notes right now, this would probably be the best time to start taking them, because what you're going to take from this section of the training is what you're going to go back to home with and begin to craft your magnet if you don't already have one. So the 4 keys. Let's look at key number 1, and that is the structure. How do we structure our magnets? Okay? How do we structure our magnets? Well, first, we have to realize that we're always trying to give insight over information. Let me say that one more time. We're always trying to give insight over information. I talk about this over and over and over again. We realize that in today's day and age, information is kind of, everyone's overloaded with information. Everybody has so much information that they don't need, and they go over and over and over again. And it's like, oh man, I can get information anywhere. The reality is we don't want, in our marketplace doesn't want more information. What they want is insight. And insight essentially is how to take information and make it applicable to someone so that they can begin to see an immediate result. So keep in mind that all of our magnets can't just be information, they need to be insightful. Now, here are 4 things that I call my SAGE principle that every magnet must be. Number 1, it must be short. Again, it must be short. See, we live in an era right now where it's a digital era of micro content, right? People are no longer consuming large sums of content in one sitting. It's very rare that you could put up an hour-and-a-half video in front of somebody who doesn't know you at all and expect them to sit through that hour-and-a-half video. It just doesn't work anymore. You know, Twitter has restricted tweets to 180 characters. YouTube has restrictions around 10-minute videos for the most part. So the idea is that when we put out content into the marketplace, that the content itself needs to be short. And I like to follow this rule, that the consumption time should fall between 4 and 7 minutes. So if they're watching a video, the video should be between 4 and 7 minutes, maybe closer to 4. If they're reading content, then the content should be able to be read through and consumed within 4 to 7 minutes. So first point, all of our magnets need to be short. Number 2, all of our magnets need to be highly actionable, right? People do not want information anymore. What they do want is insight. See, knowledge is abundant, and people are now confused and they're overwhelmed with, oh my gosh, I have so many options, I have so much information, I just don't know what to do. I can hop on the internet and read tons and tons and tons of things about the same issue. So, your content needs to be highly actionable with insight that can be implemented immediately. So someone can read the piece of insight, read the piece of content, they can apply what you are talking about immediately into their life or business and see an immediate result. Point number 3 is that it needs to get them closer to their goal. Now, it doesn't need to get them all the way to their goal, but it does need to get them a few steps closer to their goal. See, the point of the magnet is to show them that you can help them get closer to their goals. Now, again, you don't want to overwhelm them with too many steps. But if your magnet can help them just get even one step closer of their desired outcome, then you are in business. And it's very important to do that. Now, fourthly, it's easy enough for a noob, or as I call a newbie. The last thing you want your magnet to do is have the person feel like more confused about the topic at hand, to feel totally overwhelmed, and they're like, oh my God, there's just so much information, I just don't know what to do. When it comes to the magnet, the action or the implementation steps need to be easy enough that if you went over to a 12-year-old and you handed it over to them, they could understand it and they can apply it without any issue. Okay? So we want to make you appear as though you're the expert teacher. But what this does also is that if they can implement it and see an action right away, and it's very simple to do, it builds confidence in your prospect, which gets them closer towards their goal. Now, the best example I like to give in this, and I use it all the time, is this. Let's say you're in the niche of teaching someone how to play rock songs on their guitar. A perfect magnet for this would be maybe a 3 to 4 minute video that teaches somebody how to play the F chord. Okay? Because an F chord is kind of a complicated chord. It's used in a lot of rock songs. But if you could show them how to play the F chord, that person will feel like they're getting one step closer to their goal. And so think about now in your business, what are the problems that I want to solve, and what are the magnets that I could throw out there that would make it easy for my client to get one step closer to their goal. So let me just try something here. I'm going to be doing a little bit of doodling and drawing today. How I want you to understand this is almost see this as a box with quadrants in them. Okay? And this is, again, just the structure of how you want to set it up. So remember, we got SAGE. S, A, G, and E. Right? So what does this stand for? Remember, S is for short. Okay? A is for actionable. G is for goal, right? It has to get them one step closer to their goal. And E stands for easy, or easy enough for a 12-year-old to do it here. So the easiest way to remember your structure here, or your structure, is to see these quadrants and name it SAGE, right? S-A-G-E, it needs to be short, 4 to 7 minutes of consumption. It needs to be actionable, that someone can take that information and apply it immediately. It will, G, get the prospect a little bit closer to their goal. And then E, it's easy to implement. And these are all even here. So you need to put even weight on all four when you're executing with your client. So we've now just covered how to structure it, which is super important. That was point or key number 1, how to structure your magnet. Now, key point number 2, let's look at what does your magnet do, or what does it need to accomplish. Now remember, your magnet provides small, immediate solutions to your target market's main problem. So let me say that one more time so you get it. Your magnet provides small, immediate solutions to your target market's main problems. And we're going to do this with 3 different elements that every magnet needs to have. Element number 1 is that your magnet needs to educate, because educating builds authority. Your magnet should educate the prospect, empowering them with more actionable knowledge. See, I think like from the beginning of time, it rings true that he who teaches is an expert and is an authority. So whenever you educate somebody, there's something very interesting psychologically that happens. Psychologically, when you are educating someone, that equals authority in their mind. And so the more we educate, the more authority that we begin to have. See, the more we educate, the more authority we bring to the marketplace. And this is how we earn authority. See, there's people who go out there and claim authority for themselves. So they go out there and they're like, well, I'm the authority in the marketplace. I'm the expert here. Listen to me. Now, the reality is if you try to claim authority for yourself, no one is going to end up listening to you. But if we demonstrate authority by educating our prospects, then what happens is it's automatically assumed that we are an authority, and that when it's not self-imposed, but the client imposes that onto us, can never be taken away from us. See, every time you help someone get a result that they want through educating them, their natural response is essentially, well, thank you, what's next? And so what that means is that they appreciate what you've given them and they want more. And this is the ideal situation that you want to be in as an expert in your space. So first, your magnets need to educate. Next, your magnets need to engage, because engagement brings trust. So if education brings authority, then engagement brings trust. You know, I once heard someone say that to cause a transaction, the person interacting with you doesn't need to understand you, they need to feel like you understand them. I'll say that one more time because that's really important. In order to cause a transaction, the person that's interacting with you doesn't need to necessarily understand you, they need to feel like you understand them. They need to feel like as they're hearing you talk or as they're reading your and consuming your content, they almost need to sit there and think, wow, like this person wrote this just for me. Like they need to feel like you're speaking right to them. Now, in a live environment, that's easy because you can get feedback from people and you can engage and you can get people to raise their hands and you can get people to ask questions and that sort of thing. But how do you do that in a non-live environment? Well, what about if you started off your magnet by writing something or saying something like this? And I've done this before, but essentially something like this that says, hey, thank you so much for consuming this content. Of course, you wouldn't word it like that, but you would say something like, you know, I've spoken with over 50 of my best clients in the last 7 days, and I asked them what their top 3 biggest concerns were concerning X. And this is what they told me, and maybe you too are dealing with one or more of these, so I'd love to answer them. So in this case, even though it's not a dynamic magnet, like maybe it's a PDF report or something like that, and they're holding it in their hand, just by you saying that you've interacted with others and you've got their feedback, and then your potential client here feels like they are one of those people who are asking the same question, automatically they feel like they're engaging with you, and so it begins to build trust. Now, you know, when you're doing this, the goal is to allow them to feel like you are addressing them specifically. And as soon as you could do that in the mental mind of them, you have them hooked and you have them engaged. So again, quick review. First is to educate. Next is to engage. And the third piece that you need to include in here is that you need to inspire, because inspiration builds loyalty. See, oftentimes during an experience, the number one thing holding someone back from taking action with you is not necessarily that they don't trust you or they don't trust in your ability to provide a result for them. More often than not, what I've found is that they actually just don't trust themselves. See, they don't trust that they have the capability to carry it through to themselves. And so it's very important that in a lot of your communications that you inspire someone to help them know that and help them feel like they can do it on their own. And we do that by A, making it simple and easy, and B, by showing social proof of others who maybe were in a similar situation to them and they were able to overcome their fears and doubts and they were able to do it themselves. See, people buy from you when they know you, when they like you, and when they trust you. And your magnet then is kind of the first stage in allowing all of this to happen. Now, listen to me very carefully. If you can do these three things in your content, and not just in your magnet, but every piece of content you throw out there. So whether you're giving a live talk on stage, or you've written a book, or you've shot a video, or whatever it be, if you can do these three things, your prospects will A, love you, B, respect you, and C, they'll trust you. And if they love you and respect you, then they'll trust you. And if they trust you, then they'll buy from you. So as another model to kind of making this easier for you to remember, let me just kind of draw this out here. And I call this the triangle of trust. And in this case, remember here, you're looking to educate. You're looking to here engage. And here you're looking to inspire. And I'm calling this the triangle of trust. I apologize, it's a little hard to see that. But this is how you can always remember when you're developing any form of content, not just your magnet for that matter, but any piece of content, but especially your magnet here. This piece of content should include the triangle of trust, which includes educating, which includes engaging, and includes inspiring. Now, the next point of the 4 keys that we're looking at here is, well, what form does it take? Right? Because magnets can be all sorts of forms. They can be white papers, they can be reports, they can be videos, they can be case studies, they can be books, they can be ebooks. In fact, they can be even physical books. I know a couple of my clients right now are offering actual print copy books as a lead magnet. For example, this is one of my clients who's offering a free plus shipping book. In fact, if you don't have this book, you should probably pick it up. It's called The Entrepreneur Solution. And he throws this out there, and it's basically you can have his book plus a bunch of bonuses, totally free of charge. You just cover the shipping and handling. And that is a great magnet that you can throw out to the marketplace. Now, what I've personally found that works absolutely phenomenal right now, and this is through countless test after test after test, and seeing what's really working in the marketplace, and testing this type of magnet versus that type of magnet versus another type of magnet. I would say right now that the #1 top performing magnets, and you want to make note of this because you want to include it yourself, are what we'd call cheat sheets, blueprints, or templates. Again, cheat sheets, blueprints, or templates. I'm going to get into the reason of why this is kind of like super important, but just keep that in mind. These are kind of the top 3 things. In fact, let me draw you something else here. I just want to show you this. This will kind of help you make sense of deciding on your deliverable. So if we got like an XY axis here, and we're going at it like this, hopefully you can all see my XY axis. We're going to call this low desire up here, down here. We're going to call this high desire. And then on the left, we're going to say hard to consume. And on the right, we will say easy to consume. So let me see if I can just kind of switch this up with a different color so you can help understand it. So if we got this XY axis here, and on the top is high desire, on the bottom is low desire, on the left we got hard to consume, and on the right we got easy to consume. Let's start with kind of bottom left, like hard and low desire. Let's call this like a strat session. Hopefully you can see this. Strat session, right? Getting someone to come on the phone with you, like an enrollment call or a strategy session or a sales appointment or whatever it be. I mean, it's really hard to consume because someone needs to literally give like an hour of their time to get on the phone with you, and it's low desire because not everybody will want to get on the phone with an absolute stranger and kind of engage that. So we want to avoid that. Now, on the in fact, let's call this trap, okay? because this is like, nobody really wants to get caught in it. They feel like it's a trap. If I come on the phone, like they're going to try to sell me something. Let's totally avoid that, right? Now, on the bottom, let's say easy to consume but low desire, I would say something like an ebook. So is it easy to consume? Absolutely, right? It's a 30-page PDF or a 40-page PDF, no problem. They could consume it, but do they want it? Like, I don't know about you, but I don't even know the last time I read an ebook. Like, if someone just came up to me and says, hey, I have this 70-page ebook, why don't you take a read at it? Obviously, that's not something that we want to do. So I will call this one, whoops, crap. Okay? Now, on the high desire but hard to execute, I think a video course can fit into that. And so I know a lot of people in the marketplace right now have a 3 or a 4-part video course. Now, is it high desire? Yes, a lot of people want to consume some really good content via videos. And so there's high desire there, but is it hard to consume? Yeah, because if it's 3 or 4 or 5 videos long, dispersed over, 3 or 4 or 5 days, well then, yeah, the consume rate, it makes it very difficult because a lot of people, again, want micro content. So we'll call this gap. Right, it fills a gap and it takes a long time and it's high desire, but it's hard to consume. Now, in the top right corner with high desire and easy to consume, here's where we put what I call, the cheat sheet, right, the blueprint, the template, and here's what I would say about that, snap, right, because it's just, you can consume it in a snap and it's high desire and all that. So, I mean, here's really the goal. We want to start all of our lead magnets with a snap, right? A cheat sheet, a blueprint, a template, and then potentially after we've warmed them up, take them to a trap, right? A strategy session or an enrollment call that brings them into something. If they don't, potentially get on the strategy session right away, well, then we can take them to a gap, right? To fill the gap between snap and trap. And at all costs, we want to stay away from the crap. Okay? So I hope that makes sense. So what's the takeaway with this then? Like, here's what I would say. Essentially, we're looking at a 1 to 5 pages maximum, preferably in a PDF format that can easily be downloaded. Now, this is a very important key, that it can be downloaded. I'm going to show you why in just a second in one of the later modules that we're going to when we talk about setting up the lander. But the idea is essentially 1 to 5 page max PDF that can be downloaded. Now, I do also want to throw this out there and say that you may want to have, or you probably should have, more than one magnet. Okay, and those magnets could take on various forms. So maybe you can have like one blueprint and one template, or one template and one cheat sheet, and maybe a 4-part video series if that makes sense to you. And you do want to have the strategy sessions, and you do want to have these various types of magnets, because the reality is that different people consume information in different modalities, and so we want to always stay top of mind, and we always kind of want to keep that in mind and offer different things to different people. So I hope that makes sense there. Remember, different modalities are good for different ideas or different concepts. So videos, for example, are really good for building trust. Because when you can get in front of a camera and they can see your face and they can see your eyes and they can hear your voice and understand your personality, that's great for building trust. Cheat sheets are really good for high consumption and high value, right? So we want to think about this, and it all really depends on what you're most comfortable with. If you are totally not comfortable with video, then you don't want to do video. Right? If you're totally not comfortable with, let's say, like a webinar, then maybe you don't want to do a webinar. So you also want to take into consideration what you're comfortable with. But what I will say is for today's training, and to start immediately, what you probably want to do is start with a 1 to 5 page PDF in the form of a cheat sheet, in the form of a blueprint, or in the form of a template. Okay? So a 1 to 5 page PDF in the form of a cheat sheet, a blueprint, or a template. Now, key principle number 4 as we come into the home stretch here is, what is the framework that this PDF, cheat sheet, blueprint, template should take? So I'm going to walk you through very briefly a 4-step that you can use to outline every kind of magnet PDF cheat sheet that we're going to discuss from here forward. So step number one in your framework is the intro. Okay, step number one is the intro, and the intro essentially covers who you are and what you do. I mean, it's very simple, and you want to put this right in the introduction of your PDF blueprint or template or cheat sheet, right? So it could sound something like, hi, my name is John, and I help startup tech CEOs properly craft their pitch so that they can get venture funding from venture capitalists. Okay, so like really a one-liner that says, this is who I am and this is what I do. Again, for example here, hi, my name is John and I help startup tech CEOs properly craft their pitch so they can get venture funding from venture capitalists as they need it. So that's the intro. Secondly is the setup, right? So after you give an intro, now you want to give the setup. This blank, so this blueprint, this cheat sheet, this template will help you X so you can Y. So this is a setup. This psychologically in their mind tells them what is going to happen and what is going to come from this magnet. This cheat sheet, blueprint, template will help you X so that you can Y. So maybe in light of the example that we're referring to here, this blueprint will help you restructure your pitch in such a way to be more appealing so that you can demand the funds that you need from venture capitalists. Right? I hope you're following. So this, whatever it is, call it what it is, blueprint, template, cheat sheet, will help you perform X so that you can Y. All right? So we'll help you perform the result so that you can get X benefit. So first you have the intro, who you are, what you do. Then you have the setup. This is what I do, and it will help you do X so that you can Y. And then thirdly is really the content or the meat of the template or of the blueprint or the cheat sheet, right? This is your meat. So here's where you're going to list your methods, you're going to give your lists, you're going to give the meat of the content. So in this case, in the example that I'm giving you here, point number one, I show you how as a tech CEO, you can move from left to right brain languaging because VCs always invest based on emotion, not on logic. So you want to move from left brain function to right brain languaging. Right? I'll also show you the right order to set up your pitch deck. So again, this is just the content or the meat of the actual PDF there or the magnet. And then thirdly, so once you have the intro, then you have the setup, then you've given your content, and again, this is all over 1 to 5 pages maximum. You always want to end with a call to action, a CTA. So you want to end with a call to action. And this is essentially, here's what you do next. Right? So if what you want them to do next is to book a strategy session with you, then you say, here's what you need to do next. You need to click this link and book your time to get on a call with me so we can discuss your business and I can provide XYZ for you. Or let's say your next call to action is, here's what I want you to do next. Click on this link and it'll take you to an advanced level video training that lasts about 14 minutes long that I want you to see. Or I want you to sign up for this at this website or enroll in a webinar over here. So whatever it is that your next step is, your call to action here is what you want them to do next. And you always want to include this in the bottom of your cheat sheets. So I like to word it by saying something like, hey, if you like that information, I have this in-depth training video that goes into much more detail. All you got to do is go to www.website.com and it will take you straight to it. Okay? And again, that could be get on a video, watch a webinar, or enroll in a webinar, or hop on a call with me, whatever it be. Okay? Now, what I do want to or emphasize here is the importance of design. Now, if your PDF looks like crap, that is the perception that you are bringing off to your marketplace. And that is the last thing that you want. You don't want people to have a perception that you are not an expert and you're not elegant in your marketplace. So I would consider going to something like Fiverr.com, or if you have an in-house designer or somebody you know who can pretty up the PDF, then that would be excellent. So you may want to have some graphics or charts or fill in the blanks or some images or any supporting kind of creatives that can help with just the content. Now, that could be different for different niches. But essentially, this is your first impression to the marketplace, so it is highly important that you provide elegance and you properly represent your brand through that. So this is your magnet framework. So we're going to let's draw 3 little circles here, 3 little overlapping circles. And let's do this in black. So first is your intro or setup. Remember, right? Secondly is your content or the meat of your magnet. And third is the call to action. Okay? So your intro, your setup, your content, and then your call to action. Now, what this does here is create likability, right? When you have a good intro and a good setup that leads to content, it's going to create likability. This here is going to create authority and engagement, right? Because good content followed by a call to action creates authority. Remember, education creates authority and engagement. And this here, sorry, that's a little messy there, but this here creates consistency. And one of Cialdini's primary triggers of influence is consistency. When somebody takes an action, and in this case it's a call to action where you're telling them to go somewhere, when someone takes an action, their brain is wired to continue to take supporting actions. So if you hear, say, click on this link to watch this video, then they'll watch a video, and then if you provide instruction in the video to say, well, now I want you to click on this button and order this, there's consistency there. So this is what I call the magnet framework. You want to start with your intro, your setup, which creates likability, moves into content. Content moves into your CTA, which creates authority and engagement, and that CTA creates consistency. Let's do a quick review, right? Because we're essentially towards the end of the training there. I know this was a lot of concepts here that you can take away, so I briefly, quickly here want to go over review of how to kind of structure this whole thing. So let me just bring these images back. First is what we call the structure box, where we're going to sage the person, right? Remember, the magnet needs to sage, S-A-G-E, needs to be short, 4 to 7 minutes consumption, needs to be actionable, highly actionable, that someone can apply immediately into their life. It needs to get the person, G, towards closer to their goal. And then E, it needs to be easy to consume. So this is the sage structure box. Then on top of that, the triangle of trust, right? What does your magnet, or what should your magnet do? It should educate, because that provides authority or builds authority. It should engage, which creates trust. And it should inspire, which builds loyalty. So this is your triangle of trust, and every piece of content that you ever put out there, especially your magnet, should incorporate this triangle of trust. And then lastly, again, we're looking at the type of cheat sheet that you want to put out, and we've determined here, in fact, let me just kind of circle this so you really get it. We've determined that this is where you want to be, cheat sheet, blueprint, template. You want it to be a snap, and you probably want that to be a PDF. Whoops. And then lastly, how do we structure it? Well, first we start with an intro and a setup. Then we have the content. And then we have the call to action. So intro, setup, content, and call to action. Here are your to-do lists, and there's only really 3 important things you need to make note of here. Number 1, list your target market's greatest problems. Okay, because this is where your magnets are going to come from. So you want to know today, and as soon as you can, what is your target market's greatest problems? This is uber important here, right? So based on some of the market research that we've done and some of that stuff that we've talked about in the past, your target market's greatest problems. Now from that, number 2, we want to list out easy to apply solutions to those problems that you can help them with. Remember, this is our magnet, right? This is building up for our magnet. So A, once you know your target market's greatest problems, now 2, you want to list out some really easy to apply solutions to these problems that you specifically can help them with. And then once you know those 2 pieces of information, the third one is easy. Then you create your magnet or magnets, right? Plural. because you don't necessarily just want one magnet, you want a bunch that you could put out there. So based on understanding your target's greatest problems, you're able to identify the easiest solutions that you could bring to your marketplace. And by identifying what those easiest solutions are to your marketplace, you can then begin to create your magnet based on everything that we talked about today around those solutions. And everybody's to-do list for this training is really to create at least one magnet that you could deploy out there. Because over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be talking about how then to use Facebook to kind of deploy these things out to the marketplace, and it only makes sense to you once you've actually created them. Let's get going here. I can't believe it. We're already in module 4. We're calling this one Mechanism Mayhem, and we're talking about how to design a high-performing conversion process to get you a flood of new clients quickly. And so we know from module 1 that you now know your market. And then from module 2, you've mastered your message. And then from module 3, you have made over your magnet. And now it's time to take all of this together, and we got to put it together into a system that's going to get you clients and get you clients quickly. So when we're talking about Mechanism Mayhem, here are some of the risks or the downfalls that might happen if you don't understand what we're talking about today. Number one, one-to-one or manual selling and manual recruiting. You know, I met a friend of mine, and some of you on this call might know who he is, but I won't tell you his name just in case, who came to me, and he runs live events once or twice a year. Now, in order to bring people out to his event, typically he would go from networking event to networking event to networking event. He'd hop on a plane as many weekends as he possibly can. He'd join networking groups. He'd do everything he can. And every time he went out to these, he would invite someone to come out to his live event. And this was kind of his way to bring people into his business. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily it for you, but the reality is if you don't understand this, you're going to have to do one-to-one prospecting into your business, and it's going to be manual. So you're going to have to send out a ton of emails. You're going to have to call a ton of people. You're going to have to join a lot of networking stuff. And it's really going to be manual labor to try and onboard clients. Now, also, number 2, if you don't get this, you're essentially killing your golden goose. Now, I'm assuming you all know the story from when you were a kid about the goose who laid golden eggs. And the moral of the story is, well, you can either take the egg and use it every time and leave the goose alone, or you can kill the goose. And unfortunately, if you don't understand what we're talking about today, it's just like you taking a gun to the goose and shooting its head off, and that's the end of it. It's this idea of you're going to always be grinding. You're going to have no assets in your business that's going to be leveraged in order for you to bring on new clients on an ongoing basis. And essentially what that means is it's like you're going to have to find a new goose every single day. And we all know that that is not something as business owners that we want to be doing. Lastly, if you don't get this, here's the third thing that's going to happen is that your onboarding process into your business is going to be limited because it's going to be one-to-one, obviously. It's going to be expensive, just like my friend I told you about who hopped on a plane just about every other weekend to bring people out to his event. And it's going to be slow. And I don't know about you, but if I'm going to be doing business and I'm going to be putting all my time and my energy onto onboarding clients, I do not want it to be limited, expensive, or slow. So all this says, if you don't really understand this, it's going to be an uphill battle or a grind every single day, and bringing people to your business and growing your business and onboarding clients is not going to be a fun task for us. So this is obviously why we want to avoid this and truly understand what we're talking about here when we're talking about understanding the mechanics or Mechanism Mayhem. Now, on the positive side, here's what happens when you really get it. Number 1, you're going to have a leveraged and an automated system. In other words, your onboarding is going to be one to many. Like I shared before, Facebook has 1.23 billion people available to us to advertise to, and their algorithm literally catches everything that we do. And so if we can understand how to utilize that mechanism of Facebook in order to get our message in front of as many people as humanly possible who are qualified to hear our message, then we have an automated system that literally does all the heavy lifting for us. I mean, I know in my business that I literally only get on the phone when someone has already risen their hand and is ready, cash in hand. And so most people that I talk to, and that's why we have such a high closing rate, is because I'm literally not really talking to anybody who's A, not qualified, or B, not ready to do business with me. And this is all because of having a mechanism in place. The second benefit for you is the golden goose approach. Again, when we're talking about having a mechanism that works, you're literally building a golden goose that will lay eggs for you on a regular basis. And then all you got to worry about is spending the eggs, not killing the goose. In other words, you work once and then you get paid forever. And this is because you are building a list through our activities on Facebook. You are building an asset, you are building brand equity, you are building a funnel that onboards clients into your business, and all of that great stuff. I don't know if you remember, but from one of the conversations that we had there with the CEO of Mind Valley, I mean, he even said that his whole goal in any and all online marketing is simply to build a list. Once they have a large enough list, they can almost scale back their marketing because that is all they need. So that is what we're talking about with building your mechanism, or having a mechanism that works. And third and lastly, when you understand how to do this properly, you have access to a scalable, it's the best and it's the cheapest and it's the quickest way to get ROI. Again, the scalable, the best, the fastest, the quickest, and the cheapest way to get ROI. Because let's face it, there are difficult ways to do things and there are easy ways to do things. And I much rather do easy ways. In fact, I know some people who are onboarding people into the business using traditional forms of media like Qzx Magazine, and they're spending up to $30,000 a month in advertising just to onboard clients through Qzx Magazine. Well, I mean, I did a split test against them, and I targeted people who like Qzx Magazine in one of the ads that I was running, and we were able to not only onboard more people, but do it at literally 1/20th the cost. And so that's what we're talking about when you can understand the Facebook platform and how to use it in your business. So in other words, if not understanding this is having a struggle, uphill, grinding type business, well, understanding this obviously means then you'll be in a flow state. In other words, you'll have flow in your business, you'll have a constant stream or a flow of clients and prospects. You'll never be wondering where your next client or prospect is coming from, and you'll have everything taken care of that way. In fact, one of my newest clients, and just to give you an idea of his business, he teaches a very brilliant and smart outbound sales strategy. Typically for people who are looking to build big business and they're looking to do outbound marketing as opposed to inbound marketing. Now, before he would only bring people into his program by speaking on stages. So he'd be invited to speak on stages and then he would make an offer there. Or he would do joint ventures on and off whenever he found a joint venture partner who'd be willing to promote for him. And he'd join a ton of networking and join events and do everything he can to let people know about his business. Now, because of the system that I'm going to share with you today, he does weekly webinars from the comfort of his own home, probably in his pajamas. On average, we're generating approximately 350 registrants per webinar per week, and he is making 3 to 4 sales a week of his coaching program. And again, he's doing all of this now automated from the comfort of his own home using the mechanism that we are talking about right here, right now. So that is essentially the power of what we are talking about. Now, before we go any further, let's just do a really quick check-in here. And I want to ask, why would it be beneficial for you specifically to have a mechanism like this in place? Because sure, in theory, you could hear all the things that I'm talking about, but why would it be beneficial specifically for you? Like, what is the greatest takeaway that you are looking for in understanding how to apply this mechanism into your business and then utilizing it on the each and the everyday? So first, 5 key principles to tuning the mechanism. All right, 5 key principles to tuning the mechanism. If you are taking notes, this would be a good time to start taking them. Key principle number 1 is map your funnel. One more time, map your funnel. Because like all things, we need to first start by determining our destination. Where is it, in fact, that we are going? Now, I was speaking at an event recently where it totally slipped my mind. It was a little bit of a rush. I went to the event, and the host didn't tell me actually what hotel we were at. So I got to the airport. I called a cab or an Uber, and then as soon as I got into the cab or the Uber, he's like, "Where do you want to go?" And I said, "I have no idea. I totally forgot." So I was kind of like scrambling to try and get stuff together and like trying to research and realize what hotel we were going to and what event venue we were going to and where I was staying. And it was a bit of a mess. But oftentimes that's a lot of what a lot of business people are like, in that they don't know the exact destination that they're going to. So see this kind of like a map, right? On the one hand, you have your starting destination, and then on the other side, you have your end goal. So you have where you are, and then you have where you're going. And for most people on this training, that end goal, at least from a marketing perspective, would be to get people onto your strategy session, right? To get on the phone with them, to have an enrollment call or a strategy session in order to onboard them into your business. Now, once you've determined the destination, the second point is to consider the options. So if you know where you are and you know where you're going, the question is, well, how are you going to get there, right? Are you going to take a car? Are you going to take a plane? If you're going to take a car, what kind of car? A convertible or a two-door, a sports car? And when you go, how many stops are you going to have? Are you going to take it leisurely and kind of enjoy the scenic route and go at it at your own pace? Or do you want to get there as soon as you possibly can? So when you're considering the options, see it a little bit like university, if you will. When you go into university or college, there are some courses in the first year that are mandatory and everyone needs to kind of start out taking the same courses. But then as you progress through your education, you then begin to have choices. You can select, some of the other courses that might meet your needs more specifically. So with that being said, your funnel would typically look like this. So it all starts with the ad, right? When we're talking about the mechanism. So it's all starting with the ad, which will then take you to a lander or a landing page or an opt-in page, right? Which will then take you to what I'm calling an indoctrination piece. So an indoctrination piece, which is also where you make an offer. And then from there, the offer is typically a strategy session or a call. And then from there, you're going to close them in to becoming a client of yours. And so this is the typical funnel, if you will, of what most people are on this training are going to look like. We're going to have an ad. That ad is going to take them to a landing page or an opt-in page, which is then going to offer them something through an indoctrination piece. At the end of that indoctrination piece, you're probably going to make an offer for a strategy session call with you. And then once they get on that call with you, then you're able to go in and close them. Now, every funnel will start with the same thing, right? So back to the university college example, let's call that our 101. So this is your 101 kind of first year, first level of the program. Your 101 is going to include the ad, and the point of your ad is to get the click, which is then going to take them to a lander, right? So the point of the ad is to get a click, and that's it. See, some people try to do too much with the ad. Remember, the point of your ad is to get the click, and the point of the lander is to capture the lead. All right, and this is your 101. This is where everybody is going to start. This is the 101 level of every funnel. So every funnel will start with an ad where the point is to get the click, and then that ad will take you to a landing page or an opt-in page where the point is to capture the lead in exchange for a magnet. Now remember, we've already discussed magnet in a previous model, but this is kind of the process. Now, once we've gotten past the 101, here's where we have options for 201s. You have options for that indoctrination piece, right? So the options that we have for the indoctrination piece, and I'm going to say that there are 5 of them, is number 1, a webinar. So this is now your 201 or your 301, right? Your 101 is your ad and your lander. Now your 201 or your 301, the options you have for that piece that comes right after that is number 1, a webinar. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the positives and the pros and cons of each of these in just a bit. Secondly, you have a case study. So this would be more like a webinar would be more live or maybe pre-recorded, but it would appear like it was a live event, right? The second one is a case study, which is kind of more of a video of you talking to screen, or it could be a screen share video. Thirdly, you may have seen them before, is a multi-part video series. Right, so this would be a video 1 on day 1, and a couple days later you give them video 2, and then a couple days later you give them video 3. Right, option number 4 is what we'd call a tripwire sales page. So this would be a low ticket offer up to maybe $100 or $200 where you're selling them into something low ticket before you kind of offer them into the strategy session. And number 5 would be direct to strategy session. So once you offer the magnet, once someone opted in, you could very easily turn around and say, well, hey, let's jump on a call. Now I'm going to talk more about each of those in just a minute, but this is your options, right? So first, you're determining your destination. 2, you're considering your options. And then 3, you essentially want to chart your course. And so based on this, you want to figure out what is the shortest, most effective path to get you from where you are to getting people onto a call with you so that you can close them into your business. I mean, I know that when I'm flying through the US to an international location somewhere, I know firsthand many times over to avoid Chicago, right? O'Hare is a terrible airport. It is not the shortest path. For some reason, they have like 14 different terminals, and always when you're connecting, they put you in one terminal and the other terminal is 20 minutes away with two train rides and a bus. And I've almost always missed my flight in Chicago, so I know clearly that that's not the shortest path, or not to fly through ATL or Atlanta, because every time I do, they lose my luggage. So clearly that's not the shortest path. So what you want to ask then is, what is not only the shortest and most direct path for my potential client to get from where they are to get on a call with me, but you also want to ask, well, what is the most effective route to get there, utilizing one of the 5 options that I just shared with you there. So number 1, right, the first step is to map your funnel. Now, secondly, once we've done that, we need to focus your target. Again, focus your target. You know, in this last, I guess it was like 4 to 6 weeks or so, my wife and I went axe throwing, we went knife throwing, and then we went archery. And like, these were things that we did as a date, and people ask us why, and it's because we are preparing for the zombie apocalypse. But really, there's something amazing that happens when you're engaging in a sport like that, when you just hit the target. It's like when you're throwing a knife or throwing an axe or drawing a bow back and letting the arrow go. There's just like, it's almost something that internally goes on, a feeling of satisfaction when you hit the target. And the reality is, any slight adjustments to how you're holding your arm, or even where you're looking, or even, you know, how you breathe, can actually affect the result of if or how you hit that target. So in this case here is where we're talking about taking all of your research that we did in the first couple of modules, all of your avatar work that you've already done, right? And you'll want to prioritize them in the terms of the lowest hanging fruit. So if you look at your avatar and you look at your market research and you're taking a look at all of this and you're saying, well, what, geez, like, what out of all these, who would be my primary target, or who's my ideal interest group? Now, the reality is, we're really not going to know what works until we get the data itself. But what we do need to know is, out of all the interest groups and all the graph search and all the audience insights research we've done, you know, what are the interest groups that are going to kind of make the most sense, and almost put them in an order where we just assume or think that they're going to respond best. And there's a couple things that you want to note when you do this, right? So here's a screenshot from the Facebook Ads Manager, which I'm going to talk about in just a bit. But you can see that you have several options there when you're considering who you're trying to reach, right? This is where you're narrowing on your target. So you can talk about location, like where in the world are they, and you can decide that by country, by state, by province, by city, or even by zip code. You can see that you can focus on the age, so how old are they, and what is the age bracket that you want to focus on. You see that you can choose gender, so all, or men or women. You can even select language, so depending on what you're trying to do there, right? If you want to reach a Hispanic speaking target, you can do that, or if you want to go English, then you can say English there. You'll also notice where the interests are just below that. Behaviors we'll talk about in just a bit. And then on the right hand side, you can also pick your placement there, right? So you can pick, do I want my ads to show on the mobile, on people's mobile phones? Do I want it to show on the desktop? Do I want it to show on the desktop on the right side versus the news feed? Like, these are all things that you actually have options to do. And where you would consider some of these variations, for example, is, I mean, if your indoctrination piece is a webinar that happens, you know, shortly thereafter after you capture a lead, then I would recommend that you probably don't offer your ad via mobile, because very few people are going to get on their cell phone and watch your webinar for 90 minutes via their cell phone. The connection will be wrong, it's too small, they can't interact properly. So you want to keep things like that in mind. Now, there's a lot of things that we can talk about when it comes to targeting itself, and this is the point of focusing your target. But I'd like to say that there are 7 dangers to avoid when we talk about targeting. Now, I don't have the time to necessarily go through all of these, but let me just open it up real quick here then, maybe to the question and answer box, to see, you know, if you just want me to read through this list here, and if you just want me to talk about 1 or 2 of these, if 1 or 2 of these kind of stand out to you, just let me know real quick in the Q&A box, and I'll be sure to take care of that. I mean, otherwise we could probably spend 45 minutes on just these alone. But please go ahead in the Q&A box and let me know if there's any particular here that you'd like me to reach out to or speak on. All right, so someone asked, define small audience. That's a great point. I've seen some people make the risk of trying to narrow in too small, that there's like only a couple of thousand people as potential reach for them. And Facebook can put your ad in front of a couple of thousand people like instantly. Literally in a matter of an hour, you can be in front of those couple of thousand people, and that kind of be the end of your ad. So when I say you don't want to have an audience that's too small of your potential reach, we want audiences that are going to be in the tens of thousands and maybe even millions if you can, because that's just going to provide us a lot less work to do and a lot more things to focus on. So I'll go more into that as well, but I hope that defines a small audience. Placements, Phyllis asks. What is placements? Mixing up placements. So when I say placements, that's again talking about either mobile placement or desktop placement or both. So depending on what it is that you're trying to offer, you've got to be careful that if it's more mobile friendly, or if your landing page is mobile friendly, then you can go mobile. If it's not mobile friendly and you prefer to go desktop, or it's like a webinar or maybe a long case study video, then you'll probably want to focus specifically on desktop. Because again, most people on their mobile phones are probably on the bus or they're at the mall. They're not going to have time to watch a long kind of video for you. So that's placements. You want to consider that. Henry asks, targeting more than one interest at a time. Yes, what I see happen often when they're doing targeting more than one interest at a time is that people will lump a whole bunch of interests together. So they'll say, hey, I want to focus on Tony Robbins, Brendan Burchard, Frank Kern, Ted McGrath, and someone else. And that's cool because that may give you a bigger audience. But the downfall to that is, let's say you start getting results on that, you're never going to know which audience performs better than the other because you've kind of all lumped them together. So my rule of thumb here is always separate out your interests and focus on one at a time. That way you can know that this interest outperforms that interest and that interest outperforms that interest. I hope that makes sense. There we go. So when you're thinking about targeting, then think about mining for gold, right? There are, again, 1.23 billion people out there in the Facebook universe, and our job as advertisers is to begin to mine through the trash and through the rocks and through the rubble with the intentions of trying to find the gold. And we can only do that by throwing up testing, following certain rules when we're running our ads, and then getting the reports and saying, well, this interest seems to do better than that. This gender seems to do better than that. This placement seems to do better than that. And when you first get started out, again, just see it as though you're mining gold. And you're just kind of sifting through all the rocks and all the other stuff, the debris, until you actually find the gold. All right, so the key here, let me ask you this question. Let me put it this way, and this is not a rhetorical question. This is a real question that I would love to hear responses on. Let's say, as a man, you are at home, your wife is sick, and you have a day planned to play golf. And so you ask her, are you sure it's okay if I go out and play? And she responds, yes, sure, go? The question here then is, should you go? So I want to just kind of like open that up to a bunch of people here on the Q&A box, and I will be interested if that was your scenario, if you were in my shoes and that was not a hypothetical situation, that was real. Should you go in that scenario? Right? You have a day of golf planned. Your significant other is at home sick. You ask them, "Can I go out and play?" And they say, "Yes." Sure. Should you go? That's funny. Don't ask, tell. Depends on her symptoms. Okay, so it depends on how bad it is, right? Mary says, happy wife, happy life. Yeah, very true. Henry says, no, don't go. Henry, you sound like a man speaking from experience, my brother. I get it. Well, here's the point, right? Just because someone says something, you can't assume that they always mean it. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is, can you assume certain things, or should you base your decisions based on true live data? Now, in this case, what I'm trying to say is, sure, you could assume that this audience might respond better than that, or this gender might respond better than that, or mobile placements will respond better than desktop. But the reality is, you don't know by assumption. The only way you can really know is by seeing the data and responding accordingly. So, point number one, again, was to map your funnel. Point number two, key principle number two, was to focus your target. Point number three now is to offer the bait, right? So we know our map, we know where we're going, we know where we are. We've now focused in on our target. In other words, we've identified our pond to fish in. Now we literally have to go cast the bait, right? At this point in the scenario, we literally have to throw the bait out there and see what happens. Now, I saw this video on Facebook the other day. I don't know where in the world it was. I think it's like Thailand or something, where there was like a lake with real piranhas in there, and they literally throw slabs of meat, and piranhas by the hundreds or the thousands, I don't even know how much it was, literally came to the surface and started to eat this meat. So it's in a similar type of way, we just need to cast the bait and draw our ideal customer onto us. Now, the bait is our magnet, which is what we did in a previous module, and now we offer that bait via the ad. Now remember, the point of the ad is always to get the click. And what I want to share with you here today now is there's a reality that there are many different ways that you can write and create an ad, and I get that, and the more experienced you get at it, the more various ways that you're going to figure out. But what I want to present to you today is what I call the anatomy of the perfect ad. And this has been like my default starting place for every ad that I've ever created for myself or any of my clients, and it has literally never let me down. And so I just want to walk you through the elements of a perfect ad. So in this sample here, one of my clients, his name is Chris, I showed you two different ads. They're essentially the exact same words with different images. And I want to go over here why they are so important in the anatomy of a perfect ad. Now keep in mind, I will put a worksheet in the members area that lays out this specifics in detail, where I kind of mark it up a little bit. But I just want to go over this for you to see right here. So number one, you will see that the ad always starts with a question. Right? And in this case, it says, do you want to keep your personal training clients longer? So every ad starts with a question, and that question is A, to get the attention of your ideal customer or client, and B, to pre-qualify them. Because obviously, if they answer yes to this, then they're one step closer to being an ideal client for you. Now, here's an amazing thing about questions, is that whenever you read a question or even get asked a question, whether or not you answer it, your mind can't help but to try and search for an answer. And so this is an engaging technique that we like to use in all of our ads. Always start with a question. The next thing you'll see that I did there is I started with the words "for the next few days." Now, what does that tell you? That automatically creates this sense of urgency. If I gave you the impression that you could get involved with me at any time, at any given time, no problem. I mean, part of your mind might tell you, well, I kind of just want to wait until another time. But if I say, hey, for the next few days, Even though I'm not explicitly calling it out, I am implying that you can only get access to what I'm about to give you in the next few days. So you want to create a little urgency there. And you can do that with using the words next few days. You can say this week. You can say something like that. Okay? Then next, after that, you want to name your magnet. Right? So in this case, I'm saying, hey, look, I'm giving away a free copy of my brand new, and his magnet's called the Tribal Retention System Cheat Sheet. And so when you're the next stage in this is to name exactly what you're giving them so they know, right? So in this case, again, I'm giving away a free copy of my brand new Tribal Retention Cheat Sheet, Tribal Retention System Cheat Sheet. Now, right below that, I always include a benefit. What's a benefit? It tells them what they can benefit from experiencing the cheat sheet. So in this case, I'm saying so you can keep your fitness business clients longer. It's a great benefit. Now below that, I include a CTA or a call to action. So in this case, it says, I'd love for you to have a copy. And then right after that, I put like an arrow with a blue hyperlink. Now, why do I put a blue hyperlink? Do I need to have one there? No, because if someone clicks on the ad, they'll literally be taken to the web page I want to take them to. But we all know that when we are scrolling the internet, if we see a blue text, it means that that's a link that's going to take us somewhere. So that's going to entice somebody to click on that. So I hope you're with me so far. That's the first part of the text portion of the ad. Now right below that, you're going to see an image. Now you see two different images on your left and your right here. First, you want to pick an image that's relevant to your audience. So in this case, we're talking about fitness client. So I'm going to pick fitness client, something that has to do with fitness, obviously. And then also I want to have the image high contrast. And so if the contrast is kind of like low light or whatever, you may actually like want to put it in Photoshop or some sort of photo editor and increase the contrast of it. Because remember, this is the purpose of the image is to catch the attention of the person who's scrolling through their news feed. Now you'll see on the left-hand side, we just have a high contrast image. On the right-hand side, I actually have an image of the actual magnet that I'm giving away with a button that says download now. And that's kind of enticing, right? Because it kind of makes you want to click that download button. So you can experiment with one or the other. Don't be married to any one particular thing. You could have the options in them. But just note that these are a couple of image variations. Now below that we have what's called the headline. This comes out in big bold text. So it's really important that whatever you put there is going to cause someone to want to take that click. Now in this case, I'm just literally going to call it out. I'm going to say, hey, it's a free download because people like downloads. And then I'm going to name the magnet. It's not too much more complicated than that. I'm just going to say, hey, free download. What is the download? The Tribal Retention System Cheat Sheet. And that's going to be of benefit there. So again, in the headline, you want to say free download or free video or free case study or whatever the name of your, whatever the type of cheat sheet or magnet that you're giving them is. And then you just want to simply name the magnet. Now right below that, you want to have another supporting piece of copy. So in this case, I say, hey, it's the easiest way to build your fitness business by intentionally retaining your current clients. This cheat sheet will give you 5 of my best strategies I use to do, and then, it cut me off there. So you just want to put another supporting benefit of why someone would want to take advantage of this cheat sheet. And of course, on the bottom right there, I have a download button, again, because buttons are very enticing to people, and I want them to know that they can download it. And then on the left-hand side there, we have a call to action, which is straight up saying to them, hey, click here to download your free cheat sheet. Okay, let me give you one more example that follows this exact same protocol, but for a different client of mine, so you can see it in a different niche. In this case, the client is Lori. She's offering a signature program blueprint. And again, we start with a question. Are you holistic healthcare practitioner looking to grow your practice and stand out in your marketplace? Again, same kind of model, right? For the next few days, I'm giving away a free copy of the Create Your Signature Blueprint. I explain it. I then go into a benefit so you can stand out in your marketplace and allows you to charge what you're really worth for your transformative work. Then I give a call to action. Click here to download your copy today and an arrow pointing to a hyperlink. Now in this case, with the image, it's high contrast. It's a picture of her smiling, kind of looking towards her book with a download now. And again, I follow the exact same strategy. Free download, create your signature 4-step blueprint to growing your practice. followed by another benefit statement. This blueprint will give you my exact 4-step formula that I've taught to hundreds of holistic care, healthcare entrepreneurs, a download button, and a call to action. Click here to download your free blueprint. Are you getting this? Let's just check right back in. I want to open it up to questions here with regards to the ad itself. Go ahead, if you have any questions in the Q&A box, go ahead and type them in there, and I'll of course be happy to answer them. So specific to ads or any of what I just showed you here, do you have any questions? Is it all clear? Does it all make sense? Do you see how this is powerful and how it works? Phyllis, great question. Which ad worked better for him? The reality is, here, let me go back to up to this. Both performed just as well, oddly enough. So we actually started with the ad on the right. We let that run for a little bit, and then once it started to kind of tire out, we turned around and we put the ad on the left. And we let that run for a little while, and then once that tired out, we changed it up and added a third image and a fourth image. And we tested, and there weren't really any bombs, which was interesting, but only the data can tell us that. So, great question. Awesome. Leslie says, what would be the budget for this ad to be effective? That's a great question. Typically, whenever we test and we release a new ad, Leslie, we're doing that between $10 and $25 a day, and we're doing that for 1 or 2 days, 24 to 36 hours, just to see how well that's doing. And then after that, we'll kind of scale back. We'll take a look. If it's performing well and we're happy with it, we'll scale up our budget. If we're not happy with it, we turn it off. So you really only have at risk at any given time like 10 to 40 bucks over 24 to 36 hours to see how well your audience is responding to an ad. I hope that makes sense there. All right. What do you use to create the ad? Word and paste, or does Facebook have their own system to write the copy? And then what is the best font for ads? Great question, Linda. Two points to that. Number one, you don't have a choice with the font. Facebook kind of gives it to you, and so you're kind of stuck with it, which I like. Otherwise, the platform can get really messy. So you don't have to worry about fonts or colors or anything like that. You don't have choice. And yeah, my personal thing that I actually do is I start in a Word document and I kind of lay it out in this way. And then I just copy and paste it over to the ads manager. Phyllis asks, do you write the copy? I personally do, yes. And I'm suggesting that you do as well, just because, again, I'm giving you a formula to follow. So we're not talking about being a masterful copywriter here. I'm certainly not a masterful copywriter. I mean, you start with a question, you follow the formula, and everything is good that way. So it's really not too difficult. Cool? So it looks like we've answered those questions. Moving on then to point 4, and that is to capture and convert. Right? So remember, the point of the ad is to get the click and then to take them to the landing page. Now let me throw it out there and say this, that your landing page could very well be the most important piece of web real estate that you own. Because this is essentially your hook. This page is your moneymaker page. Your business literally revolves around this page doing its job. So you got to really keep in mind that this is where you collect leads. This is where you turn strangers into prospects. So we really want to have a killer landing page, and more than one of them for that matter. But this is even more important than your website proper where you send people to, because this is where you're starting to turn strangers, turning them into prospects, turning them into leads, putting them into your system so that they can eventually become clients. So remember, the point of online marketing or advertising, you have to be in a mindset of building a list. You always want to have this idea of how can I build my list, and then how can I then nurture that list into a customer or a client. Brendan Burchard was saying that he was Jeff Walker's top affiliate by simply having a list of just under 14,000 people. Now that might sound large to some of you, but in the grand scheme of list building, that's actually not that large at all. And Brendan Burchard was saying that that's how he kind of got started, by having a small list, taking care of that list, nurturing that list. And the reality is that every single person on here, if you can build a 5,000 person list or a 10 or a 15,000 person list, that list will be worth over $1 million in gross revenue to you if you know what to do with it. So see this lander as your key piece of real estate, and see it as like, if you're in the dating scene and you kind of go out and you meet someone new somewhere, this is the kind of ask for the phone number portion of the conversation. So it's imperative that this is set up and done properly. So back to using Chris as an example, here's an example of one of his landing pages. Again, like the ad, there are multiple different ways that you can set up a landing page, and I'm not going to say that there's only one way to do it, but this is by far, hands down for me, again, the best way to start and the best first landing page that you can have, because this type of landing page, again, has never let me down. And let me explain to you now why this one is so good and some of the elements that you want to have in it. So starting from the top left, you'll see his business logo. This is important because people want to know and realize that you are a real business, not that you're just some guy hiding or some gal hiding behind the internet, behind some sort of a landing page. They want to know that you're real. And although a logo, I mean, having a logo doesn't necessarily mean that you're real, it sure as heck says that there's a real brand and a real person behind what you're offering. Now, beside that, I always like to include a main benefit headline. So in this case, it's get more clients and keep them longer. This is very congruent to everything that we're talking about. So when someone lands on this page and sees, oh, there's a brand called Superfit Business, and their main focus is to get more clients or teach me how to get more clients and to keep them longer. So this kind of sets the stage for the rest of what is on that page there. Now in the middle, you'll obviously see on the left-hand side there an image of the magnet that you're offering. Now this is very important because obviously people are visual people, and as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so people want to know what they're going to get, and so you want an image. If you're going to give them a video or a case study video, you want to show, you know, a video there. Not an actual video that plays, but an image of a video. If you're going to do a webinar, you probably want to, you know, show who's going to host the webinar, what time, and a countdown, and that sort of stuff. So you always want to have an image of the magnet that you're offering. Now on the right hand side, you'll see the first thing up there is free cheat sheet download. I always use this and it always works. You always want to say free, the type of magnet, and download. So free cheat sheet download, free blueprint download, free template download. Whatever it is, you want to make sure that you start there with all caps, smaller font that way. Now right below that, you want to again name your magnet. So in this case, right, it's 5 simple and easy to implement retention strategies to keep your fitness clients longer, right? So you have the name of the magnet there and what it does. Now just below that, you want to offer a benefit or a support statement. So in this case, we said the easiest way to build your fitness business is by intentionally retaining your current clients. So this cheat sheet will give you 5 of my best strategies I use to do just that, right? So a benefit supporting statement. Below that, you want to have, and just trust me on this, you want to have a yellow button that says download now. Okay, you don't want a purple button or a blue button or a green button or any other fancy color button. You want a yellow or an orange color button, and you want the call to action text in that button to say download now. Why yellow or orange or whatever? We've discussed this before, is because the most popular button in all of online marketing e-commerce history is the Amazon add to cart button. So people are recognized and comfortable with pushing a yellow button in order to get something. And so you just want to be congruent with that. You don't want to kind of mess people up psychologically. And I don't know why we've tested all sorts of call to actions in that button. We've said get instant access now, grab it today, like all these kind of words like claim my magnet or whatever. None of them worked as well or as good as download now. So you want to do download now, and then right below that you want to have what looks like a hyperlink. That's just a reiteration of the button. Some people don't like clicking buttons, they like clicking hyperlinks, and that's why we include that there. And it just simply says download my free cheat sheet now, which is a reiteration of the call to action. Now the only other thing you also want to notice there, and it's important both to Facebook and your end user or end client, on the very bottom is your footer, right? So you see a copyright, you'll see the business name with the .com to the site proper, you'll see all rights reserved, and you'll see links to privacy policy and contact us. So this is important to Facebook because Facebook wants to know that you're a real people and you're not trying to scam anybody, but it also gives reassurance to the end user who's going to land on this page, and they're going to be like, oh, well, they do have a privacy policy, they do have a terms of service, if I want to contact them, I could just click there. It just helps to reestablish trust, which is extremely important in the online marketing world. Now, using the template that we're talking about here, as soon as you click that download now button or the hyperlink below it, it pops up a shadow box that's going to actually ask for their name and email. Now, there's a couple of things that are key to this that I want to go over here real quick. Number one, you'll see on the top a progress bar. It's human psychology to not want to leave anything uncompleted. And so when this says it's only 50% complete, the mind says, well, I want to make it 100% complete. How do I do that? So that's an interesting point. Now, this is, you don't have to get real techie with this. What I'm going to tell you and what you can use for this is going to cover, it's all a template-based thing online, so you don't have to worry about that. Right below that, I say, well, you're almost there, right? Please tell us where to send the cheat sheet, which is instruction on how to go from 50% to 100%. Again, on the left, you'll see an image of the magnet, and then on the right, instructions. Enter your email to download your 5 retention strategies cheat sheet. Right? In the box there, I actually intentionally put enter your email ... Now, I do that specifically. I could put just email, but some people might not know what that is. So I say enter your email ... as though it's an incompleted thought that they need to finish. I get another orange button that says download my free cheat sheet now. And then right behind that, we want to reassure them with the privacy policy to say, hey, we hate spam and we will never share your information with anybody. Let me give you one more example from Lori, again, and staying consistent with what we're talking about. You'll notice that it's the exact same template, right? Lori's there, free download now. I name the cheat sheet or the magnet. It's a blueprint in this case. A benefit statement right under that, download now, followed by the link, download now, the copyright, the legal information, all that at the bottom. And then it takes them to this capture page. Now in this case, she's capturing her name and a name and an email. So I say enter your name ... enter your email ... Now before we go any further, I want to check in, ask any questions, or see if anybody has any specific questions to this landing page format. So 1, 2, 3, go in the Q&A box. If you have any questions with regards to the landing page format here that we're discussing, please don't hesitate to ask, and I'll make sure we get them answered before we move on. Leslie asks, is this lead page or another landing service? Yes, this is lead pages. I find lead pages just to kind of be the easiest form, and I'll give everybody a link on how you can get this if you don't already have it. It's definitely an easy business investment that I think everybody should have, for sure. Alternatively, on top of lead pages, I know some people use ClickFunnels who seem to do the same thing. There's also Unbounce. Now, this particular template that I showed you is a lead pages template, so that's just FYI. But I know ClickFunnels has examples that are very similar to this that you can easily integrate into your business as well. Cool. So a couple things I just want to point out here, things that will affect your conversion rate on your lead or your landing page. Again, for the sake of time, I won't go through all these. I'll kind of briefly go through that. So number one, the scent, or what we call ad scent. So your lead page should look very much like your ad, right? If your ad is made of certain colors and has certain imagery, and then they're taken to your landing page, and that doesn't like have the same imagery and colors, it's going to throw people off psychologically. Their mind stops and like, well, there's something incongruent about this. I'm not going to continue. Right? Images. So when I say images, whatever image you use can affect the opt-in rate there. Your call to action wording can affect your conversion rate there. So stick with what I suggested. Some people like to throw social proof, so a Facebook like button with a bunch of their friends who like the page. The color of the button we talked about briefly, so I won't spend too much time there. Two-step versus a one-step. What I mean by that is this is two-step, right? There's a button. You click the button. As soon as you click the button, it pops this up in a shadow box where you actually fill out your name and email. And psychologically, that's proven where you take 2 steps. It's called a micro commitment. It entices people to go through the rest of the process. Obviously, your copy can be affecting that. Oddly enough, we've also seen statistics show us that if it's hosted on an HTTPS site versus just an HTTP, the S simply means secure. And some people actually notice that, and it affects the conversion rate. Now, fortunately, if you're using ClickFunnels or lead pages, that takes care of that for you automatically. And the footer details. So again, like I mentioned, what I've been using for the most part, just because it's so easy to use and I'm comfortable with it and I don't want to change, is a service called Lead Pages. So if you haven't gotten it, you can get it. An easy link to get there is just spark10x.com/landing page. Again, spark10x.com/landing page. You can click over to there when you have some time. I would highly suggest you get the service and you use it just because it's so easy to do. Cool. Henry, I see a question about how do I integrate lead pages or ClickFunnels with your email. It's actually really easy to do. You can do, I'll send you a link from lead pages that will allow you to do that, depending on your autoresponder service. You know, some people use Infusion or Aweber or MailChimp or some of these things, but both ClickFunnels and lead pages has a very easy integration process where you can just, with a few clicks, link it to your autoresponder, and it makes sure that every time someone fills out one of those forms, it fills into your CRM. Cool? So moving on, point number 5, right? Key principle number 5 says, or I'm calling it, swing through. So I've tried golf a few times. I'm not particularly good at golf. I'm from Canada, so I play hockey, play a little bit of baseball as well. But for any of you who play any sort of sports, when you have the club in your hand or the stick or the racket or whatever, how are you supposed to end every motion? And the answer is you always swing through, or you follow through. So after you've captured the lead now from your landing page, the worst thing you could do at that point is just literally say, hey, thank you, and then leave them be. I mean, that would be the worst thing because this person has already shown interest in what you have to offer. They're already interested. They're connecting with you. They probably want more if you've done a good job with it. And so the best thing you could do at this point for them is to provide even more value. Right? You want to provide even more value. So after someone opts into your landing page, the question is, well, where do we take that person? Right? We can take them to one of 5 options, like I told you before. We have one of a couple options here. And what we're talking about here is, remember, they've seen the ad, they've responded to the lander, and now in this section, when we're talking about swinging through, we're talking about your indoctrination piece or your offer, right? This is the part. And the purpose of your indoctrination piece here, the purpose of this is a couple of things. Number 1, it's to quote unquote indoctrinate that person to you. In other words, to warm them up to you, right? Because we always want to take a cold prospect and turn them into a quote unquote warm or a hot prospect. Well, how do we do that? We do it through this piece. Well, how do we do that? Well, remember we talked about educating, engaging, and inspiring them. Because through your indoctrination content, if you're educating and engaging and inspiring them, well, you're building authority, you're building trust, you're building likability, you're building loyalty, you're building all these things which are all needed before a transaction actually happens, right? Science and buying psychology tells us that we buy from people we know, like, and trust. And so it's absolutely important that our indoctrination process helps us to create knowability, likability, and trustability with our potential client. In fact, it would probably serve you well to read Robert Cialdini's book called Influence, if you haven't already done that. And he talks about, you know, the psychological triggers that need to happen to cause someone to want to buy or transact with you. And these are some of them that we're referring to here today, but it would serve you well if you go ahead and got that book. So again, number 1, the purpose of the indoctrination piece is to indoctrinate them to you, to warm them up, and then 2, to make an offer. Now, hopefully an irresistible offer at that, but we want to make them an offer. And for most people in this training, that means offering them an opportunity to get on a call with us and to perform a strategy session. Now, it's very important to note that this indoctrination piece is always an extension of your magnet. Like, you don't want to offer a magnet about how to create a signature program, for example, or how to help overcome, I know, Linda, you know, how to overcome sexual abuse and trauma, and then totally turn around, and then our indoctrination piece, we're talking about how to create a video course. I mean, that's totally incongruent and that won't work. So the indoctrination piece should always be more of an advanced level extension of the magnet we offered. Now remember, we have 5 options for the indoctrination piece. We have a webinar, we have a case study video, we have a multi-part video series, we have a tripwire sales page, or we have a straight to a strategy session. I'm going to give you kind of an example of all these and then tell you the pros and cons of each, so you can decide what you think might be best for you. So first, the webinar. What's good about the webinar? Well, number one, it kind of is like a pseudo live environment, right? And there's certain things that when you're doing sales that like live is just better than non-live. And so that's what we like about webinars. What we also like about webinars is that they're time specific. And so like if I took you to a webinar page after you're enrolled in a magnet of mine, I mean, I would tell you, hey, look, it's starting in 4 days and 14 hours and 47 minutes and 48 seconds. And so there's a bit of urgency on there. Also, when you're on a live webinar, you can make an offer that's time specific. So you could say, well, just because you are on this call today or on this training today, until we end this training, I'm going to include this bonus to you. So there's a lot of beautiful elements about the webinar. Now, there's some cons about a webinar as well. What are some of the cons? Well, some of the cons are if you're holding at a date and time that not everyone can make it, well, some people might not show up, right? So that's a con. Secondly, it's a little less automated because you got to be there live. Now, of course, you could do an automated webinar, and that's almost the same thing, but it doesn't quite have the punch that a live webinar does. So webinar is a great indoctrination piece where you can make a great offer. It has great pros and great cons, and the question you got to ask is, well, is it for me? Do I think that I could conduct webinars? So that's one of them. Secondly is a case study video. So this is a little more automated. So rather than being a live environment, you splash them through right to a real life case study video. Now, the benefits to that is that you don't actually have to be there to do the case study video, right? It's going to be held on a website, probably Leadpages or ClickFunnels. They'll see your entire case study video, they'll go through it, and then they'll take the corresponding action at the end of that if they like. Now, some of the cons are that you have to be good on video, right, for one, especially if you're going to do like a talking head video where you're going to be on video, because your personality is going to come out. And if you stumble and you're not really good on video, there's a con to that. Now, on the flip side of that, if you're really great on video, it works heavily in your favor because people get to know your personality and see you live and in action. So this is a great sense for that, right? One potential con is, if it goes too long, you might lose people and people will kind of jump off of it. So these are some things that you want to consider, right? Maybe not a case study video, but maybe you want to do a multi-part video series. I see this happen all the time. Now, the beauty of a multi-part video series is that you can break up your content in multi-parts. And so you can like hit them with, 15 minutes one day. And then you wait, and then, you let a day pass, and you have 15 minutes the other day, because not everybody can stick around for a 90-minute webinar, let's say, or like a 45-minute case study video or whatever. So this kind of breaks it up for you, and you can take each section separately, so that's kind of cool. Some of the cons, however, are that it's harder to get people to show up to every video. So maybe they'll watch your first video, and a few less people will watch your second video, and a few less than that will watch your third and your fourth. And so those are things also that you want to consider. And you almost hold off on your offer until the fourth video, which may work well for some people, but not for others. So it's a great chance to build lots of rapport, but also for a heavy potential for people to be knocked off. Number 4 is a tripwire sales page. In other words, you try to sell them something right away. Now, the benefit to this is that you can regain some of your ad cost, right? So if you're building a list and you're paying money to build that list, well, this is a way to kind of liquidate that lead cost. And it allows you to capture and recapture some of those funds that you may have lost. Now, on the downfall to that is not everybody likes to be sold to right away. And so if you kind of don't do this eloquently or elegantly, what may happen is that people start seeing you as a dirty salesman or a dirty saleswoman. They kind of be turned off by you right off the bat. So some pros and cons to that one. Or lastly, you can just kind of go straight for it. And go straight for a strategy session. A client of mine here was Bruce, and he offered a lead magnet, and as soon as you splash through, it was a video of saying, hey, like it was a very short video. It's basically like, hey, I want to offer you a strategy session. Now, the benefit of that is that you can get on the phone with people right away. I mean, literally, the moment you put this up and you start running an ad, you will get people who are trying to book into a call with you in a matter of minutes of seeing this. Which is good if you're good on the phone and you can enroll them. That's excellent. However, the downfall is because you haven't pre-indoctrinated them to you in any way, shape, or form, these are the lowest quality leads. And so when they get on the phone with you, they don't know who you are. They kind of don't know what your price point is. They don't even really know what you offer. And if you're awesome on the phone and awesome at sales, you can overcome that. But if you're not, you're going to find that you're going to speak to a lot of unqualified people. So that is a downfall. Now, I just want to throw in here as kind of a note is that the more steps you put in between your magnet or someone getting the magnet and for them getting on the phone with you, two things happen. The more steps you do, it betters the qualification of the person, because the more hoops they're willing to jump through, the more qualified they are and the more interested they are to work with you. So on the high point, when you get on the phone with them, they're highly qualified and they're probably really excited to work with you. On the downfall, the more steps that you put in between someone and the magnet and getting on the phone with you, the less people who are going to go through all those steps. And so you have to kind of weigh those two things out. Now, there's no end all or be all or the best way to do this. You want to factor in, well, what is good for my personality? You want to factor in, well, what is good for me? What is good for my lifestyle? Do I want to be on live webinars? Do I want it to be all automated? Am I good on camera? Am I not? Am I a great salesperson? Am I not? And these are all things to consider. Right? So these are very interesting things that you want to take into consideration when you're putting this. Now, again, I also want to let you know that this is, again, not the end-all, be-all, and not everyone is going to say yes to everything you have to offer. So let me just also show you something here that I like to call contingencies. Because, again, you don't have to pick just one of these. In fact, you can implement all of them, if you like, in different ways. So let's consider this funnel again. So we have an ad to the lander, to the indoctrination piece, to a call. Okay? Now, here's where you can throw in some contingencies. So by that I mean, let's say someone says no to your ad. They click on your ad, but they kind of don't opt in to your landing page. Well, what can you do? You can turn around and retarget them through other ads for different offers. So just because they say no, it doesn't mean that it's the end all be all. It means, well, you can show them a different offer. Maybe they didn't like that offer. Maybe they want another offer, right? So if they hit your lander and they didn't quite respond, you can retarget them back to the same offer to a different offer. Let's say they got in your indoctrination piece. So they got your magnet and they watched your indoctrination piece, but they didn't want to get on a call with you or they didn't take you up on an offer. What can you do? You can give them a different offer. Right? So maybe they didn't like your case study video. Well, then you can invite them to a webinar. Right? Or maybe they go on the webinar and they didn't quite like that. Then you can offer them a strategy session. So the beauty of this is that you don't have to just pick one. You can have a couple. And then just because someone says no to something doesn't mean that it's no. It means you can just turn around and offer them something else, right? Because if they're on your list, let's say they fill out the lander information here. They're on your list. They didn't really fully watch the indoctrination piece. Well, then you can email them with maybe a sale offer of a low ticket item, right? A tripwire sale. Maybe you want to do that. So keep in mind, there's nothing set in stone here. You have the options to kind of mix it up a little bit. You have the options to move around. You have the options to offer other things as they're on your list. So keep that in mind. Now, again, for the sake of this training, because I don't want to keep people on here as long as possible, what we're going to do is review this. So first and foremost, let's do a check-in here. Are there any questions about the indoctrination pieces, right? Any questions about the indoctrination pieces? Ready, set, go. I'll open up the Q&A box there. And does anyone have any questions specifically about the indoctrination pieces? What is the indoctrination piece? That's one of the 5 things that we mentioned previously, right? So that would be either a strategy session, a tripwire sales page, a multi-part video series, a case study, or a webinar, right? So that is the indoctrination piece, and that's the piece that you want to fill in there, right? So your ad in lander is 101, right? Everyone's got to have an ad and a lander. The question is, after someone fills out their name and the email address, where are you going to take them to? Well, you're going to take them to an indoctrination piece. You just got to pick what that piece is. Cool. Is there one form that you have found more effective? The answer is no, because everybody's personality is a little bit different than the other. So like if you're totally great with webinars, then I would say, hey, go with the webinar thing because you're going to crush it. But just because you do a webinar and then someone else does a webinar doesn't mean that you're both going to get the same results. So the idea is they are all very effective, and they have to be kind of applicable to A, your business model, and then B, your personality. And so you want to do that. Now, keep in mind, there is not one end-all, be-all. You want to maybe create, a whole ton of them. So, right, maybe you want to create a webinar, and maybe a case study video, and a multi-part video series, and a tripwire sales page, and a strategy session offer. I mean, I'm not saying you have to create them all at the same time to get going. You start with one, but then over time you have a couple, and you can test this one versus that one. Or you could, like we're saying, based on contingencies, like let's say one worked and the other one didn't. Or someone said no to something, but maybe they don't want to get on a strategy session call with you right away, but they will listen to you on a webinar. Those are options there. Is the landing page placed on our Facebook or on our website? Machio, the answer is neither. It's going to be held on either lead pages or ClickFunnels. Most of this you're not doing on Facebook. The only part you're doing on Facebook is the ad itself. So let me give you some to-do homework. Then I'll go over some housekeeping issues. And then lastly, we'll take any Q&A that's kind of lingering. So number one to-do is to choose your indoctrination piece. Now again, this is not set in stone. And this is not the way that you're going to have to do it forever. But this is where you want to start, right? Because if we're going to start running ads in the next couple of weeks here, you're going to need to have an indoctrination piece in place. Now, if you want to go like straight to strategy session, we can start there. And just get you on the phone with people, which is a great start. And you could use that as you're building out your webinar or your case study video or anything else that's going on. We can all start with the strategy session offer. But then on top of that, think in the back of your head, well, what is the best indoctrination piece that I want to start with on top of that? Piece of work number two is to create your ad. Now, don't create it in Facebook just yet, because not all of you are going to know how to do that exactly. But create it in a Word document. So you have it and you're ready to kind of upload it. So you want to create the copy, like we said, following the template. And then you also want to create some image variations. Okay? So have those ready and set. And then thirdly, create your landing page. Right? So spark10x.com, you can get slash landing page. You can get lead pages if you already have lead pages or ClickFunnels or one of these other things. You can utilize those and just create your landing page, at least conceptually. Right? Because then you can just, again, take from your Word document and implement it into one of these platforms or these templates that are going to allow you to kind of set it up.
Hey everyone, Nicholas Qzx900 here, and in this video, what I want to show you how to do is how to create ads in the Facebook Power Editor. So as you can see here, I'm in my Facebook homepage here, and to navigate to your Power Editor from home, all you got to do is click on Ads Manager. Then you'll see this is a test account that I have here, but we're in our ads account. And then once we're in our ads account, you can click over here on the left saying Power Editor. Now, once you click on the Power Editor, it's absolutely important for you to know that every time you do log into the Power Editor, that once you selected your ad account, well, in this case, I got a few, but we picked the ad account, we click download. So it's always important that when you walk into an account, that you're always downloading first to bring everything into the Power Editor account. So what we're going to do today is take the ad copy that we worked on earlier in this module, and you should probably have a Word doc that looks something like this, which is all the text that you've applied from this worksheet here. We talked about the anatomy of a perfect ad. So in that worksheet, you'll see the anatomy of a perfect ad, which is an example ad that I've shown here. And then just below it in that document, you'll have kind of an empty worksheet that you can use to go ahead and fill in the blanks here, so we can have a few runs at your ad. Now, I would suggest that you print this out and have 2 or 3 or 4 variations of this until you're happy with one. And then we can go ahead into the Power Editor and I'll show you how to do just that. So again, we're taking this worksheet here of the anatomy of perfect ad. We're going to have a couple of samples that we're going to be working with that you probably have here as a Word document. And then from that Word document, we are then going to put them into the actual Facebook editor or the Facebook Power Editor to create an ad. Now, in order to do this, what you will see here is we always want to start with campaigns. campaigns on the left side, and the little plus button allows us to create a new campaign. So let's just go ahead and do that here. And remember, for the sake of most of what we are doing, we are trying to generate leads. And so we always want to make sure that our option here is website conversion. So under objective, we're going to click website conversions. Under bidding type, we're going to select auction, and then we're going to enter a campaign name. So in this case, let's just say TRS. So for the example, I'm going to be using tribal retention system, the TRS, and I'm just going to say example. You probably wouldn't call it that, but you can name it whatever naming convention that makes it easy for you to realize or to remember there. So we've created it now, and as you can see, we have just the TRS example here. The next thing we want to do is click over to the top here into ad set. So keep in mind, every time you're creating a new campaign, you have campaigns, you have ad sets, and then you have ads. Now, my general rule of thumb is that under campaigns, campaign is kind of like the biggest bucket that contains all the ads that you're running for any particular campaign. So in this case, this would be the lead generation campaign, and this would be our major big bucket. And then when we head over to ads or ad sets, we just want to keep in mind that every ad set should only have one ad in it. So you can see this as the biggest bucket, a smaller bucket that sits within campaign. So ad sets sit within campaigns, and then ads sit within ad set. So in this case, we're just going to do one sample just for the sake of this example. So we're under ad sets, and I'm going to click the plus button again to create a new ad set. And how we're going to say, yep, use this campaign here. So use existing campaign, which is the TRS example, and we're going to name it. Now the naming convention I always like to use is always start with copy. So the wording that we're using in the ad, then the target we're focusing on, and then the image that we're focusing on. So in this specific example, we'll just call it the offer copy. The target, let's just say CrossFit for the sake of this example, and then the image, let's say hanging, and I'll show you what all that means when we do it. Now, whenever we're running an ad set specifically for generating leads or conversions, we always have to use an existing pixel or create a pixel. Now, in this case, let's say this is the first time you're doing it. We're going to go ahead and say create a pixel. We're going to choose the category. So in this case, I'm just going to call it leads, and then we're going to name it, and we'll just call it TRS leads. So we're going to go ahead and say create pixel. It's unverified because we haven't actually placed it or used it yet, but we'll save that for another video. So once we've selected the campaign that we're using, we've now named the ad set based on the naming conventions that I like to use, which is copy, target that we're focusing on, and the image or some sort of a name that represents the image. We're going to go ahead and click create. Now, here's where we get into some nitty-gritty. With regards to budget per day, I typically always like to start a test at $20 a day. Now you can go higher or lower, but that's just kind of what I like to do, so you can mimic that if you desire. Schedule start date, it always by default will select your current date and your current time, so I typically leave that. Now if you have an end date on this, you can click end and select the actual date that you want this campaign to end, but in general I typically say don't schedule an end date, run this as ongoing. And then should you want to get even more specific with this, which I wouldn't suggest at this point, you can actually do ad scheduling, so you can select and run ads on a particular time should you want to. But again, we're not going to do that for the sake of this example. Then we have our audience. Now here's where we're actually going to select the target audience that we are focusing on. So for the most part, you're going to ignore save target group. That's kind of more advanced stuff. Custom audience is more advanced stuff. Locations is obviously something you want to select. So in this case, for the sake of this example, let's just say United States. Now, if you have an age bracket that you're specifically focusing on, you could select that. For the sake of this example, I'm just going to leave this as is. Again, you have all or men or women in terms of gender. Now, for the sake of this example, again, I'm going to leave all, but if you're focusing on just men or just women, you can choose that accordingly. There's some more demographics that you can choose here, none of which are relevant to you at this point in the game anyways, so I'll ignore that. Connections are if you want to connect it with your actual page or not, which at this point we don't. Languages, we can just say English all to be safe. And here's where you're going to enter the interest that you're focusing on. Now again, for this example, we said CrossFit. So I'm going to click on CrossFit, and there we go. It's going to tell me we have an estimated potential reach of 12 million, which is quite big. Again, we can make that smaller by narrowing some of this down, but again, for the sake of this example, we'll just leave it at that. So we'll click save. That will take care of the audience that we're focusing on. Now here's where we want to see the placement. Do we want it to go to mobile newsfeed, desktop newsfeed, right side column, or audience network? For the sake of the initial test, I usually like to only run newsfeed ads. And depending on who we're focusing on, sometimes I'll run them separately. So sometimes it'll be mobile only, or sometimes it'll be desktop only. Again, for the sake of this example, we're just going to keep both clicked as both newsfeed ads, and we're going to remove right-hand column and audience network. Again, we're optimizing for website conversions, which essentially means that we're attempting to collect leads with this ad. So you just want to double check, make sure you have everything in place. And once it is, that's the end of the ad set section. We're then going to click over to ads, which are in this particular bucket. Now again, if this is the first ad that we're doing in this bucket, we're going to hit the plus sign, which is create a new ad. It's going to ask us to confirm what campaign we want this in, so that would be TRS example. Then it's going to say choose an ad set for this ad. We've already selected that. Now what I like to do for the ad set name, or sorry, the ad name, is actually select the same name as the ad set. So I just copied that there. I've pasted it down here, and we're going to use that as the name for the ad itself. So I'm going to go ahead and click create. And here's where we have to get into some nitty-gritty as well. So every ad has to come from a Facebook page. In this case, you should probably only have one page in here. As you can see, I have more than one because we're working with multiple clients and doing a couple of things. But if you're in there, you should only have one. And for the sake of this example, let's just pick, because we're running just a test, I'm going to say growth strategies. All right. So the next thing it's going to ask for, we are going to run a single image and a link in one ad. The first thing it's going to ask for is our website URL. So where, when someone clicks on this ad, are they going to go? Now remember, we have our cheat sheet here, which is our anatomy of a perfect ad template. And we would have selected a couple of items here. And I also have the Word document and how I filled that in. So this here will be, and we're using the example that I've shown you in the ad builder. This would be the URL. So I'm just going to copy and paste that. Go back and say that is the URL we're going to. So that's just going to go ahead and begin to populate this side here, which is a preview of the ad. Then it's going to say display URL. What is the display URL we're going to show here? So I'm going to go back to my Word document and say the call to action here is going to be my display URL. So I'm going to Control-C that or copy it. I'm going to go back to the ad setup here and say display URL is click here to download your free copy, and you'll see that that will populate there. Then it's going to ask you for the text. Now the text is everything that appears above the actual image here. So it's going to say text. Again, we're going to go back to the Word document and select the text that we have dedicated just for that. So I'm going to go ahead again and copy that and click paste here. And then you will see that populate up here. So far, so good. Then it's going to ask for the headline. That's the big bold letters that comes right below the image. So back to the Word document where we've created this, and I've already typed out my headline. So I'm going to hit copy. We're going to go back over to the ad builder and say paste. And we should see that populate right there. Very good. And then newsfeed link description. So in this case, this is what appears below the headline and just above the call to action there, or the display URL. So I'm going to go back to my Word document. I'm going to select the wording there. I'm going to bring it back to the newsfeed description or newsfeed link description and paste it, and we should see that populate perfectly there. So far so good. We have basically the outline of our ad here. The only other thing we need to do at this point is select an image. So I mean, I have some images pre-populated here. You probably wouldn't if this is your first time putting this up. So in this case, we'd say upload an image. Now, I have all my images kind of in a folder, as you can see here. So you can literally take one and we can just basically drag and drop. So let's see if we can find an image. Whoops. We'll see if we can find an image here. We'll take jump, let's say, and we'll drag it right there and let it go. And you'll see it'll auto upload. So it's just telling you that it's uploading there. There it is with the blue check mark, meaning that's the one it selected. We hit OK, and we'll see that the image will populate there, right there for us. So this is now kind of an overview of the ad that we're looking at. One other option you have is the button option. Now, for the most part, if we're offering some sort of a downloadable cheat sheet or PDF, I do like to use the download button. So we're going to head and click the download button there, and you can see it appears right there. And there we have it. There's our ad, right? So it's going to tell us what page it's coming from. It's going to give us the text that we've copied and pasted, the image that we've selected, the headline, some supporting copy here, the URL, or in other case, the call to action copy, and the download button. And we are good to go here. You just want to confirm that conversion pixel that we're testing out here will be TRS leads. Again, TRS leads is the pixel that we chose to use for this particular ad. This is not verified yet. I'll show you in another video how to do that. But there you go. That's how you take the text that you have, that you've probably created from earlier in this module, based on the templates here of how to create that ad. So we have this template. Here's a sample. Here's a template. You have a couple of versions of these. You've turned it into a Word doc, or maybe you've printed out and written it by hand. And that's how you take this text here and actually turn it into an ad in Power Editor. Now, if we were ready to go with this, which we probably would be, I just come up here, and after every session in Power Editor, before anything were to go live, we just have to come up here and click on the Upload Changes green button. And what that'll do is take all this work that we've just done here, the campaign, the ad set, and the ads, and upload it directly to our ads account and start running those ads as soon as they are approved by Facebook. So there's a quick overview of how to create ads in the Facebook Power Editor.
We are in Module 5, the module that I'm calling Slippery Slopes, and what we're going to talk about today specifically is how to take your person who's just kind of entered into your funnel, so how to go from a prospect to a paying client, and we want to do that in the shortest, most effective way as humanly possible. So what we're going to do is just do kind of a check-in review to make sure kind of everyone's on the same page here. We'll look at what we've already covered and how that technically leads to where we are today, and then we'll dive right into the content. So I hope that is good for everybody. So if you remember, Module 1 we called Market Match, and it was all about finding your market, because before anything ever really begins in your business, we need to know who it is that we're serving, and we need to know as much about them as we possibly can. I mean, if you remember, we talked about what is the 4% of the market that we could serve, what are the 4 forces that drive them, the fears, frustrations, wants, and desires, and then based on all that, creating an avatar so that we know who we're talking to and who we're communicating with and who we're trying to reach as we're trying to reach them. Then Module 2 was Master Your Message, and that was all about sharpening your message, because it's your message that in fact allows you to stick out from all the other noise that's going on, and as I say, rage against beige. Now when we're talking about your message, we're talking about how it has 2 elements to it, your why and your what, and we talked about how your why was more important than your what. We also talked about how to turn your ideas into IP and then give it all a handle, or in other words, name it to give it mass appeal. After that, we looked at module number 3, which we called the Magnet Makeover, and that was all about creating and deploying your magnet. Now, your magnet is that thing that we kind of put out there into the marketplace in order to draw your ideal client or customer to you. So we talked about how to structure your magnet using the SAGE model. We talked about the form that it should take, I mean the various options that there are, but specifically the form that it should take, and I recommended that it was some sort of a downloadable PDF. And then we talked about the framework on how that magnet should take frame in order for us to kind of put it out there in the marketplace. Then last time we were together, we looked at module 4, which was Mechanism Mayhem. And that's talking about executing your mechanism and putting all the pieces of that into place. In other words, it's building a bridge between your magnet and your market. So here we kind of looked at the flow of the typical funnel, which we're going to spend more time with today, and primarily how to set up the ideal ad and the ideal landing page. Now, today, Again, we are in module number 5, and I'm calling this slippery slopes. And it's all about what to do with a person after they have now become a lead. How do we turn them from a prospect into a client in the shortest, most effective way possible? Now, if you don't get this, there are some dangers or some risks that could be involved. First, you won't be known, right? You're not going to be known in your marketplace. You're not going to be trusted, and you're not going to be liked. And everybody knows that we always continue to buy from people that they know, they like, and that they trust. And without these pieces, you just come across kind of like a salesperson, and nobody ever wants to be considered just a salesperson. Now, if you also don't get this slippery slope concept that we're talking about today, if you're not known and you're not liked and you're not trusted, well, next is you don't really sell anything, right? I mean, the problem is you don't sell anything, and then you're kind of just collecting leads, not realizing that collecting leads is just the beginning of the process. But if you stop there, you're technically falling short of the whole point of why we're doing this in the first place. And technically, I mean, if you're not known, liked, and trusted, and you don't sell anything, well, then it's all just a bunch of wasted effort. Because anyone who is ever spending time or money and not generating income based on that is basically kind of going around in circles and pushing a rock up a hill, or trying to push this mammoth rock over a cliff. It's just gonna not do anything. I don't know about you, but I'm sure if I asked this question out there, has anyone ever spent time and money in an attempt to get a sale and not gotten that sale? I mean, you know exactly how it feels. So I mean, I've lost count over the years as an entrepreneur, all the times that I've tried to make money and never ended up working, and in result it ended up costing me tons of money, and more importantly, it cost me a ton of time. So the result of all this, the reality or the fear or the frustration, is that we get no progress in our business. I mean, we like to get progress, and we start doing things in order to make that progress, but we don't actually get any. Now, on the flip side, if you do understand the slippery slope concept, if you do really begin to understand how this all pieces together, well, then the opposite happens. So first and foremost, people know, like, and trust you. And everybody out there, and I'm sure you listening in and watching this presentation today, you know the difference between a sleazy salesman and an authentic salesman. I mean, at least I hope you do. I mean, we've all been in kind of these situations where there was someone to try to sell us something who wasn't kind of like up to par, and then you meet someone who's like truly authentic and truly genuine, and we have that experience with them, and everything is good that way. Now, if people know, like, and trust you, well, then you sell a lot. Right? And not in an inauthentic way. You just end up moving more of your product or moving more of your program to people because they know, like, and trust you. And so you're able to sell lots, and you're able to do it with a lot less effort. I mean, you don't have to try so hard. Well, if people know, like, and trust you, and you're able to sell lots, well, then the obvious next thing is that you have a return on investment. And when that happens, everybody is happy, because it means money spent, but it also means even more money gained. And that really is the process of business here. And we get all those three things dialed in. The promise essentially is that you get rapid forward movement. You get to move quickly towards your goals. You get to move quickly towards the scaling of your business. You get to move quickly to that expansion. In fact, I mean, some of my clients, in fact, just recently, a new client of mine, in fact, had literally been trying everything in their business. These two ladies, they've been trying email marketing. They tried all sorts of things. They're buying paid media. They're just joint ventures, and really they were doing all sorts of things, and they weren't really making any ground. And really the pivoting change that happened for them was when they put in a sequence, a specific funnel, one that we're going to talk about today, in fact, the exact process that we're going to talk about today. And literally, within about 90 days' time, they were able to go from kind of like a struggling business that was just barely getting by in the coaching space to a now built a 6-figure a month coaching practice, or in other words, $1 million business, simply by following the sequence that we're going to talk about today. So let's just do a quick check-in here. I have a question for everybody on the line. When we're talking about slippery slopes, when we're talking about ultimately the goal of getting someone on an enrollment call or a strategy session with us, what is the most challenging thing that you have found about getting someone to do a strategy session or a enrollment call? So as you're doing your business here, really and truly, what have you found to be the most challenging thing about getting someone on that enrollment call or that strategy session and then closing them into your business? Yeah, so let's kind of review the funnel that we introduced to you last module there. I call it the map. Like, let's look at really this process then that it takes from ad all the way to strategy session and what that actually looks like. So here we go. This is essentially the funnel that we're looking at. We put out an ad, and in this case specifically on Facebook, and that ad will drive a visitor or a click to a landing page. And that landing page is making available the lead magnet, which we talked about, and that's designed to attract the right person and capture a name and an email address in exchange for the magnet. And then as soon as they fill out their name and their email address, then they are taken to the thank you page, which is now what I'm calling an indoctrination piece, which is followed by an offer. And that indoctrination piece followed by the offer is essentially, hey, let's get on a call here, which we call an enrollment call in the business. But it's let's get on a call, a strategy session where I can talk to you about your business, see how I might be able to help, and then offer you a position in my coaching program if we see that we have a good fit, and then we close them. So this is the model here. This is kind of the map or the funnel that we're looking at. We have an ad that takes them to a landing page that offers a magnet in exchange for a name and an email address. As soon as they do that, we offer them an indoctrination piece which ends with an offer, and the offer is typically, in our scenario, a strategy session or an enrollment call. We get on that call, and then if we have a right fit, we close them into our business. And so people will enter our funnel through the magnet, and what we want to talk about today is what happens after that point. Where are they taken to on the thank you page? After they hit yes, enter my name and email, where are they going to be taken to? And that thank you page is what I'm calling the beginning of your indoctrination process. Now, the purpose of indoctrination here is two main points. Number one, I call it indoctrination. It almost has a negative connotation, but that's not the idea. When we say indoctrinate them, we're essentially saying indoctrinate them to you. We're trying to warm them up to you. And we do that by educating them and engaging them and inspiring them. And by educating, inspiring, and engaging them, we build authority, trust, likability, and loyalty, which is all needed before someone is willing to take a transaction or perform a transaction with us. And so that's part of the indoctrination process because, again, we buy from people we know, like, and trust. And so this indoctrination process helps us, trigger some of these buying triggers in our mind. Again, we referred to Robert Cialdini's book called Influence. You can look that up if you want more details about that. So first and foremost, the purpose of this piece is to indoctrinate them to you. And then secondly, it's to make an offer. And hopefully it's an irresistible offer that means essentially we're saying, hey, I'd really like to help you out. I think the best means for me to do that is to hop on a call with you, and then you get them on an enrollment call. You help them with their situation. You analyze if they're a good fit, and if they are, then you offer them a position in your coaching program. So that is the funnel that we're looking at here. And based on this, we really only have two key principles to making your slope slippery, or two key principles to really making this work for you. Two key principles to select the indoctrination piece and to make it all work. So key principle number one is choose your pleasure, or in other words, select the indoctrination piece that will work best for you. Now, I'm going to propose that there are 5 main indoctrination pieces, and yes, there could be more, and yeah, there could be less, in fact, but I've found in my business and in all the clients that we've helped that there are 5 main indoctrination pieces, and the first step would be to choose the one that you like best. So let me review them a little bit here just to kind of refresh your memory. The first one would be a webinar. Now, a webinar is kind of simple and similar to what we're doing right now, right? And it's delivered in a live format, just like we are doing now, and it's typically using a platform like GoToWebinar, and you can show your screen, you can show your PowerPoint presentation or your keynote presentation, you can go over slides, you can take questions, you can give answers, you can interact, you can show things. That's a great indoctrination piece. So first you have the webinar. Then you have what I would call the case study video. And this is basically a video which is either, typically a screen share, which is like a slide with a voiceover, or it could be you live on camera. And it's typically about 20 to 30 minutes or so. And I call it a case study video because ideally you want to go over a result that you provided for someone who matches the avatar of your ideal customer. So if you're in, let's say, the relationship niche, for example, and you help people kind of understand and get deep in relationships, this video would be a 20 to 30 minute case study of how someone went from a broken relationship to a healthy relationship. Now that could be one element of your case study video, or it could be some very unique kind of strategy that really has you stand out from everyone else. And so you use the case study video to teach this strategy and also obviously to build authority in the space that you're in. So that would be the case study video. Thirdly would be a multi-part video series. And you've probably seen this. It's like video 1, video 2, video 3, video 4, video 1, video 2, video 3. Sometimes people call this, according to Jeff Walker, for example, the sideways sales letter. And these are a multi-part video training series, literally designed for people or designed to walk people through psychological buying triggers with some shorter content pieces. So as opposed to each video being 20 to 30 minutes long, maybe these would be 10 or 20 minutes long, and you'd have multiple ones that could cover multiple areas or multiple subjects. And typically, the content breakdown in a multi-part video series would be, the video number one would be like a rich piece of content. Something really juicy that sets you apart, and this would be so you could build authority and make you different from everybody else in your marketplace. Video 2 is typically like a case study or a success story of someone that you've worked with, and then video 3 is typically an opportunity to say, hey, this is what I got going on, and I'd love for you to be involved. So that's an example of a multi-part video series, for example. Indoctrination piece number 4 is what we'd call a tripwire sales page. And so this is where you'd make an immediate low-ticket offer. And when I say low-ticket offer, we're saying anything, between $7 and $297, somewhere in that range works. Now, the purpose of the tripwire sales page or the tripwire sales indoctrination piece is so that you can liquidate your cost right away from acquiring the lead, because if you're paying for advertising, some people want to liquidate that cost right away. It also creates a buyer's list because now you have credit card information from people spending a little bit of money with you, and you have their mailing information, which could prove to be valuable to you should you want to use that. And this tripwire could be in the form of selling a report or a video or a mini course or something like that. And then fifthly, the last option would be straight to a strategy session offer or an enrollment call offer. And here's where you would literally invite the new prospect to jump on the phone with you, where you would give them some personal attention based on their situation. Now remember, in our business, in the coaching consulting space, for example, the end point of all of these would be to offer an enrollment call, because that's how we are going to onboard our high-ticket clients into our business. Because remember, the goal, right, at least for high-ticket coaches, is to offer a high-level offer by getting on the phone with them, seeing if they are a right fit, and then inviting them to join your program. Now, here's the reality. Out of the 5, each of them do in fact have their pros and their cons. Right? So each of them have their pros and their cons, and what I want to do is kind of go over those to kind of give people a better idea of which one that they might think is best for them. So first, again, the webinar. And a lot of you have said webinar. In fact, I personally love webinars because besides like live events where you're actually on stage engaging with your audience, I find that live webinars to be the best conversion mechanism out there. It's live, it's interactive, and really to me, it's kind of the next best thing to being on stage in a live event, right? Again, it allows for easy content delivery. It allows you to offer time-sensitive offers. It creates urgency if you're making an offer, or scarcity. And really, you can deploy a lot of the psychological buying triggers by literally holding one of these sessions via webinar. So those are some of the pros on the webinar side. And it looks like a lot of people in this particular group like the webinar. But here's the cons of it. There are some cons, right? Number one, they're a lot of work. Right? You got to book out first time to prepare them, and then you got to book out time to do the slides and tweak them and make them just right. And then on top of that, you've got to book the time to actually deliver them. And then, of course, you deliver them and you promote them, and X number of people register for it, but not everybody shows up, right? And unless you're kind of like really, really good at delivering content, otherwise what you see happen is a lot of people fall off, and so you'll lose people. So those are some of the cons, right? Now, alternatively, you can implement an automated webinar, for example, using a resource like Stealth Seminar. And what that does is kind of takes your webinar and puts it on autopilot for you. And that could be a great option for people who don't like doing live webinar solutions or being in live webinar situations. In fact, I know one of my close friends and a client of mine. He's doing literally between $200,000 and $300,000 a month using automated webinars to strategy session calls only. So not live, but literally automated, so it can work. So if you choose this option as your indoctrination piece, then your thank you page would be a webinar registration page, similar to the one that you're kind of seeing here, right? You'd capture the lead. And once you captured the lead, once you did that, a thank you page would be like, hey, well, by the way, we're having this advanced level training coming up later this week. I'd love you to join. If you want to, just click here to register. So if you're choosing this as an indoctrination piece, this would be kind of how you do it. Your thank you page would be the webinar registration page. So webinars obviously are a great indoctrination piece, and I would kind of highly recommend everybody to consider those as an option. But on top of that, we also have case study videos, right? Now again, there are some pros and there are some cons to case study videos. Some of the pros, in my opinion, include that, number one, it's kind of like basically automated, right? You just put a video on a web page and you drive people to it, and that's it. Secondly, it's video. And in our industry, video works very well for this type of business, because you as a coach or a consultant or a speaker, the reality is that people want to kind of hear you and see you and get a real flavor for the type of person you are, and videos are the perfect modality for us to do that. Now, even if you maybe necessarily don't get, talking head video and it's just a voice with some images, that too allows your personality to come out. And that's a great thing in our industry. Now, some of the cons about case study videos is that longer videos, so like let's say 20, 30, 40-minute videos, are kind of hard to keep people's attention. Right? It's very hard to sit through a 40-minute video or a 30-minute video. So unless it's kind of like right on the money and it's like totally perfect and it's amazing, the reality is that most people may not stay until the end where you make the offer. So that's kind of a downfall to case study videos. All right, so that's case study videos, right? Great option for some, maybe not so much for others. There are pros and cons to all of them. What's next? There are multi-part video series. Now, I'm sure you've seen this before. It's like 1, 2, 3, or 4 videos in a multi-part video series. Now, the pros of this is that you can actually strategically take people through a specific psychological process to have them ending up wanting to do business with you, right? That's kind of the reason behind these multi-part video series, is because each of these videos touches upon a different psychological trigger, and the different psychological trigger all adds up to making you want to do business with that person. Now also, because it's a 4-part video series, you're able to cover more material. That doesn't have to be 4-part, maybe it's 2 or 3-part, but either way, you're able to cover more material. So unlike, a one-time case study, here you can do one teaching on webinars and another teaching on this and another teaching on that all kind of link together. So those are some of the pros. Now, the cons, on the other hand, is that most people will watch your first video, but then the more videos you put out, the more people will drop off. So I hope that makes sense. But like majority of the people, let's say 100 people will watch your first video, and of those 100 people, maybe like 50 will watch your second video, and of those 50, maybe 25 will watch your third video. And then when you get down to your last video, typically we see us losing more and more people, or there's more fall off. So that's one of the cons. Another con is it's a longer process, right? So when you're doing a multi-part video series, you're not going to give someone all of the videos in one shot. Right, you're going to give someone a video on day 1, and then maybe 2 days later you're going to show a video, and then 2 days after that you're going to show a video. And so it's kind of stretched out for over a week or so maybe. And in my opinion, it's not kind of necessary for strategy session enrollments. So we have the multi-part video series. Fourth, we have the tripwire sales page. Now, here's some of the pros to offering something for sale right away. Number one, you self-liquidate the lead cost. So if it costs you, let's say, $4 or $5 or $6 to acquire that lead as a name and an email address, if you make a sale, well then not only are you breaking even and getting those leads for free, but essentially you could be in a profit position. So that's an option. Number two, not only are you capturing a leads list now, but you are capturing a buyer's list. People are willing to spend money with you. And a buyer's list is a very, very powerful list. It's far more powerful than just a leads list, for example. And thirdly, you're able to obtain mailing information. And so I know a lot of people, for example, who will do a tripwire sales page as part of their indoctrination piece. And just before they make an offer for a strategy session or something like that, they will make this low ticket offer. They'll capture the credit card information and the shipping information, and then they'll go out and mail something to them in the mail that offers a strategy session. Right? So that's kind of another angle, because when everyone's on the online world and looking at emails and all this other stuff, if you can send something in the mail and get it open, that's a pretty powerful thing. So those are some of the pros. Now on the con side of it, you could potentially come across as being salesy. So if you don't do this really elegantly and you're trying to sell something right away, and you kind of do it in a non-elegant way, essentially that could hurt your reputation. And if it hurts your reputation, then it's not good in the long run from people who want to work with you. So you can think about that. And also, number two, this will close people off to you immediately. So let's say people get offended by being sold to right away before building a relationship with them. I mean, that will turn people off to you, and we kind of don't want that. So there are some pros and cons, and I definitely suggest that if you were to do this, that you would do it in an elegant way. So moving on to the last option here, and that would be number 5, and this is offering someone straight to a strategy session. So this is kind of like nothing in between, going straight for it and getting on the phone with someone into a strategy session, or an enrollment call, as some would call it. Right? Now the pros of this is that you'll get people on the phone with you almost immediately. So as soon as you kind of deploy this and people start seeing this, literally within a matter of minutes of people going through your sequence here, they will immediately start filling out your form and requesting a call with you. And literally, if you've been waiting for phone calls to add people and enroll people into your coaching program, you are literally a few pages away from that happening. Secondly, another benefit to this is that you can enroll people faster into your program if you're good at enrollment calls. So rather than having to wait for people to go through an indoctrination piece and seeing them if they fall off, and should I see this or should I do that, and et cetera, I mean, if you're good at enrollment calls and you get people on an enrollment call right away, you're literally closing people into your program immediately, which is, great traction and great momentum. Now, on the other hand, some of the cons of this is that the quality of these leads are not typically as good as if they had been indoctrinated at some point, right? So the sale will be a little bit harder, and you'll need to talk to more people to get a yes. Because if they haven't yet gone through any of your indoctrination pieces, they're not yet kind of fully sold to you. And if they're not yet fully sold to you, then getting on the phone with them might be a little bit harder to close them in your program. Now, if you're good at enrollment calls, then this wouldn't be a problem at all, and you'll be able to close somebody no problem. But if you're not so good at enrollment calls, then this might be a little bit harder because the people are less qualified. Does that make sense? So I get asked a lot, so Nick, what do you think is the best one out of all of these, right? I mean, which out of all 5, which do you suggest to be the best for you? And here's the reality. It depends on who you are, right? Some people are great at webinars and they love webinars. Well, then they should be doing webinars. Other people are like great at strategy sessions and they want to make that the first thing they do. And if that's the case, then, you know, I'd say just go straight to strategy session. Some people are good on video, want to do a case study video and all that. So let me just throw it out there by saying this. There is no one best because it all depends on how you deliver content, your personality, which kind of indoctrination piece you like better than the other. So these are all things that you want to keep in mind. In fact, let me turn around and ask it another way. The question really should be, well, which one is best for you? Right? Which is the best one for you? Because every person on this training right now could say something different. And so it's not like an overall blanketing statement to say that there's only one way to do this. There are multiple ways to do this. And you want to pick the one that's best for you. So Linda says, if they request the strategy session, within how many days do we respond? Is it too long to make them wait? I would say, Linda, and that's a great question, that you would want to give them, as soon as they request a strategy session, I would say that you want to take them to the next page, and I'll show you this in just a second, but the next page you want to take them to is to a booking page where they can literally get access to your calendar and book a time that's appropriate for you. Because one of two things can happen if you wait too long. One, they can completely fall off and not be interested anymore. So you do want to strike while the iron's hot. And if you do wait too long, again, it becomes a less of a priority. People justify their emotion with logic and they say, oh, I don't really need this. And what we found in general is that the longer you wait from strategy session request to actually having it, then what tends to happen is you get a lot of less show-up rate. Linda asks, is there too soon to respond? Again, you're not responding here. What I would suggest is as soon as someone requests a strategy session and fills out your application, the next page they go to is a booking request page, and I'll show you what that looks like in just a minute, and then they book at a time that works best for them. So this way you don't have to worry too much about sending emails back and forth and saying, hey, is now a good time, or is now a good time, or is it too short or too long? You let the system do that for you, and that way you don't have to think about it or worry about it. You can just kind of go with it. I hope that makes sense, right? So if key point number 1 was choose your map or select your pleasure, then key point number 2 for this whole thing is, well, let's deploy it, right? Let's get it out there and just launch the darn thing so that we can start to get these enrollment call conversations going, because the reality is the more of these you have, the more likely you are to grow your business. So remember, each one of these that we discussed are technically kind of a module in and of itself. And so we don't really want to spend too much time digging into each one of these. So what I want to do today is essentially focus on the strategy session, right? I want to focus on this because number 1, it's your quickest path to getting on the phone, and the sooner you can get on the phone with somebody, the more you can practice your skills at enrollment calls. And then on top of that, you also have the ability to close more people into your business with the least moving parts as possible. Because I realize that there's some people on the training who've communicated to me that, oh man, I'm not too tech savvy, and I don't want to be too burdened down with all these different elements in the funnel or anything like that. I just want to be careful of that. So in order to kind of eliminate all those things, what I want to do is spend time focusing on the strategy session today, because I found this to be the easiest way to get going and with the least amount of moving parts. So I hope that's cool. Now, to make this even easier, what I've done for you essentially is created a template script that you will literally be able to follow right away to get this going and to get this all done for you. Now, this enrollment call offer script is literally what you can put. If you're going to use strategy session as your means of indoctrination, this is the video or the audio, but typically a video. This would be the video that you're going to be using as soon as someone fills out their name and their email address in order to get the magnet from you. This is the following thank you page. There's going to be a video with you on it. Below it is going to be an application form, and this is essentially what you want to say on the video. So I've kind of really broken it down for you to make it super easy. So let's kind of go through this together. And then I'll show you an example of someone who's kind of gone through this process and what that looks like. And then we'll take some questions with regards to that. So first is the enrollment call offer script. We break it down in a couple sections. First is the intro. And essentially this is, hey, thank you so much for requesting your, and you're going to name your cheat sheet there, or name your magnet. So let's say your magnet is the trouble retention system, right? For the sake of the example that we've been using in the past, you say, hello, thank you so much for requesting the trouble retention system cheat sheet. It should be arriving in your email box within about blank number of minutes. And typically you want to say a time that is 5 minutes longer than this video that you've created. And the reason for that is because if you do any shorter than that, people will have the tendency to want to abandon the video and go check out what's in their inbox. So you don't want to do that. So if this video was, let's say, 6 minutes long, you'd say that should be arriving in your inbox in about 11 minutes. Okay, so that makes sense. That's the intro right here. Now below that is what I call the setup. And so here's where you're really going to set them up for what's next. And so, hi, my name is blank, and I'm the founder of, and you'd name your company here. So, hey, my name is Nick, I'm the founder of Qzx900 and I'm the creator of the Facebook Floodgate program. So in this case, you want to name your coaching program. And the reason you're doing this is to really paint pictures and put context to what they're going to expect. Now, following that, you want a credential statement. So in this case, in the last blank number of years, I've helped over however many people you've helped who have been with their main struggle to get the result that so that they could benefit. So I know that was a little complicated. Let me give you an example of this. So I can say, like, in the last 7 years, I've helped over 3,000 home entrepreneurs, coaches, and experts who have been struggling to use Facebook marketing and advertising to fill strategy sessions so that they can enroll more clients quicker and easily into their practice. So I hope you saw how I just kind of, that was off the cuff obviously, but that's how we filled in those blanks there. So in the last blank number of years, I've helped over the blank number of people who are my ideal client who have been struggling with X so that they could get Y so that they would benefit with Z. Then you want to flip into asking a question. So I say, I have a question for you. Are you frustrated because, and here's where you want to say what the main frustration is. Are you frustrated because you're spinning around in circles and not able to get more clients into your coaching business? Or are you a successful speaker, author, and expert, but are just having trouble bringing more people into your coaching practice? Well, if so, I can help. Okay, so this is kind of the setup, right? You've introduced who you are. You're kind of introducing the video. Then you're setting up who you are to build kind of brief, quick authority. Now, third part is what I call optional here. And this is to reiterate some of your content. So you could say, well, in the cheat sheet that I've just sent to you, I will reveal, and you go over the points. I will reveal how to use Facebook ads to get more clients. Or I will reveal to you the 4 steps to a perfect Facebook ad. They are A, start with a question, B, use a high contrast image, C, have a strong call to action, something like that. You just want to reiterate some content. Now this is optional, and the reason why I say it's optional is because it extends the length of your video, but I personally like to do this because, again, it proves that you're authority and you know what you're talking about. So again, we'll start with the intro, we then set them up with some credential statements, we optionally talk about what is in the cheat sheet, or the magnet that you've just delivered to them, and then I have here 2 offer options. So I'll walk you through both of them, option number 1 and option number 2. So offer option number 1 is this. If you are target market, so in this case, if you are a coach, a consultant, or an expert who is looking for desired result, more clients into your practice, I want to offer you this limited exclusive opportunity to you. I want to give you a complimentary, no obligation, 17-minute or 30-minute or 45-minute or 60-minute, whatever it is, whatever your enrollment call length is, strategy session call or strategy call. Here's where we will hop on the phone and I will go over with you exactly what you need to know in order to use Facebook advertising and preeminent positioning in order to enroll more clients into your business, right? So here's, again, the greatest benefits from what they will get from the call and what they can expect to walk away from the call. So again, you want to emphasize here, what are the benefits and what are the takeaways? Then you want to reiterate, and what I like to say is this: there's no cost, there's no obligation, and this is not a sales call of any kind. So then I just kind of go into a little more specifics. If you'd like to learn more about my program, so if you'd like to learn more about the Facebook Floodgate program after our call, and we feel like we have a fit, then we can potentially discuss that. But here's my promise to you: if you don't ask, I won't tell. Sound fair? Now, the reason that we're putting this statement in here is because we want to lower their guard. A lot of people realize that if they're going to come on a strategy session call with us, then they're most likely going to be sold to, right? And as a result, most people are going to be like, well, this is kind of really just a sales pitch that is hidden. So we put this statement in there to kind of lower their defenses and say, you know what, I'm not going to sell you anything. I'm going to give you these benefits instead. And in fact, I'm not even going to bring up what I can potentially offer you unless you ask me first. And the reality is, if you do a really good job at this call, then they'll probably bring it up anyways, right? So in continuation with the script, this call is all about you and your business or your life or your experience. You'll come away with this call with an extremely valuable plan of action where you will have the exact next steps needed to enroll more clients into your business so that you can finally have the freedom and the desire and the time that you want. All right? So that's just, again, me filling in the blanks here of desired result and desired benefit. All right? In other words, this could be, or this is going to be, one of the most profitable things that you do this year, or one of the most beneficial things you do this year. Again, there's absolutely no charge for this call together, and I'm waiving my usual $997 fee, so it costs you nothing. Now, obviously, there is no obligation, and you will leave the call with a highly actionable plan of action to get more clients into your business, or again, whatever the desired result is. Now, here's where you want to build a little scarcity into it, and we say something like, well, most weeks I can only accommodate between 2 or 3 of these sessions, and they do book up fast. So, if you'd like to take advantage of this highly profitable opportunity, I'd love to make it work for you. Just go ahead and complete the short form below while spaces remain open, and I will be in touch with you within 24 hours to schedule your session. Thanks, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. So as you can see, that's a pretty straightforward video, but every element of it has a key point in order to kind of set up that call and get people interested in it. Now, let me walk you through script number 2 here as another option, and you'll see why it's different. And you can basically choose the one that will work best for you. So offer option number 2 may sound something like this. Hey, again, you're starting with the same intro, the same setup, the optional introductions or the optional points that you're going over in your lead magnet. But this case, you're going to kind of take a little bit of a different approach. And I saw this work great in with certain clients as well. This one says, hey, may I be honest with you? Statistically, your chance of actually reading the cheat sheet that I just sent you is about 30%. And let's be honest, your chance of implementing it is actually tiny, especially if you're time challenged. So here's the deal. If you'd like me to personally show you how you could, again, desired benefit, use Facebook advertising and preeminent positioning so that you can get more clients into your business, then I'd love to take the time to do that with you. And here, it's on me. Because here's the truth. The cheat sheet is truly amazing. In fact, it's the exact formula that I've used to enroll a ton of clients into my business. However, what is needed to really change your business or your life is a personal plan, because your life or business is unique. In the 15 years that I've been doing this and getting these kind of results, I've come to realize that no general plan has ever worked for my clients. And the reality is that the probability of you having results like this is dependent on you taking decisive action and recognizing opportunities when they come your way. And this is one of them. Now, first, let me be clear. This isn't for everybody. Here's the fine print, right? These strategies work for coaches, consultants, experts, anyone in the information industry. However, they won't work, and here's where you put in people you're trying to avoid. These won't work for multi-level marketers, home business opportunity seekers, or whatever the people you're trying to qualify and avoid. This is what you're trying to put in here. Now, this won't work for you if you're in so much fear that you can't take risks, and it won't work for you if you have a million questions with no ability to take any actions. You have to be ready and serious to get more clients right away. Now, I know that sounds funny, but you'd be amazed at how many people are not ready to really get what they want. Now, here's kind of the closing, right? If you're truly wanting to move to the next level, then it would be my pleasure to create with you a step-by-step plan that will get you to where you're destined to go. People come to me for a breakthrough, and my clients will tell you that I definitely deliver. So what happens next? Well, if you're a coach or a consultant or an expert or someone operating in the information marketing space, again, that's just me putting in some information there, who is looking to get more clients into their business, then I want to offer this limited exclusive opportunity to you. I want to give you a complimentary, no obligation, 15-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute, 45-minute, 60-minute strategy call. Here's where we'll hop on the phone, and again, the same kind of closing. We'll go over all the benefits and what you will get from the call. The only thing is there's a limited number of spaces available. The last time I offered this, we got X number of applications. So this time we're filling them by application base only for people that we feel that we can help the most. If this resonates with you and you'd like our help, then click below to apply for your session. If you are a match, myself or one of my coaches will be in touch. This could be what you have been waiting for. So you see you have two options there with the actual script, and they're just really fill in the blank templates that you could fill in for you. And I just want to give you kind of an example of someone who has done just that following this exact script. So here's a script. Let me just kind of blow this up a little bigger so you could see it. Of someone who's essentially just filled in the blanks and made it work for them. I'll just read through this kind of briefly. I won't read the whole thing, but I just want to get you an idea of this. It says, hello. Thank you so much for requesting your 3 mistakes tech CEOs make getting venture capital funding cheat sheet. It should be arriving in your email within about 10 minutes. Now, my name is John Livesay, and I'm the founder of Livesay Consulting and the creator of the 3 C's of getting funded. In the last 5 years, I've helped over 50 tech CEOs who have been struggling to get their product easily understood and struggling on how to sell them to get VC funding. They all want to get their business to grow fast, and if this sounds like you, well, then I can help. Now I have a question for you. Are you frustrated because you don't know how to best sell yourself since this is what you have to do to get investors? Or are you frustrated because you can't get people to say yes faster to understanding what makes your company unique and valuable? Now again, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you can see exactly how he's followed the very precise formula I've given them, right? The cheat sheet covers these 3 things. If you're a tech CEO, again, if you are target market, looking for a benefit, looking for a proven method to sell yourself and your company, here's what we can do. I want to give you a complimentary, no obligation, 15-minute situational snapshot analysis call. Here's where we're going to hop on the call, and we're going to see where you are, where you want to go, and I'll give you some immediate tips to help get you started. It goes on. If you want to learn more about my services after the call and we feel like we have a fit, then we can talk about moving forward with those. This call is all about you and your business. If you're serious about getting funded fast to make your business grow, then simply email me at this email.com or click a button for a 15-minute call. I look forward to seeing you soon. All right. So hopefully you can see how someone just simply took the template and filled in the blanks. And here is what it actually looks like. Right now, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear the audio, but it's a simple page that looks like this. When you land on it, oh, I guess you can't hear it probably there, but it's going to go through, and he's actually literally just reading the script that I had just read to you there. There's a button on the bottom that if you click in, you can fill out the information, tell me about your business, schedule me a call. Simple as that. Now, here's another client of mine who's done the same sort of thing, right? This is their video that essentially follows the same script. Your cheat sheet will arrive in 15 minutes. Watch this video below. And then right below that, you'll see some on the right-hand side. You'll see a couple of testimonial videos, which is, I think, a nice touch. You don't have to do that, obviously. And then you have the application in the middle. So someone had asked, what are some of the questions that are important for this? I would say whatever questions are very important to you understanding their business, to see if they're qualified to work with you. So a question like what are their goals and what are their current monthly revenue, like that will help you determine whether or not there's someone that you want to hop on the call with. When you ask what are their goals or what are they looking to accomplish, these are going to be some great resources for you that are going to tell you what they need. So in this case, it's obviously first name, last name, right? What's your phone number, your email, your Skype? In this case, he's helping gym owners. So he says, are you in fact a gym owner? What was your revenue in the last 30 days? And what's your monthly goal revenue? Right? Which of these areas are you struggling with the most? And you can fill that out. And I love this question. A lot of coaches ask this type of question. Why do you feel you haven't reached these goals? These set you up perfectly. So when you're on the call with somebody and you say, well, you said you haven't reached these goals because of X, Y, Z. Well, let me tell you that I can help you with X, Y, Z. Right? Tell me more about your business, so you get a real feel for the type of person they're like, right? And then again, how would you describe yourself? And here's a great qualifying question. I'm the type of person who constantly buys books, courses, but never does anything with them. I'm the type of person who needs 1 to 2 things to take action and I get results and I'm hungry for success. I'm the type of person who listens, nods along, but does nothing, right? And this is kind of this, A, validating them, so them selling themselves to you, and then B, giving you a quick idea of how they qualify, right? Now, once you've done that, and you've kind of answered, this is the next page. So once they fill out all this information, they hit submit. In this particular case, they're taken to a book your call page, like I was saying. In this case, it's just go ahead. You qualify, let's book a call. In this case, it takes them to a time calendar. They can say book 8 o'clock, fill out the rest of the details, and now they are booked with a call with you. And if for some reason, after you view the details of their application, you can choose whether or not you want to follow up with that call or cancel it. Okay? So before we go any further here, I do want to quickly open up and check in with everybody here and see, A, what was your greatest takeaway from any of that? So what was your greatest takeaway from what I just shared with you there for you to see? Someone else says, what is the booking calendar called and how do we get that? Great question. There are a couple of options that people tend to use for calendar stuff. Let me show you a couple that I like. So one of my favorites that I live by, that I really like, is a company called vcita, vcita.com. Schedule Once is another calendar option there that people really like and they can use. Again, it gives you video goes how you can use that. Oh, You Can Book Me, there you go. Here's another one. So customers booking straight into your calendar. So here's another option. So there are tons out there, and different pricing and different options and stuff like that. The beautiful thing of it is that it integrates directly into your Google Calendar. So if you're kind of already booked as being busy, it won't book during those times. So as you can see here, like in this particular calendar, there are days that are just kind of blocked off saying not possible, right? And so that kind of helps, obviously. So you can use any one of those options. Hopefully that helps. All right, so here are your 3 options when it comes to this script, right? Because not everybody likes to necessarily get in front of a video camera. I'm going to suggest to you that that's probably preferred just because as a coach or a consultant, people want to get to see your face and get to know your personality a little bit better. So when you do a video, that obviously helps. But there's 3 main options. So first, as you can see by the screen, first is audio. Right? So in order to make this audio work, it's kind of easy. You just get some sort of audio recorder. Some people can even like use your cell phone for that matter. I would just recommend if you're going to use your cell phone, you want to use like a little microphone. I'll put that in the resource section too. I mean, literally you can just plug in the microphone into your iPhone and record right away, and that'll give you some clear sound quality. But really all you need to is to capture the audio. You're literally going to read the script in a very conversational way. You're going to capture that on your phone using a mic or an audio recorder, an MP3 recorder, or something that you have that can capture sound. And then what I would do is not just leave it up as an audio, but I'd probably put an audio with your image on it. So let's pretend, for example, that this was an audio and not a video. Okay, what I would do is I'd still make it a video, but I'd record the audio and then I'd just put it over top as an image there, and an image of you. Because at least that way, if people see an image of you, they can associate the voice with the face and they kind of warm up to you anyways, and it's almost like a real video. So I hope that makes sense, right? If you're going to record an audio, then let's just turn it into a video, but the video is not going to be like full motion. It's just going to be a picture of you there with the audio playing. So that's one option is audio. Secondly is a talking head video. So that's literally you putting a handy cam in front of you and you're speaking right to the video recorder. Now the only things I would say about this, if you're going to do it this way, is number one, make sure you're well lit. I think one of the biggest problems we see in a lot of videos is that like there's not enough light on the person and it becomes like a really dark video and you can't really see the person. So obviously that's not cool. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that you're well lit. Number two, make sure there's a little bit of space in the background because this creates depth. So if you can see on this video, for example, John is right up against the wall, and so it doesn't create depth and it gives you this kind of clustered feeling. You just want to make sure that there's like few feet, at least 3, 4, 5, 6 feet behind you and whatever's behind that. Whether that's a wall or a couch or whatever, you just want to create some depth that way. So make sure you do that. 3, make sure you capture the audio clearly, because if you're standing like a far way away from your video camera, it really sounds like a terrible, you can tell you're in a big room and it's capturing really far away. So use some sort of an audio recorder or something, or a mic or something that can just capture the audio clearly. And then 4th, what I do, and I always do this to cheat, and John has done this the same, it's hard to tell, but now that I mention it, you probably notice, he's actually reading off a laptop like a teleprompter. So I would actually like place the laptop behind the video screen and read it. You know, I've had clients ask me, oh my God, do I have to like memorize that video script? And the answer is no. I mean, I couldn't do it. I certainly know I can't do it. Every video I ever record where it's me talking face, I have the laptop right behind there, and I have it kind of set up like PowerPoint so I can scroll through the slides that work kind of like a teleprompter. So there's some like little ninja hacks that you can implement there, and hopefully that helps. Or lastly, let's say you don't want to do the audio with your face there, or you don't want to do a talking head video. Well, then you can do like a slide and a voice video. So kind of similar to what I'm doing now, for example. You can put together a PowerPoint or a keynote, and you can just kind of flip through slides that have your words on them, and you can just read them as you go. So this way, at least it's a video, at least there's kind of motion on the video, and at least this way they can hear your voice. So it's kind of like the third best thing. So again, you just kind of script it out, you use PowerPoint or Keynote, you talk through the script, and then you flip through the sides as you go along with that. What was your greatest takeaway from today's training? Like, what is the one main thing that you're able to walk away from and implement immediately so that you can start to see results from it? Question says, where can we put our videos? Can we include it in our emails? Yeah, so the easiest way to put the video, and just like I'm showing you here, is using lead pages, right? So lead pages is a great source that you can use. Because again, it's kind of template, so you're using it probably for your lead capture page anyways. You can also use it for this. This is a lead page template, and you can pick one. You can just get someone to build a simple page for you. So for example, this one here is through a service called ClickFunnels, right? So it's literally template based, drag and drop. So you can put that up there. You can drop your video in there, and then implement this is Wufoo Forms. Okay, let me actually just kind of type that out there. Wufoo. So this is Wufoo Forms, wufoo.com. You can create forms and put them there. So that's what I typically use. And the beauty of this is, as soon as somebody fills this out and hits submit in the bottom, what happens is you get emailed with all of that information. So you don't even have to think about it or worry about it. Literally just kind of comes to your inbox, and you know that someone has filled out that information. So this is a thing called ClickFunnels that you can use. You can use lead pages like I mentioned before. You know, whatever is kind of easier for you. Or you can just get like a developer or a coder on Fiverr for $5 or on Odesk for like $20 and just tell him what you want. He can piece the whole thing together for you. So I hope that helps. Karen says, lots of great info in the strategy sessions. Thanks. The format for the questionnaire is exactly what I needed. Awesome, Karen. Please swipe it and use it to your heart's content and modify it, obviously, to work for your business, but I'm glad that that helped. Any other takeaways? I'd love to hear from anybody who felt like they had some value from this and what that piece of value was. Go ahead and let me know. And as you do that, let me just kind of end with a little bit of homework. I know everyone hates homework, but here's your to-do list. All right. So to-do list number one is really simple. Number one, fill out your strategy session script and modify it accordingly. So take the script that you have or you will have, literally print it out and get a pen and a paper to it and just mash it up. Start filling out the various elements to it and get a script that you're happy with and that's working. Okay. So make sure you kind of go ahead and do that. That will definitely help. And that's homework piece number one. And then number two, record it, right? So if you're doing a video, record the video. If you're going to do an audio, record the audio and get a picture of yourself and just kind of put the whole thing together. I mean, you may not use it immediately right away because you're still kind of catching up from past modules and there's certain things you want to have in place before that. But Yeah, you just use it, right? Put it in there, you record it right away so you have it handy and we can use it for when you're ready to do some stuff with that. All right, so can you believe it? We're in Module 6, which is kind of the wrap-up here. We've been together now for several weeks going through all this information. I know some people have mentioned that they're a little bit behind, which is not a problem at all. Part of this is to be designed to go at your own pace, go at a pace that makes sense to you, that you can, kind of keep moving forward and things that make sense that way. So I don't want anyone on here to feel rushed in any way, shape, or form. I mean, we have the support of the Facebook group here and everything else that we're doing. And I'm also going to show you a potential solution at the end of this training as well about how we can accelerate some of that if that makes sense for you as well. So today's kind of a little bit special. We're not going to do a traditional training like we have been doing in the past, in the traditional sense, where I have a big, huge slide deck, and we're going to actually teach and train. What we're going to do is we're going to start with a couple of over-the-shoulder looks. So first we're going to start with a case study, and I'm going to show you literally thought for thought and stroke by stroke on how we design from scratch all the way to a current working ad campaign with one of my clients so far, and walk you through the exact process that we did that, utilizing literally all of the modules that we've discussed already here in this lesson. So we're going to do that. I'm going to show you that case study. Then I'm going to show you a couple of over-the-shoulder looks at a couple of ad accounts that I'm currently managing right now. One that's working phenomenally, one that's working pretty good, and one that didn't work so well. And the reason why I wanted to show you all of those was so you can, A, realize that not everything works perfectly all the time. I hope you can appreciate that. And then also, secondly, so that you could get a sense, what is considered as a good campaign, a kind of mediocre campaign, and something that didn't quite work out the way that we wanted to. So, and then lastly, we're going to go over a couple of housekeeping matters about what to expect next, what kind of support you can continue to receive. I also want to get people booked into their one-on-one strategy session calls with me so I can work with you and get some stuff specific to that. So hopefully that'll be great. Okay, so here we go. I want to start with a case study here. A case study of a client of mine who I literally took them to, and you could see through my thought process of what I did personally with this person, utilizing all of the 6 modules that we've gone over here in the Facebook Floodgate system. Now, this client of mine, you've probably heard me refer to him in the past because he's a kind of a highlight of some of the case studies and some of the examples that we've used in this training. Now, just to get you caught up on who he is, Chris started off as a personal trainer. So he was training people in the fitness field, and he was very, very good at his job, helping tons of people lose weight, get fit, feel good about working out, and that sort of thing. Then he took a second step of his life, a second phase of his life, where he dove into actually opening up his own gym. Now, not a traditional commercial gym that you might, be used to and see, these big box gyms, but his own kind of personal box gym, and started taking on clients that way. So he took that next step. He started his own gym. He started taking on physical clients. And then in that process, he worked with some great mentors, and he really blew up his business, and he had a very, very successful business, in fact, which he continues to do today. Now, in the midst of that, he also said, well, hey, look, I'm sure that there are other fitness trainers out there or personal trainers out there who are probably struggling with their business. And you know what? I've learned a lot here, and I've done quite well for myself. Why don't I start a coaching program and an information business that helps other coaches and personal trainers and gym owners out? So remember, going all the way back to module number 1, here's where we're talking about identifying the market. And so Chris looked at a situation, he looked at his life story, he looked at what he was able to accomplish in his own life, he looked at all the successes he had, and then he said, well, you know what, I want to reach people who are just like me. I want to reach my target market. And so to him, again, that was personal trainers and gym owners. Okay, so again, we're talking about here understanding who your target market is. Now, and I'm going to show you exactly what we did when it came to identifying his market. Again, this is the same stuff that we taught earlier in this program in earlier modules about identifying your market, and it started with utilizing graph search to find out who his target market was. Now, fortunately, he knew some of the kind of the leading influencers in his space, people who are training other fitness owners. And in this case, there was a gentleman by the, I can't, to be honest with you, I can't like fully pronounce his name there. But it's Qzx900 N1Ck, or however you pronounce that. But we identified that he was a leader and an influencer in kind of the fitness training space, training other fitness owners. So like we do, we've identified him as an influencer, and we just started to do our typical graph searching. So in this case, I'll show you exactly what I did. I said pages liked by people who like this gentleman. And so Facebook's just going to take a second here to kind of boot that up and find that for us. And so we started to identify here, just starting from graph search, you know, certain pages that were similar, liked by people who like this gentleman here. Now, Frank Kern, obviously, I know is a marketer, so that's an interesting point here. Now, here's an interesting point, the Personal Trainer Development Center. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like it's a pretty close fit to the type of person that Chris was looking for. Again, Chris was looking for people who are personal trainers and gym owners, and here we actually have a company called the Personal Trainer Development Center, which is a organization that works with and helps personal trainers build their business. And look at this, we have 150,415 people who like this page. So already we've identified a watering hole, or we've identified a tribal leader with a tribe that has a group of people that are specific to the type of people that Chris is looking for. Now, if we just do a little bit of scrolling here, we'll see that Dr. John Barati is another guy in kind of the fitness space. And we just go down, see Tim Ferriss. What we're tending to see here is a lot of marketers as well as a lot of athletes in the fitness space. We're getting some really great insight about people who like this gentleman here, and would also kind of be a tribe, if you will, or a watering hole of other people. So I'm just going to start here and say, you know what, Personal Trainer Development Center, because that sounds like it's a great fit. Again, this is just talking to personal trainers about how to increase their business and how to be a personal trainer and how to be a better trainer. So for the sake of this graph search, what I would do again, and what we did do was, you know, pages liked by people who like the Personal Trainer Development Center. And Facebook is kind of going to go do its thing, and it's going to identify certain pages. And here we go. So Jonathan Goodman, in fact, Jonathan Goodman, I know him, he's a friend of mine. He is the founder of the Personal Development Training Center. So obviously he would come up. You see a nutrition company here. You see the same gentleman's business here called Fitness Marketing. Nate Green is a fitness writer. You have a fitness coach here. You have a fitness author here. You have a biohacker here, and so on and so forth. So this is the exact process we use to start generating some of this. Now, on top of this, you'll remember that the second thing we do, once we do some graph site or graph search in research, is we also look into audience insights. Now, when we look into audience insights, remember, here I've just taken the liberty to pre-type in Personal Trainer Development Center and run a query or a search on audience insights. And it's giving me even more information, right? So some more data about who our ideal target market is. And if you followed us in Module 2 here about finding your market, or Module 1, sorry, about finding your market, this is all stuff that should be somewhat familiar to you on what you did for your particular market. So in this case, we found that under the health, medical, and pharmaceuticals, we found there's a page called Functional Movement. In terms of organizations, there's health and fitness associations, there's sports and recreation folks, there's nonprofits, the American Council on Exercise, and literally we've got loads and loads and loads of information here about people who are in Chris's target market. And so, in fact, what I've done is I've gone through all this, and I've literally made a sheet, a Word document here, listing, you know, all of his target market. So obviously they're 24 to 40 in the UK, Ireland, personal trainers or small business owners. And literally I've just kind of like copy and pasted some of what this information is showing me here into a Word document so I can have it handy. So remember, that was the kind of the first step, was identifying your market and seeing where they hang out on Facebook. Now, the next thing, after we've identified the market, is to start getting specific about the message. Remember? So we want to find the message that we are specifically going to speak to this audience. And so in this case, first what we've did is obviously we've identified that Chris wants to help personal trainers and gym owners who are looking to grow their business. Now, if you remember me telling you from before, the problem with that was that it was a busy space, right? You can see that there's a lot of competition there. There's other people who are teaching personal trainers how to do that sort of thing. And so we needed to find a different angle. So we started working on different ideas, and he came up with this idea of, well, all the fitness trainers out there, or all the people who are helping fitness trainers, are teaching people how to grow their business. But no one's really teaching anybody how to maintain or to retain their business. And he realized that it's even easier to retain someone than to get a brand new customer. So his goal was to create a program and a coaching program around how to retain your clients once you already have them. And he thought that that would be a unique angle that he could bring to the marketplace. Now, if you'll remember from a past module, in the message module, we used the product handle naming sheet to come up with his magnet name. Now remember, I'm just going to kind of walk you through how we did it. Now here's an example, again, of Chris's actual cheat sheet. It's called the Tribal Retention System cheat sheet, which I think is fantastic here. And this is just an example of the cheat sheet, and you can see that, I mean, it's obviously beautifully designed here, and it looks great, and it's got some great content, and it follows all the rules. But you'll remember, how did we come up with that name? And we came up with that name using the product handle worksheet. And so I'll briefly walk you through this. Again, this is just a case study of exactly what I did with a client to demonstrate exactly what I've been teaching you to do, and then how it actually manifested and worked in his business. So we got the product handle cheat sheet and worksheet here. And remember, he started with this idea of, I want to have a magnet that's going to help people keep and retain their business. So description, what is it? It's a program to help trainers keep their business. Right? Then we go into, well, what is the benefit of the person who reads it? Or how would they be better off, or how would they feel? Well, it would make that person feel more profitable. It'd make business easier. They could feel like they're building a community. They would feel like they're in control, that they're growing and they're confident in their business and all that sort of thing. Is there a metaphor of what this kind of might look like in some way, shape, or form? And so we realized, yeah, it's kind of like building a tribe or a pack or like an army platoon or a gathering or something like that. So we put all those words in here. And then what we did was we just started to circle words that kind of stuck out to us, right? So we realized that, tribal was a good word. We realized that community was a good word. Confidence was a good word. So we circled all these words, and we identified 3 of the top keywords that stood out from this exercise here. We then looked at some technical words that possibly made sense, and we started playing around with options, right? So let's say we could call it like the confidence approach. That doesn't really make sense, right? The confidence booster. That actually sounds a little bit better, but it doesn't speak, specifically to fitness owners. And so we looked through some of the technical words that we could use, and we put the top 3 technical words in here, and then we just followed the simple formula of every name starts with the word the. It has 1 or 2 keywords, 1 technical word, and then we stop it with a TM. So in this case, we could say the confidence advantage process, right? And we say, oh, well, that doesn't really sound good. So what about the tribal building matrix? Well, that sounds a little bit better. And we kind of worked through it a couple times until we came up with the final result of being the tribal retention system cheat sheet. Right? And so once we kind of built that, it made sense and it sounded good. Then we, literally went to kind of like Fiverr and one of these cheaper sites who can like literally create a cover for us there, have a great looking cover, put all the content in place, and make it really good, right? And so you'll remember that was the market, and then we had the message, and then also beyond the message, right, we have a magnet. What are some of the elements belong to that? So you'll remember that from the magnet module. And then now let's look at how we pieced all this together. We identified who the market was. On top of that, we got clear on what the message was. Then we created a magnet, and then now we're looking to execute on a mechanism. So You'll remember here from the mechanism module that we have an outline or a template here that you can literally follow. We have the example on the one side, and then below it we have the actual Facebook ad builder that you could print out and kind of test around with some ad stuff. And I'll just show you the example that we did for Chris. So again, remember, we always say start with a question. So we started with a question. Right? Then again, this is a review, so I don't want to go into too much depth here. We had an urgency clause. We named the magnet. We stated the benefit that you got from it. We built a call to action. What was the call to action? We put a hyperlink. We created an image. We followed a free download headline process, supporting benefit, a call to action, and we put the button there. Again, all we did was we followed this template here, which I've included in module 4 on mechanism. You can go ahead and download that template and use it for yourself if you already haven't. And you should probably have a Word document of this as well. And so we just created this literally. Here's the ad, literally sitting in his ad account manager. And you can see from what we've done, it's created 449 clicks so far. It's generated 145 leads, 64 page likes, 59 other actions, right? So that you can see there. And now remember, when you click on this ad, it takes you to a landing page. So there I showed you what the landing page builder is like. And so again, if you look in the mechanism module, I've included a template of how to set up your landing page. And so we simply followed the module. Here's the example. And then here's the actual real life example of how it's built in lead pages. Now we went ahead a little bit further and we kind of did a couple of different variations of it, as you can see here. So that was another variation that we tested with it. That's another variation that we tested with it. So you can see it's all the same naming, it's the same everything. We're just playing around with some images and testing what else is working there. Here you can see the analytics that lead pages actually provide you. So those were our 3 examples, and we're looking at which one is performing best. So currently we're saying that black and white, BW black and white, so that would be, this example here is outperforming the other 2 by a small margin there. And that's the beauty of a lead page, is it kind of does all this work for you so you don't have to worry, and we're using templates there. All we did here was exactly what I revealed in the previous module, the mechanism module, about filling out this template here, the anatomy of a perfect landing page, right? So we filled this all out, we built it together, we put it in lead pages, and here you go. Right? And so we're seeing right now that this one is currently at a 45% opt-in rate. He's collected 1,158 leads total from 2,555 people who've seen this. Now, what we've done from here, we've tested to see what was working. So at some point, you'll remember from the slippery slopes module, we tested tripwires. So some of these are tripwires, some of these are strategy sessions. You can see in the account here what's going on. Some of these are retargeting ads. And so we tested kind of all of it to see what was working. And currently, as you can see, everything's going really well. This campaign so far, for the last little while, has generated 3,433 leads at an average conversion cost of $1.81, which in my opinion is very good, because any lead under $5 is considered really good. And so that's kind of an overview and case study of how we took someone like Chris from literally where you guys were not too long ago of just having an idea, and then following all the steps in the modules to be able to literally have them executing now and generating hundreds and thousands of leads every single day, every single month, every single year, right? And putting people through his system, selling people to his hiring coaching program, selling information products, and developing a very kind of successful business around that. So I just want to throw it back to everybody here, just a quick check-in. Does anybody have any specific questions about what I just showed you there, or about what I walked you through there? Machio says, how did you come up with his audience? And so that was everything that I showed you there, right? It was the graph search stuff that we did. So we started by typing in graph search, and again, you can refer back to the market module there on how we did just that. But we started with the graph search. We identified an influencer. We then use graph search here to identify like or other influencers in his space. We then used audience insights, as you can see here, which again I referred to in module 2, about how to even expand that further to identify all other people who might be in this space. We then wrote all those down and used that as a base to kind of start with when we started to identify who that audience is and how we're going to target them and how we're going to reach them on Facebook. So excellent question there. So Linda says, how do you target your ad to those people only. I will actually show you that in just a second. Now, that was covered in the mechanism module. There's a supporting video about how to set up an ad in the ad manager. So I'll refer you to that in the mechanism module. There is a video there that refers specifically to how to set up an ad using the Power Editor. And then again, I'll just show you briefly here how to do that. But essentially, when you set up your ad, it gives you the option to select your audience, and then you can make sure that only that audience sees that particular ad. So I hope that makes sense, Linda. So moving on, let me just show you an example of a current client that we literally just did a brand new campaign with that we started just a few days ago. And I want to show you this just to show you that these are not old or seasoned things. These are actually things that are going live. So there's a particular client of mine who is running a webinar campaign. He has a great business. He has a higher level information product, and then from there he brings people into a live event scenario, and then he sells people into a higher level coaching module. Some of you are probably familiar with that model, and it's working great here. But the entry level was, well, he's doing a live webinar, and we want to get people live onto his webinar. Now, his particular business teaches people how to buy and flip businesses. So it's a really cool concept, and our goal was to fill people on the webinar. And here's an example of one of his ads, so you can see. And I just want to show you here real quick. This is literally a webinar that's going live tomorrow. So this is kind of like real time. What you're seeing here across the board is a really good number. So essentially, we're generating leads at $2 and it's generating webinar registrants at $2.41 a conversion. This is way, way below industry average, which is typically around $8 per webinar registrant. We're getting great clicks, great click-through rates, high relevance scores, and it's just working really well. So I want to just kind of show you this ad so you can see some of the psychology behind why we chose some of the why I chose some of the wording, why it makes sense, and that sort of thing. So in this particular ad, remember the business here is teaching people how to buy and flip businesses similar to real estate, right? So in this particular case, some of the target demographics that we're going after is the real estate market. We've identified some of the audiences as being gurus or influencers in the real estate market, and then we kind of followed our formula here to develop an ad that will speak to that group of people. So in this case, you'll see we start the ad by saying, you've heard of flipping houses. What about flipping businesses? So automatically there, you've realized that if someone is in the real estate market, they're familiar with flipping houses. And so we want to just speak to that familiarity there and say, you heard of flipping houses. What about flipping businesses? Automatically, they're turning around and their mind is saying, yes, I have heard of flipping houses, but I haven't heard of flipping businesses. This seems, very interesting. So I go on to say, well, there are 5 advantages to flipping businesses over flipping houses. Now, what am I doing there? Remember, these people are probably convinced that flipping houses is a great investment opportunity. It's kind of the right thing to do. It's a great way to get involved in real estate investing. What I want to show is now contrast, well, why is flipping businesses actually better than flipping houses? So number one, there's very little competition. So you're not competing with every Tom, Dick, and Harry who watches a late night infomercial guaranteeing instant overnight success in real estate. Right, so that's going to speak to someone right away. They're like, yeah, I did see an infomercial, and yeah, everybody thinks they know how to flip real estate because it's all over the place. Secondly, right, stellar financing. Statistically, 84% of owners will carry back some or all of the financing, so there's no need to get funding. Now, funding is a big thing with real estate investing. And in this case, we're saying, well, a vast majority of people get funded, right? Thirdly, there's immediate cash flow. So if you pick the right deal, you get fat cash flow the very next day, unlike real estate investing. Number 4, fast turnaround, right? So most businesses are currently operating at a loss and can be made profitable within 60 to 90 days. Sometimes flipping houses takes longer than that. And number 5, you can control the outcome. So your results are not dictated by government housing regulations or bank loans or any kind of changes in the real estate market. You can control that outcome. So then I go into kind of my typical ending. Now, let me show you how to do it. In the next few days, I'm conducting a free 60-minute live online training called Business Flipping, how to buy a business using its own cash and flip it for a profit. It's a lot easier than you think. And I purposely put that in there because some people might be thinking, well, that might be difficult. So I purposely put that in there, and then a call to action, register for your free limited spot today. I put the URL there, a nice image of him, kind of catching the attention. Again, a simple headline approach that I've showed you all how to do now. Simple supporting text and a call to action, and we're off to the races. So again, this is an example of an excellent thing that's working really, really well right now. $2.41 per webinar registrant when the average industry average is about $8. And this is just showing you some of the psychology as to why this ad is working so good, who we're targeting to make it work, and what's going on with that. So here's another example of a client of ours who is also doing a very similar type of campaign, running a webinar to offer strategy sessions for his higher level coaching program. Now, his angle is kind of specifically around using outbound sales to do that. Okay, so in this case, we're generating leads at approximately $6.24. You can see that it's significantly higher than the other one that I just showed you, but in this case, it's not so bad. It's still below industry average, so that's why we say that this campaign is doing kind of just okay. So again, we're following much of the same formula that I've showed you over and over again. You know, your business thrives when your phone rings off the hook with qualified leads. But what if it isn't ringing at all? Again, speaking to the need of the person there. Now, in this case, we are trying to be a little contrarian. So we're saying, you know what, most experts teach you that you got to wait for ideal clients to contact you. Frankly, I think that's nuts, and what I do is different. Since 1995, I've helped B2B business owners to use an often overlooked outbound sales method to land perfect clients without long sales cycles or paying for complicated funnels, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this is speaking primarily to an online internet marketing crowd, so they would know what a complicated funnel is, and they'll say, yeah, you know what, that is pretty complicated. So we go into the next element. Using my sales voodoo formula, you can fill up your calendar with as many sales conversations as you want, and you can do it in a way that's totally under the radar so your competitors or competition will never know what hit them. Again, just speaking to the exclusivity of it all. This coming Wednesday, I'm hosting a live webinar. And I'm going to hand you the same system that I've used to generate this much money, et cetera, et cetera. Again, a picture of the guy here, a little name of what the webinar is, and following our traditional naming strategy. Now, again, this one's doing okay. We are focusing on kind of the business owner, entrepreneur crowd for this. It's not doing as well as the previous example that I gave you. And some of the psychology, I think, as to why that might be happening is, you know, when we mention something like outbound sales, not everyone is kind of huge on outbound sales, so it might not be perfectly resonating with everybody who's looking at and reading this content. So that's another thing. The content here is a little bit long. You know, the sales voodoo name might turn certain people off. And so I think all of these have a little bit of an element as to why this might not be performing as well. And I think if we were going to tweak this campaign, what we do is maybe change the name of the webinar, maybe remove some of the outbound sales talk, and we'd pique a little more curiosity using some other types of naming conventions and other type of copy. And I think that would help get our cost back down a little bit. So now let me show you an example of something similar, just to keep in light of everything that we've been talking about so far, of a campaign that didn't do so well. And so as you can see here, this was a campaign that we ran for a client who was running a webinar on what he calls the hyperlist method, and it's how to generate a list on Facebook, for example. And let me just show you kind of how this went. Now, as you can see, this one didn't do so well. We were creating webinar conversions or webinar registrants at $46.82. We managed to bring that down to about $12, but it was still way too high for what we were looking to go for. Same psychology in the ad, right? We start with a question. So want to build a hyper-responsive email list without needing to create products, set up autoresponders, or handle complicated marketing funnels of any kind? I mean, the expected answer would be, yes, I would. And then we talk about, you've probably heard that it's all in the list, which is true. The problem is that it's not that easy to do. We go into speaking to some of it, then we invite them to the webinar, we have the link, and we follow through with that. So what do you think potentially went wrong with this one? In fact, rather than me giving you the answer of what I believe went necessarily wrong with this one and some of the tweaks that we wanted to make with that, let me kind of turn it over to you and ask you, now that you've seen the previous two models, what might you think happened here? Or what might you think may have went wrong here? Or why do you think the cost per conversion or for a webinar registrant is so high with this particular lead? I just want to see people kind of chiming in. Karen says, too much technical talk and a vague name. That's a great point, Karen. Yeah, it is kind of like really technical. I know what we were trying to reach out to were people who probably understood the jargon. So that's true. It was a little too technical. I think we just lost people in it. And the name is very vague, right? The hyperlist method, no one really knows what that is, right? What does it mean, hyperlist method? The naming sequence was definitely off, and that could have been changed. Henry says the name. Yeah, I agree. Again, the hyperlist method. If you were just to read that and that alone, it kind of wouldn't make sense. So there probably should have been a little bit of a better name that could have been chosen there. Does anyone else have any other ideas? You know, my 2 cents are a couple things. I agree. Too much technical jargon. So that, oh, we got a couple. Linda says, the picture looks a little laid back for marketing, and I would assume more professional look, too wordy. You know, that's a good point. You know, what we were trying to test here was kind of this like internet lifestyle, right? That was the whole thing, and see how that worked. And obviously it didn't. People were kind of probably more interested in seeing something happen. Yeah, again, Phyllis says, I think the imagery is too casual because it's a business ad. This is a great point. Both of you nailed it on the head with that. A couple of other things besides everything that everyone has mentioned there. So the name, obviously a little too technical on the jargon, very casual imagery. I would say even something as simple as putting sunglasses in the image where you can't see the person's eyes. I mean, eyes speak trust for a lot of people. In the previous examples, we showed the eyes of the people, and you got a close-up of their face, and you can see them, you know, who they are like. People don't really like images with sunglasses. It kind of feels like someone's hiding from something. So that's it. Yeah, the text is a little bit long. We could have probably broken up this paragraph so that it read a little bit better, because that's a really big chunk of text, and if you were just scanning, maybe that would not work so well. And on top of that, I think what we realized, and what I realized anyways, was people are not so interested in sitting on a webinar for list building. I mean, people might be willing to download a magnet or maybe a couple page PDF on the idea, but definitely not sit on a 60 or 90-minute webinar on this idea or concept of list building. So I just don't think the appeal was strong enough or mass enough or sexy enough to kind of get people on there to do that sort of thing. So I hope that makes sense, and there's a great example, and I'm glad that people are actually chiming in to see what causes something to work here versus what kind of doesn't work. Now, let me just show you a brief campaign that we're running. Currently in this campaign, we're generating leads from anywhere from $1.26 to $2.39, which is again way below industry average, which is approximately $5. Here is one of the ads that are currently running, and you can see again $1.26 per conversion. Great click-through rate, great relevance score. It just speaks volumes, and it's doing really well. Do you want to discover how to take your life's story and turn it into a fulfilling and thriving business? Right? So again, we start with a question that demands a yes. Then we move into this idea of, I've found that your life story is actually the message that you were meant to bring to the world. And that message can be turned into a fulfilling and thriving business that helps those around you. Now, for many years, I was running away from my story until I realized that my story is what would launch my brand and change the lives of many across the world. Now, what's happening there? The psychology behind this is, A, it's telling Ted's true story, which is great, and it's building rapport, and it's building into the psychology of a lot of people who are reading this. So I'm sure many people are running from their story, not realizing that their story is actually what can change the world around them. So that's going on in that paragraph. And thirdly, it says, I want to give you the story code blueprint, which I think is a great name that we came up with. You know, I'll walk you through 3 simple steps to uncover your story and your message to build your brand and business. Click here to download now. And we follow the same sort of naming conventions there. We played around with different images, different wording. This one particularly seems to be working quite well. And we have a couple of other images that we've worked with. But again, it just kind of, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, what is the picture telling the story of? In this case, it's like a story that's got some magic behind it, some feel, some essence, some nuance. So that's kind of the idea behind the image there. So let me just check back in really quick with everybody to see if A, if anyone has any questions, or B, if anyone else wants to chime in as to why you think this particular ad is working so well, right? We saw an example of one that wasn't working so well. In this case, we're looking at an example of an ad that is working well, and I'd love to hear your ideas as to why that might be happening, or any specific questions you have about that. So Phyllis asked a great question. How do you come up with image? Right? Do you design the picture for your clients? Now, in my case, yes, we do design the picture for our clients, but the image concept is actually not too difficult. What you essentially want to do is think of, Machio says the image speaks 1,000 words. Absolutely. And that's the concept you start with. So you think, if this is the message that I'm trying to convey, what is an image or a metaphor that would represent what I'm trying to convey? So if a picture is worth 1,000 words, what are the 1,000 words that I want to say through the image? And you start to think through what those images might be, right? So when I think of story or life story, one of the first images that came to my mind was, well, a book, right? But not just any old book, because that would kind of portray reading. I would think like a book that comes to life, right? So that would be your life story, a book that comes to life. So you would go into like royalty-free images and just buy those images to use for these types of purposes. And you just kind of type in, you know, magic book, or, you know, book coming to life, or story of your life. Those sites will spit out a whole ton of images to you. And as they spit out a whole ton of images to you, you can kind of like play around to see with what works and what doesn't, and what you think might work. And then you could start using these images and testing them. So let me give you kind of an example. Another image we used here just to show you some like contrast. So in this case, right, again, the story of your life. So, you know, it's kind of like, you know, a life story going on, a journey that someone is on. And so we're just kind of testing out different images that say the same thing. And we're testing those to see which one performs better. Linda asks, what are some sites that we can buy images from? That's a great question. I mean, the easiest thing to do is just to Google royalty-free images. You start to see, so iStock Photos is kind of the number one. It's kind of like the 800-pound gorilla. So that's a great one. Shutterstock.com is another one. Getty Images is good. They're a little expensive, but they're good. Image Source, right? iStock Photos come up. Getty Images again, Shutterstock. You can just see like there's, I've used 123rf.com as an example as well. So if you just literally Google royalty-free images, Google will spit back a whole bunch of options to you. You know, again, the big 800-pound gorillas are Shutterstock, iStock Photo, and 123RF. Those are like big ones with big selections. So that's good. You can also go with some of the smaller ones and that sort of thing. So there's tons of options when it comes to royalty-free images. So you can just kind of Google those and select what works best for you. Phyllis says, don't lift Getty Images as they will come back to haunt you. My friend had to pay $900 for an image she got without paying for it. Yes, that's very important. Getty Images is absolutely ruthless when you are utilizing one of their royalty images without permission. So that's the last thing you want to do. Just be careful with taking Getty Images. If they ever find you using one of their images in anything that you do without their permission or without paying for it and that sort of thing. So just be careful when you're doing image selection. Make sure either you own the rights to your own images, which are easy to do when you're doing stuff with your own image on it, right? Those are easy to do. So you may want to consider that for branding purposes. Or if you're going to play around with other types of images, then you just want to make sure that you have the rights to use those images, either through one of these sites, royalty-free type images, which will help you that way, or you're using one of your own images. So just kind of be clear on that. Any other questions about, Phyllis says, how do you protect your own images? To be honest with you, you could upload images to these royalty-free image places and say that you're willing to let other people use your images for a fee. If you don't want anyone using your images, it's kind of hard to do. You got to kind of be patrolling to see if anybody's going to use your images. And if you do, you can be nice about it, send them a letter and say, hey, excuse me, I own that image. You can't use it. And usually most people are cool with it. I mean, if you want to get really legal about it, that can become a little bit of a mess. But technically, any image that's yours that you own is already protected as long as you can prove that you're the source of that. So, Phyllis, I hope that answers that question. Henry says, did you post the templates for these ads? Yeah, the templates are in the template ad builder under the mechanism module. You'll see some of the templates that we use in general there. Which is the same convention, same naming convention and same ad creation convention that I use all the time. I mean, I just throw in a little variations here and there, you know, based on kind of emotional ties or, you know, rapport statements or speaking to my audience, but the templates are all in the module. Awesome. Okay, so that was fantastic. We got one more quick hot seat that we want to do here. So let me just make this, Michio. Hopefully you've seen something on your screen there that says make you a panelist. Michio, can you hear me? Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, and do you have something on your screen that you want to share, or do we just want to kind of talk through something over audio?
First, yeah, start out with talking because I'm still having difficulty getting my audience.
Right. Okay. So let's actually look at that together. So I'm hoping everybody can see my screen here. Tell me, let's together, maybe this is what we could focus on this particular element with you on, is tell me a little bit about your audience. Who are we going after? What are the types of people that we're looking for? And have you identified any influencers who are currently in your space?
Identified, well, let's see, my audience will be midlife professional people,
Right.
who wants to change and transform their life.
Okay. Right.
Usually people in that age range have difficulty, taking themselves to the next level.
Right.
And bored with current job situations, but they don't know how to go about getting to a next level or finding another work situation that they could feel passionate.
Right, right. So who would you say then out there who's a little bit of a celebrity or that people would know of who's doing similar type of work to you? Is there someone in particular out there that you could say, well, yeah, that person is kind of doing, similar type of work as what I am doing, or this is someone who's just maybe a couple years ahead of me in this space? Would there be anybody like that? In fact, let's throw it out to the collective mind here of everybody on the call. We've just heard what is the kind of target demographic that Michio is going after. People who are kind of midlife, looking for transformation, looking for to overcome certain things in their life. Who could you suggest that might be someone already in that space who's kind of a celebrity influencer already working in that space? Oh, awesome. So we're already getting some answers. Yeah, so Brendan Burchard, he's definitely working in the transformational space, and he's got 2.7 million fans, so there's a huge audience there. Phyllis, great point, says Oprah Winfrey, right? Because she's helping people transform, with her Super Soul Sundays and with all of her various classes that she's doing. You can even see here that she has a recent interview with Ariana Huffington on the book Thrive. It's a Super Soul episode. She's got 10 million fans, so that's a great example. Thank you, Phyllis, for that. That's a great point. Linda says Tony Robbins. Obviously, Tony's in the transformational space, so we have kind of like Tony Robbins there, so that's an excellent resource. Obviously, he's working on mastery and helping people change and transform their life. Linda also says Jack Canfield, which is another great, and here we have just under 1 million, so 747,000 people there. And Jack is very big. I mean, obviously, co-author of the Chicken Soup for the Soul. We can just tell right off the bat, you only have control over 3 things in your life: the thoughts you think, the images you visualize, and the actions that you take. So he's obviously in the transformational space, helping people with that. Is there anybody else had those were great recommendations. Did that help at all, Michio? So of certain people that we can start to target and focus on when we're trying to identify the audience?
Jack Canfield and Oprah and who else? Oh, Brendan
Burchard and Tony Robbins. And even if we started with Jack Canfield, if we look at one of the previous modules about finding your market, we can type in something like pages liked by people who like Jack Canfield. And so let's just see what comes up here real quick. And Facebook's just going to give us some great information. So Tony Robbins, obviously. John Assaraf. Yeah, we forgot about him. He's great. T. Harv Eker. Are you familiar with T. Harv Eker? Okay, so he's another guy definitely in the transformational field. Jim Rohn, obviously. Brian Tracy. There's Brendan. We already talked about him. Mark Victor Hansen, right? Co-author of Chicken Soup for the Soul. Les Brown. Darren Hardy, author of Success Magazine, or chief editor of Success Magazine. Dr. Wayne Dyer. Michael Beckwith. So we've just identified probably millions and millions of people through their audiences, right? Tony has 1.5 here. John Asaraf has 400,000. Harv Eker has about 400,000. So we're tapping into some audiences here of people who are probably in a similar field as you and whose audiences would be interested in what it is that you particularly probably have to offer. So does that help at all in terms of, I know you were really trying to nail in on people you could reach in your audience. Does that help at all there?
Yes, this one is very helpful, but what I'm having difficulty is setting up the people, audience for my website, not website, Facebook.
For your ads, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just end this portion with this. Michio, I'll show you how to do this. And then, of course, we have our one-on-one call coming up. So I'll definitely be able to help you. And during that time, I'll definitely help you with that. But just to kind of like show people what's going on here, let's say we're looking at audiences, right? So here, Michio will say that, again, let's say Oprah was one of the people that we can kind of target, right? So we got Oprah Winfrey. In fact, let's say Oprah Winfrey. And then what did you say was the average age of the target that you're going after? Okay, so we're going to say 40 to 64 here, and we're going to just say that they live in the United States, right? Oh no, what was the actual area that you were looking to go after? Okay, so let's say San Francisco, California. Well, just to show you here, right? Let's say San Francisco plus 50 miles radius, which would kind of cover a bit of the Bay Area, right? Do you agree? So if we just said here, we're looking at locations, United States, California, San Francisco, and 50-mile radius around that. And then we're looking at an age group between 40 and 64. Are we looking at men, women, or all? Okay, so we'll say all, and we'll say people who are interested in Oprah Winfrey, because she's obviously operating in the same type of field. So what we've automatically identified here, as you can see in the top right, is 52,000 people who fit that category. Right? And that's just Oprah Winfrey. So let's say it was maybe Tony Robbins, just for the sake of the example, because he's in the space as well. So Tony Robbins, people who like Tony Robbins in the ages of 40 to 64, both men and women, in the San Francisco Bay Area plus 50-mile radius, identifies 24,000 people. Okay, and then we'll just do one more for the sake of this example. So let's say Jack Canfield, because we talked about him. So Jack Canfield, same San Francisco plus 50-mile radius, men and women between the ages of 40 and 64 in this Bay Area, again, is 15,000 people. So you can see that there's clearly a great audience for you to be able to reach out to there. Does that make sense? Yeah, so what I'll do is, Michio, for when we're on our call, we'll do a Skype and I'll share my screen with you and I can help you do all of this for you so you can see how to do it. But I just wanted to, I know, and for the sake of everybody learning from this, and let me just throw it back out to the collective conscious, everyone on here. Are you seeing here how you can start to narrow in on a very, very particular audience, even to be geographical specific? Michio, I think your struggle might be similar to other people's struggle on how to nail in on a very specific audience. Yes, Phyllis says yes. Henry says yes. Linda says yes. Very helpful. So awesome. So thank you so much for sharing, Michio. And during our call together, I'll get far more specific for you, and I'll be able to kind of build all this and show you kind of the steps on how to get it going for you. Is that good? All right. So I see a couple of questions coming in, which is awesome. First, Henry says, how do you tap into all the influencers into your audience? Henry, that would be kind of the market module on using graph search and audience insights to be able to do that. And so again, we can talk further about that, but that's all covered in the market module. Do you suggest one influencer at a time? My answer is yes. Always do one influencer at a time. And the reason for that is because it allows you to see how well the different influencers and their fans perform for you. So if you kind of do, doesn't mean you have to do them one at a time, but you do want to keep them separated as one at a time. Because that way, if you're running like 5 different ads and each is to a different influencer, that's going to be able to let you know which fan base is going to be working best for you. I hope that makes sense. Another question here, do you suggest I focus on geographical locations and areas? My general answer to that is no, unless you have to. And so if you're holding a local event, let's say like Linda is, which is a local event, then of course you want to focus in on a very specific geographical area. If your lead magnet is open for everybody, then I would definitely open up to the entire United States, or maybe even further to English-speaking countries, i.e. Canada, USA, Australia, the UK. Those are kind of the top English-speaking countries, first world English-speaking countries that you can target. At the very least, I would say United States, and then you can expand that out further. So I hope that makes sense. Only go geographical location if you must, because of the type of offer that you're having. Any other questions real quick? I want to open it up to Q&A. Okay, so I haven't seen any questions come in, and I am just going to take us to the last slide. We have call booking available to you. That's for you for free, so we can go ahead and book that call. And during this call, essentially, what we're going to do is go over what you have going on. I can answer any specific questions you have. We can go over things very specifically, and I can help kind of coach and guide and consult you through that. As soon as you do that and you book your time, it's going to ask you for a payment. You can just ignore that. Bypass the payment thing. I'll see that request come through to my office, and I'll accept that schedule based on knowing that you're there, right? So don't worry about taking care of the payment. It's going to ask you for one, and then it may even remind you for it in order to book that call. Don't worry about that. As you go through this sequence, I'll be sure to see it and be able to, help you take care of that sort of thing. And that way we can book some calls over the next little while. I can work with you, give you some advice, some coaching, consulting specifically on what you've done there, and help you out that way. So make sure you're all kind of chimed into that. Let me know if you have any questions about anything, and we'll make sure to help take care of all that. And thank you so much. Hopefully you learned some tons from it. You got some examples on what you can do with your own business and how to help with that. And again, use a Facebook group to reach out. Use the Facebook Incubator program or the membership site to go over any of the stuff that we went over today and in the past modules. And wish you all a wonderful and a great night. Thank you so much. Talk again real soon.